That's enough! This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts.
It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me.
The evidence and testimony we have seen and heard are conclusive. The victim was alone at his table when he drank from that poisoned cup of coffee.
No, you're wrong. I know what I saw. I saw. I saw someone else there. A man. He's the real killer. Why? Why wouldn't anyone believe me?
Well, I'd say that pretty much wraps this case up, wouldn't you, Mr. Wright?
This court finds the defendant. This court is adjourned.
That'd be great. All this coffee's only hot enough to give me first-degree burns.
Pull a stuff like that and get it off. You drink 17 cups of ketchup.
I actually really like weenie. You know, don't forget about the ultra-cute waitress. Check out my give me a tip smile.
No, I mean, yes, I mean, no. Are you doing this on purpose?
In the good old days, we would have drank every last drop, eaten the cup, and then died.
Honestly, I can't believe Maya called me for something like this.
I decided I'd pay him back with my life by serving him coffee and espresso.
Plan was in too deep.
Who do you want? If you wait around here any longer, I ain't never gonna make a normal express. Oh dear, I seem to have dropped my pen. Where on earth did it go? January 6th, 10:03 a.m., Wright & Co. offices.
Ah! The start of the new year always makes me feel like I could take on the whole world.
I bet it does, Maya.
So I've decided that our resolution should be Zawari, to take on the world. What do you think?
Sure, whatever, Maya, but I think maybe you've had more than enough mistletoe cake.
Never. You've got to eat a lot of cake during New Year's, and it's practically tradition. Like watching the fireworks on TV or playing a board game.
Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoes.
Happy New Year, Detective.
Likewise. Now listen up, Wright. I wanna...
Here's to another fruitful year of lawyer-police cooperation.
Yeah, me too. Alright, pal. You've got some explaining to do.
Have you gotten a holiday present for me, Detective?
What? Well, I am here. Have this. It's, really nothing, but...
Yay, thanks.
Look, pal, we need to have a talk. Take a seat.
Hey, what about Pearly? You haven't forgotten her present, have you?
No, I mean, yes. I mean, no. Are you doing this on purpose?
I guess I'm busted. How'd you like my first practical joke of the year?
Very funny, pal. Now, let's see how funny you think it is when I show you this. What is it? A magazine?
Hey, I want to see it. Deadly poisoning brings guilty verdict. Defense attorney Wright trounced.
Trounced? Let me see that. The defense attorney gave an almost childishly amateur performance yesterday. What the heck is this? It's a report, pal, about you.
Listen to this, Mr. Wright must take full responsibility for ruling in this case.
Well, and don't tell me you don't remember anything about it. But I don't remember anything about it. When was this issue from anyways? December of last year, which I guess makes it last month.
Which makes it old news, you mean?
But I wasn't involved in the poisoning case in December. Oh, we're dealing with an imposter.
So what do you think this is all about, Nick?
If it wasn't you, pal, then that leaves only one possibility.
No way. You don't mean... Phony Nick?
This must be Gumshoe's idea of a joke. Can't see starting off the year with one too.
Okay, 5 seconds in, I'm already interested. An article from December 5th says I was trounced and my client was found guilty.
So, what are you gonna do about it, pal? What do you mean? What am I going to do about it?
Well, it's your fault that the judge found the defendant guilty in this case.
My fault? How do you figure that?
Because the Phoenix Wright is super famous now. Well, maybe only sort of.
Yeah, see what happens when you hotshots start getting too full of yourselves? Yeah, we have an imposter. It's among us. But I didn't do anything wrong. At least not that I can remember. You better make things right, pal, now. And that means taking the case back to court, got it?
Sounds like we got our first case of the new year. Let's tackle it with gusto.
I don't know. The judge already issued a guilty verdict once. Once in this case. It's not going to be easy to get it overturned.
I guess the New Year's resolution is going to have to wait until next year.
So, you're taking the case, right? Good. I'm going to head over to the courthouse then. After that, I'll go back to the precinct. Drop by if you need something, okay, pal? I guess people are starting to know the name Phoenix Wright. If a client entrusts a case to me based on my reputation, I guess I am kind of responsible. Why would someone want to impersonate me? What sort of guy would do that? Well, it looked like Giga Chad. God, we're gonna have to go the Yakuza approach now. We're gonna have Phoenix have to erase his identity. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, I'm not on here anymore. Oh well.
So, what's our first move?
I guess we go down to the detention center and talk.
Wait a sec, Nick. This person's behind bars because of you. Whoever it is isn't going to be jumping at the chance to meet you, right?
Hey! I feel one thing straight. It wasn't me. It was a fake me that did this.
I wonder if he looks exactly like you. You're phony. Zenith? I mean...
I hope not. What kind of name for an evil double is Zenith, anyways? Wait, is that supposed to say, like, enough, but Zenith?
Oh, Nick, I got it!
If you're gonna ask whether I've got a twin brother, the answer is no.
Spoil sport. Did you notice Gumshoe was acting weirder than usual? Or was it just me?
It's Phoenix. It's Phoenix backwards. That's clever. That's clever. I'll give him that. What do you mean?
I mean, he was really worked up. Like a guy who's found out he's going to be a dad or something.
Don't tell me Gumshoes has a kid. Yeah, I guess he was acting kind of strange.
Maybe he realized he's got strong feelings for you, Nick.
Considering how we interact, I seriously doubt that, Maya.
Well, the shippers think otherwise. They'll put you and anybody together if they really want to. They even put Larry and what's-her-face together, Francisca. Well, if he wasn't nervous because of you...
Maybe it's because of our new guilty client. Alright. To the detention center. Let's see who we're working with. It looked like a dude with a scouter. January 6th, detention center visitors room.
This is so nerve-wracking, waiting to meet our new client. I wonder which kind of person you tricked and got found guilty.
Keep it down, Maya. That kind of talk could ruin me. Ah! Hey, I think I know this one. So we're not defending a guy with a scouter. It's Bird.
How could you, Mr. Wright? How could you do this to me? You put me in solitary. I haven't been able to stop crying.
Aren't you?
Yes, I am. I'm totally and utterly let down. Are you? Don't pretend you don't know me. It's me, Maggie. Remember Maggie Bird?
Maggie Bird. Oh. Is this why Gumshoe's upset? Did he actually, like, get with her? Maggie Bird. She was a tutorial case. She's the policewoman I defended that one time. She was accused of murdering her lover. He was also a cop. What are you doing here? Did I get you a quit?
Oh, sure, very funny. After that fifth-rate defense job, you come in here and start making jokes? You better hurry up and tell her what happened, Nick.
So, Maggie, I hate to inform you, but I was not in electrical at the time of the murder.
Oh, I see.
So that's where we stand right now.
I'm sorry, you've been caught up in another murder. My whole life has been nothing but whirlwind of bad luck and failures.
You're telling me. Now, why are you in a maid uniform? I vaguely remember saying the exact same thing last time.
But I don't mind. What's one more disaster in my life?
You're in jail.
At least now the real Mr. Wright is here with me. I won't let the world keep me down, sir.
Okay, this is not where I thought this was going. I thought we were going to be defending a scouter man. Maggie Bird.
So how come you're dressed like that, Maggie? Last year you looked so sharp in that police uniform. I was fired after that incident last year. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay, I don't mind one bit. I enjoyed being on the force, but I think it's time for me to move on. So what do you do now? In the second act of The Life of Maggie Bird, I'm playing the role of a waitress.
A waitress?
Yes, in a French restaurant.
Oh god, can we not? Can we leave the French people back in the last case?
Yes, in a French restaurant. It's a small place, but it's quite fashionable. My charming smile and shapely figure came through for me. And the owner, Mr. Armstrong, hired me straight away, sir.
And then you got into this mess straight away, right?
Yeah, you could put it that way.
Oh, wait, no. Gumshoes didn't even have to get with her to be, like, worried about it. Because he, like, was into her.
This whole mess started on the 3rd of last month. And it happened at Très Bien.
Très Bien?
Yes, it's a restaurant where good service and a friendly smile are always included.
Oh, there's the scouter man.
There were 2 men at the table, both drinking coffee. And then...
Are we gonna get to see Phoenix Chad?
One of the men slipped some poison in the victim's cup. The victim took just 1 sip and was gasping for air. I was so shocked I passed out. Hey, hold on there, Maggie. What? You keep calling the guy the victim. Didn't you know the guy who was killed? Not at all, I'd never seen the guy before. Oh.
So she wouldn't have had a motive to kill him then, I guess. And the other man. It's either going to be a Chad Phoenix Wright, or it's going to be an ugly Phoenix Wright. It's one or the other. There's no in between on this one. And the other man, the killer you saw him, right?
Of course, a good waitress must be attentive to the clientele.
So you saw the killer, but you were found guilty of the crime anyway? How come?
You tell me, Mr. Wright.
That's the answer to my question is my phony. Anyways, she saw the killer. Better see if I can get a description of the guy.
Well, it was you. So, if you saw the murder, why were you still convicted? Because no one else saw. Saw what? The other man, the one who put the poison in the victim's coffee. Everyone testified that way. Mr. Armstrong, the customers, everyone.
Well, he has a bowl cut, so you know, can't say I feel too bad.
The victim was sitting alone at his table the whole time. He had no friends.
But how's that possible?
I don't know, but nobody, not one person would believe me, sir. Even Phoenix Wright, my one last hope for a fair trial, failed me. What a pathetic defense. My granny could have done a better job.
Look, that wasn't me, okay?
And then, they found something a bit incriminating in my apron pocket.
What?
A small bottle of poison.
Is this gonna tie back to, what's-her-face from the tutorial trial?
What? Poison? It was in your pocket? Well, I passed out when the victim collapsed. The killer must have slipped the poison into my pocket when I was unconscious.
And no one else saw this other guy.
No, sir, that's what everyone said, but I don't see how they could have missed him.
Yeah, is Dahlia back? Didn't she say she'd come back or something?
I was the one who took the coffee to the 2 men.
Oh. And what was your impression of them?
Well, when I first saw them, I kind of thought they might be in a music industry. In the music industry? How come? Well, one of them had some sort of earpiece and an emo musician's look about him.
Ah, yes, a scouter and a bowl cut. Must be a musician.
And there was a sample CD on the table, sir. An earpiece and a sample CD, huh? Did you get a good look at the CD at all? It had a band's name written on it. I think it was MC something. They must have been preparing for their debut, I guess.
So it was a band CD. Maybe a promo disc.
Maybe it was MC Screwdriver.
Get serious, Maya. Would you buy the CD of a group named that? Well, you'd be surprised.
That was the name of the group again. McHacksaw. No, Mick. And what about the killer? What did he look like? Well, I don't really remember. Only that he was a young man, well built like the victim, really.
So, you've given me nothing. Alright, we're out of here. Alright, Gumshoes. Oh my god, they gave it a girlfriend. They gave the Blue Badger a girlfriend.
It's been ages since we came down to the precinct, huh, Nick?
Looks like Gumshoes isn't around.
He's got it so easy, leaving everyone else to do the work.
No, he's out there somewhere. My bet is on the courthouse. He's probably trying to arrange the retrial of this case.
Guess that means we should go to the detention center and chat with our old killer, huh?
After being convicted without a fair trial, I'm not sure the killer is the right label. The 5th case of this game, if there is one, you must examine the pink badger.
Hey, that's the police mascot, isn't it? It's so cute.
That's the Chief Blue Badger. It was my idea. I made it. And now it's the national symbol of the police force. That's not true. We know different. It was a little girl who made the pink, or the blue badger. So what's with the pink one? It's new, right?
She's not an it, Nick. She's a she, right, Chief?
Yep. Meet the pink badger.
So one's called Blue and the other's called Pink, but they're both called Badger.
You got it. They're married. Yeah, as you can tell, they're handcuffed together. The wife showed up, handcuffed the man, and now he can't leave.
Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Badger seem to be cuffed together, Chief.
You got it. That's marriage for you. Yep. Ah, mascot that's deeper than the deepest of the oceans. What about this guy? I like listening to this guy. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Don't die running a red light. Die the old-fashioned way, of old age. We have a winner. Inject a bit of humor, that's the key. He must be coming up with a slogan for a safety campaign, I guess. Demons. Dun 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 dun. Alright, well. I guess there's more to discuss with you. Here's my badge.
That badge, is it real?
Of course it's real.
That's what they all say, but I've been duped before. Give it to me for a sec.
She starts biting on it. Ah! Oh, that's exactly what she did.
She bit into it. And I left a few teeth marks.
No, my badge. I can see that.
Just wish I could remember if that means it's real or fake.
I said it was real. Magazine clippings. Oh yeah, I need to ask you about this.
Hey, this article's about my case.
Can you tell me anything about the guy who was pretending to be me?
Yes, sir. It was the morning after I'd been arrested.
Oh my god, he's ugly. God, who is this guy? That doesn't look like me at all.
I met you in the visitor's room here. You were wearing one of your super sharp suits.
Me?
Yeah, you, Mr. Wright. Hey, Maggie. Was my evil double...
Alright, Maya, let's not get carried away here.
Was my evil double AM here, too? No, I don't remember a phony you, Maya.
Yeah, you suck. Boo, boo, Maya.
It would have been so cool. Then you got really worked up and passionate. I'm gonna get you cleared.
Oh, wait a second.
I'm gonna get you cleared of this crime, you said.
Okay, I get the picture. So, how come you didn't realize that guy wasn't the real me?
I guess, looking back now, it was a little strange.
Only a little.
Well, okay, so you were a bit taller than normal, and you looked a bit shady. And your voice... Oh, okay, goodbye.
So the guy was nothing like me then?
But he had your spiky hair and blue suit.
Is that all it takes for someone to imitate me? I mean, if you look at Yakuza, all it took was a guy to wear a suit and slick his hair back, kind of.
How come everyone else in the courtroom, like the judge and the observers, didn't they realize he was an imposter? Everyone had these big question marks on their faces, but it seemed that no one wanted to say anything. This case just keeps getting weirder and weirder. Mr. Wright, do you think it's impossible, or do you think it's possible to get a retrial?
Probably. The court ruled in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. so we should be able to get a retrial.
Mr. Wright, do you think we'll win next time, sir?
No. You stay here in jail. You're a tutorial case. You're not supposed to exist. Put Larry in here, and then maybe we'll talk.
My life has been full of course meal of bad luck, complete with defeat for dessert. Since I was 6 months old, when I fell from my 9th floor of my apartment building. I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of food, failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster. I've even landed a phony lawyer when I was in the most misfortune of being accused of murder. But I will survive because Maggie Bird always lives to fight another day. And one day I'll find it, the One Piece. I mean, just you wait and see. I'll find that one single moment of good luck at the end of the grand line where the pirates all go to find the... is enough... Zenith is really gonna pay for this.
What are you staring at me like that for? Maya's right. Whoever it is, I thought it was a good idea to use my name. And get an innocent girl convicted of murder had better watch out.
We'll find him, don't you worry, we'll get enough for you. Thank you. Oh, I'll tell you where Très Bien is.
Très Bien, alright. The restaurant where the murder took place.
Yes, sir. When you go, please tell Mr. Armstrong I said hi.
No, the guy who lost at the beginning was a phony. He was an imposter. Among Us.
Sure, alright, Nick. Let's go check out this restaurant and its food.
Goodbye. Onward to Très Bien. It's big and pink. January 6th, Très Bien. Oh, dude, someone crapped on the table.
Wow, look at this place.
Look, more like smell. What is with the suffocating scent of flowers in here? Then again, girls like that kind of thing, right? I don't know, I've never been with a woman.
Actually, I'm not all that into it. No one's coming to seat us. Maybe there's no one here.
Don't be silly, Maya, this is a restaurant. And it's open for business. Hello, anyone here? I'm starving out here. I don't really believe it. There really isn't anyone here.
Perfect, let's get intrusive. If there's no one here, we can take anything we want.
Yeah, I suppose we can. Jeez, Phoenix, you're condoning thievery? That's a first. This must be the table where the murder occurred.
I guess, with all this police tape all around it.
And that stain must be from the poisoned coffee. Don't go licking the tablecloth, okay, Maya?
Why would I lick it? I'm not a cat, you know.
Why can I picture you doing that?
Beep, 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 beep.
Water. Oh, that's not what I wanted. This table's set nicely. It just needs a customer.
What do you think? Think this flower is, Nick?
Let's see. Well, it doesn't look like a tulip, and it's not a sunflower, I don't think.
Duh, even I could have told you that.
Well, those are the only kinds of flowers I know. Dag nabbit. I'm a lawyer, not a botanist. Did the creators of this game just like... They were just like, we need to put every funky word into this game. Wow, it's a beautiful winter wonderland out there.
Really cool. I love snow. Let me see it. Huh? It's not white. It's not even snowing.
Gotcha. I was only kidding, Maya.
Nick, there are lies that are okay to tell and lies that definitely aren't.
All I did was tell an itty-bitty white lie about non-existent snow. Well, as someone who's never seen snow before, I take offense to that, Phoenix. This restaurant has partitions that separate the tables. When you're seated at a table, you can only see the tables to your right and left. Let's look at this guy. No, never mind. We don't want to look at that guy. Or a lady.
Look, it's one of those magical boxes that spits out money.
You know, you're the only person who would have ever described a cash register in that way. For me. Man, if only I spoke Italian.
Look at all the little trinkets tucked away in here.
I bet Mr. Armstrong collected all these personally. Controller? Let's see. A bouquet of flowers, some potpourri, and look, Fine bone china cups.
I never knew you were so cultured.
Come on, Maya, this is common knowledge. Any Joe Schmo knows this much. What was that other thing he said? Hold on a second. I don't know what a potpourri is, but that's definitely not common knowledge, Phoenix. If you knew. It's the restaurant front entrance. There's a sign hanging from the door written in French. No, it's Italian. It probably says, open or closed. Must be one or the other, but I don't know which since. I don't know. I don't know. Jackie's about French? What? They're just making up words now. It's pronounced potpourri. I don't speak Italian. The newspaper.
It's a rack full of fashion magazines and they're all in French.
Why don't you try wearing something a bit more? This is another word that eludes me. Isn't it like cheek or something? Cheek? Chic? Sometimes my...
Yeah, I guess I could. I'm always in my acolyte clothes, aren't I? It'd be fun to wear normal clothes every now and then.
Oh, there's something stuffed in the back of the rack.
Looks like a sport paper to me. Hey, and look at this. Someone scribbled the little doodle on one of the pages.
McBomber. Oh god, Ronald McDonald did it. McBomber. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros.
$100,000, maybe.
I don't know what McBomber is supposed to be. He's the next McDonald's mascot. This paper is from December 3rd. This paper's from the day of the poisoning.
What?
A paper from the day of the murder. This has got to be a clue. I should see if I can find out some more about this paper. Wasn't the case like early December, like, and we're in the new year? Like, what is this?
It's a rack full of fashion magazines and they're all in French.
Oh, it's the same thing. So now we gotta take it to what's-her-face. To Bird. What's up, Bird?
Oh, sports paper. Let's see. Did Guts and Braun manage to defend his heavyweight title?
Sorry, Maggie, that paper is actually a month old. It's from the day of the murder.
And Gutson got knocked out yesterday, I'm afraid. Oh.
I found this paper in the magazine rack at Très Bien.
Really? That's strange. Très Bien doesn't get newspapers. Mr. Armstrong says he's not really fond of them. Then maybe one of the customers left it behind.
Anyways, what I want you to take a look at is a scribble here.
Aha! That's it, sir. McBomber. That was the name that was written on the CD.
Just as I thought. Was that the mask? The mask on there?
Guess it wasn't McScrewdriver after all. So that $100,000 must have been down payment for a record deal, huh? If someone gave me $100,000, I'd sing for sure. The Master of Cuisine, the Spirit's Song of, or even Maya's theme.
Maya's theme. Okay, Maya. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Ron too soon. If we never saw him again, I'd be happier, though. So if the sample CD was on the victim's table, that means this newspaper may have belonged to the victim. They were trying to get a record deal for Frieza. Because Frieza was going to come down to Earth and start slamming the tunes, you know?
You're right.
So the victim left this behind on the day of the murder, huh?
I think we better step up the investigation, don't you, Nick? Bing, 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 bong.
January 6th, Très Bien. Ah! I don't want to speak Italian. Ooh la la, bonjour, welcome to la Très Bien.
Oh, hello.
What happened to you, Maya? She's frozen stiff. I don't speak Italian. Bienvenue, welcome to my petit restaurant.
Huh? Bienvenue?
Oh, none, my petite tulip.
Me?
Look at his face, like a kitten rejected by its own mother. You are fatigued, none. Lord, you need this. An aromatic bath oil melange of lemon. Oh, God. I'm gonna offend so many people. La Neroli, La Rose, my personal recommendation.
You think I need what?
Hoi, hoi. Just add a couple of drops in this mixture to love bath water and voila. It will soothe your body and your mind. It's simply fantastique.
Really?
And volumineux. I'm literally just gonna start like slurring how I say things, just if I don't know what it means. Who, me? Look at that face, like the puppy rejected by life itself. You are fatigued, none. For you, monsieur, I recommend these. Oil bergamot and maybe linden to voyou. I will add the peppermint and le clary sage for your fragrance. Exceptionally well. Such an invigorating recipe will bring your delicious beauty, monsieur. I'm offending so many people. Kill me. My beauty. I'm not that ugly. Oh, I'm getting lightheaded just from this. Hello, it will be used to see today. I will bring you the special menu of the day. Actually, we're not here to eat. We're lawyers. No, this is definitely Mr. Armstrong. Monsieur, I know this is a beauty museum. No one's gonna be able to understand what I'm saying with this guy. You a little phoenix, right, none? Ah, yes, you know me. My so oui. I never forget a man who flirts with me, especially in court.
I guess he was cross-examined by our mysterious enough.
It looks like everyone to do with this case knows who I am already.
I wonder what sort of impressions Zenuff's been leaving on people, don't you?
Allow me to introduce myself to you again. I am Jean Armstrong and Shanty. Oh yeah, that's right, there are subtitles, so even if I don't make sense, you can just read it. This right here. Why do you gotta stand like that?
So what does très bien mean? I know très, that means 3, right?
None. Très bien is Frankese. I should have took French instead of Spanish in school. Maybe then I would have actually learned something. In English, you would say very good.
Oh, very good.
No, we will take this as slow and painful as possible. Oui, exactamente. L'atmosphère is très bien and la cuisine is très bien. If the food's so good, why aren't there any customers in here? The cuisine is not for all. Some people say don't appreciate life because I thought freaking Beakman was bad. And that man only said like one word in Italian. I thought everyone liked hot cuisine. Since I've lost Maggie, I do not have enough needs. So you're running this place on your own? Oui, for le moment. No one's answered my advertisement for me. Please don't eyeball me while you say that. I am the chef, little manager. I am also the trained aromatherapist.
A roaming what?
A practitioner in aromatherapy. The art of soothing the soul with the delicate floral aromas. Delicate, the smell coming from that bottle earlier was anything but. This guy's gonna be on the stand in the trial, I'd like to point out. I can already see it. So, could you tell me what you know about the incident? Bien, make me sad to remember it. Yes, I remember it well. More since as a month have passed, I sent it to pretend. Yeah, I guess it's been about a month since Maggie's sentence. So it was the 3rd of the last month, just after the once afternoon. The man who was here for the coffee suddenly became ill. Because of the poison in his coffee. This is the truth, at last I know it. It was Maggie who took a drink from him. He was in the kitchen. I heard the sound of someone collapsing. I'd like to point out, this guy doesn't have any pupils. When I came out to see what was it, I was already slumped in his chair.
He was dead. Says SpongeBob. Or Doodle Bob.
Maggie had passed out, but also... This man who died, was he alone? Oui, monsieur. All alone. I know that Maggie and there was someone else, but...
I see.
The police, they asked me many times. You said there was no one at the table, they asked. But I am not the only ones. The old man said the same thing. The old man? What old man? So who's this old man that you mentioned? At the time of the murder, there was another customer in here.
What? Someone else saw it?
My Louis, as usual, he came alone that day. At the time of the murder, he was a little saw too. But he said it's the same thing as that there was a little victim at table.
But Maggie swears there was 2 people.
Mademoiselle, the lawyer could not approve this one. About the lawyer? That was me, I suppose. Must be sure. He's the first person who said that it wasn't me.
Don't kid yourself, Nick. Now, who's the one making stuff up?
You know, when I asked should I continue or not, I should have did something else. Alright, buddy. What do you think about this? I'm not a lawyer myself, I do not wish to speak out of turn. But your defense in court the day was a little, how do you say, lacking perhaps. Even a Frenchman who cannot speak any English could have done a better job. You were very cool though, oui, so handsome.
Wow, I wonder just how bad the defense could have been.
Every time you opened your mouth, the old courthouse stirred. Oh man, that is something I don't want to imagine. Well, you know, whoever the fake me was must have been real terrible. Because they had to go up against Mr. Payne, you know? Now, had it been he'd gone up against Godot, then it would have been a different story. This guy's 39. Deceased. We found the sports paper in the magazine rack there. One of my customers must have left it behind.
Do you have any idea which customer it was?
This is the only idea I has, Mademoiselle. I saved from my kitchen. Okay, well, what do you think about Bird? Maggie was a policewoman once. Once dead, prepared. Yeah, but she had to quit for reasons beyond her control. Godot is cool. I do like Godot. Oui, oui. I think that's what that's. I think like the OE. I think it's supposed to be wee wee. She was suspected in a murder investigation, Don.
Oh, you know about that.
That is why I gave her the last perfume left for little happiness. Happiness perfume? We blended from Vermont. I like what I gave you before. And she's been arrested again, and found guilty this time. If this is true, his natural aroma of unhappiness must have been very strong. Just admit it, your perfume doesn't work. Even the surprise she was the prime suspect. But something like that took place before my very eyes.
Something like what?
What's this guy talking about? I don't understand half of what this dude's saying.
Does this mean Maggie did have a motive?
We've got to ask this guy for more information, stat. Alright. Armstrong. What's Maggie's motive? When Maggie took the coffee over to the victim, did anything happen? I suppose you could say so. So, what happened? None, it was nothing.
Look, Maggie said she didn't, or said she didn't even know the guy. But she's still been indicted for murder? The prosecution must have come up with some kind of motive.
It was true. If there was anything at all between Maggie and the victim, it could be relevant.
Please tell us anything you know.
Oh god, it gets worse. I have to offend people and I have to do a lock. Psyche locks.
No way. What are we going to do, Nick?
I'll just have to remove. What the?
What's wrong?
The Magatama. It's gone.
Huh?
I had it in my pocket, but it's vanished into thin air.
What?
Oh, please. Please be gone. Don't come back. Don't come back. Oh. But I can see the Psyche lock. Maybe that means the Magatama's nearby.
No!
Ah, Mr. Armstrong. Can I just confirm something with you again? The table where the victim was sitting. Is anyone else sitting there? That is a question if you'll ask him yourself.
Him?
Oh, God. The Psyche locks are just boring. It's like, it's not that they're hard. It's just like, they're boring. And they just stall the game a bit. The old man spends a lot of his time in Le Parc. Le Parc? Oh, a park. What park was it? What park's that? We had a little restaurant. It's called Vitamin Square.
Thank you.
Je vous en prie, midi.
Let's go check out this Vitamin Square right now, Nick.
Get me out. Get me out. What the heck? Well, I guess I understand why they call it Vitamin Square. January 6th, Vitamin Square.
So this is Vitamin Square.
Yeah, see where they get the name from now. The fruits scream, vitamins, at you.
Hey, Nick, that's the guy, right? Isn't that the old man Mr. Armstrong was talking about?
That grouchy-looking grandpa.
He's throwing seeds out to the pigeons.
My, he's not throwing seeds for them. He's throwing seeds at them. It only gets worse. Why does he have such dramatic music? Ah, my grumpiness threat level has just been raised to red. Did you get stung by a bee? Excuse me. Would you mind if I had a word with you?
Yes?
I just want to ask you a couple of questions.
What's the matter with you? Can't you see I'm busy? So you don't like my seeds, old pigeons?
He's really chucking those seeds at them. That's gotta hurt.
Go on, eat this.
Excuse me, sir. Can I ask you about Maggie Bird?
I don't know any Maggie Bird.
Yes, you do. Maggie, the waitress at Très Bien.
Ha! It's a disgrace, I tell you. Another disgrace.
A disgrace?
SpongeBob. An innocent young girl revealing herself like that.
Revealing? You mean her uniform?
The youth of today, they don't have any shame. No shame, I tell you, not 1 ounce. Whatever happened to the old Bushido values of Japan, like honor and modesty?
What about me? I'm not wearing anything revealing.
Your problem is you lack any sense of grace.
Talk about hitting a girl where it hurts.
SpongeBob.
Dude, it like jiggles when he pushes it. You got a Très Bien a lot.
Huh. That miserable excuse from a restaurant? That garbage they serve in there's not food. Where's the sushi, the tempura, the rice?
What's wrong with his eyebrow? Like, he's got like a lump. Très Bien is French restaurant, sir.
What do you think we are, boy? In Paris? I want real food, not those snooty snacks. And what about those nameless girls?
You mean the waitresses?
You can see all the way up there. There. Yes, the waitresses. They're practically naked. It's a disgrace, isn't it? Well, isn't it?
Listen, it's not my restaurant.
Ha! It's a miserable excuse for a restaurant. That place is miserable.
He certainly knows the place. He must be a regular. Yeah, I wonder why. And if he hates it so much, why does he keep going? Because he's looking up them skirts.
Are you a regular at the restaurant, sir? It's just if you dislike it so much, why would you keep going?
Sir?
There you are, you filthy pigeons. You want food? Ha ha, take this.
He must be hiding something, right?
If he is, I should be able to see a psyche lock or two. Oh, wait. I don't exactly have the Magatama right now, but...
Remember, Nick, that Magatama is only alone. You better find it or else.
if Pearls ever gets wind of this, I'm gonna be in a world of pain. Why is this music so dramatic?
Oh, there's a magazine here.
It's a magazine full of job listings.
You disgusting rogue. Picking up something else. Thrown away.
Throw it away. Did you throw this away? Are you looking for a job?
Ha! That's none of your business.
Alright, I guess I'll just take the magazine with me then.
I don't want it. Anyone else having it. Give it back.
Too bad. Now that you want it so bad, I don't want to give it up. Picked up from a bench in Vitamin Square. Thrown away by the old man.
Hey, that's mine.
What's this inconspicuous pigeon?
Hey, look, pigeons.
Yeah, and heaps of them too.
Did you know that pigeons are a symbol of peace?
That's a dove, not a pigeon.
Poor things. So they can't be symbols of peace and harmony just because they're gray, is that it?
You're overthinking this one just by a smidge, Maya. Dude, it's the Pokemon. It's Palisand, or Palisand.
I used to love sandboxes, like you wouldn't believe.
Really? You?
Sure, finding iron fillings in the sand with a magnet was my favorite thing to do.
Iron fillings? What? Wow, that's too exciting for words.
It was my ambition to collect every single shred of iron in the sandbox. I was such a kid back then.
So how did you manage to get all the iron?
No, never did. Think I came close, though. Come to think of it, I still have the iron fillings I found way back when. You want them?
No. So we have to find the Magatama. And we need the evidence, or we need to find evidence for Guy.
This place is so fruity.
That's not a bad thing. Besides, I love apples. They're among my favorites.
Then that apple slide is perfect for you.
Now, what is so perfect about it?
Oh, come on. Don't be a stick in the mud. Slide down it a few times. Go on. Woo!
No way. I'd get covered in sand if I slid down the slide. Anyone can see that.
Yeah, you're right. Otherwise, I'd give it a try, too.
Oh yes, the banana seesaw. Or whatever you would call this thing. We gotta scram. Not you. Not you. Let's see if Gumshoes is around. No, Gumshoes isn't around, so there's something I still need. I guess I'll show, I'll show this guy the magazine. The sports paper. Excuse me, sir, can I just ask you about this? Sir?
Here you go, boy. How does some pigeon feed sound to you?
This wasn't exactly what I was hoping to get out of this guy. What do you think about this? Stop throwing your seat at me. What do you think about Armstrong? Yeah, kind of the same. What do you think about her? What do you think about Godot? Godot's pretty cool, right? He doesn't agree. What do you think about Gumshoes? Okay. So we do have to go back to the, to Trey Bien. What about this? Mademoiselle.
Yes?
Are you looking for a job?
What? No, it was just...
Let me see. Your style is, pure different, but you've got a good face.
different.
Felicitations. You've passed, I'll allow you. Bien, come with me. I will teach you everything I know.
Nick! Help!
I don't know whether to laugh or feel bad for Maya. Maybe I should do both. Well, now that we finally got rid of her, let's get out of here. But I'm not seeing the Magatama anywhere on the ground. Maybe I have to have a gentleman's conversation with the old guy now. Hey, now that the women are gone, it's... Oh, here we go. January 6th, Detention Center. Visitor's room. Looks like they have Maggie in questioning. Guess they've asked her pretty much everything. I'll come back if there's anything else I need to ask her later.
Hey, pal.
January 6th, Police Station Criminals Affairs Department.
Well, pal, have you found the evidence yet? The one that's gonna find her innocent?
No, not yet. We've only just started our investigation.
Well, whatever you need to know, I've give you with the dirt on it. I'm putting all my other cases on for now. Pal.
She's really fired up about this.
Oh yeah, one more thing. The retrial's been approved. Court's sitting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. And Godot's gonna be the prosecutor.
Oh, him.
Now listen up, pal. If Maggie's found guilty again,
Yes.
I'll make sure you get locked up for good. Got it?
We get it, Gumshoes. You love her. So the guilty party was Maggie Bird, huh?
Yeah.
Back when she was on the police force. You were her mentor when she was a rookie, right?
Yeah, I kept a close eye on her. I mean, not too close, you know.
Gumshoes.
Hey, what's with the funny looks, pal? I was just her... It wasn't anything like... Look, sure, I was her boss when she was doing her training. But that was it. Nothing happened.
Gumshoes sure is sweating up a storm over there. Ah, so that's it. That big old Gumshoes has a little old crush on Maggie.
I don't like her or anything. I was...
Note to self. Gossip with Maya about this later.
Look, pal, don't tell anyone, okay? You've got to keep it a secret. Got it? Bro talk.
Sure. Would you mind not guessing what I'm thinking all the time?
Hey, tell your face, pal. Not me. You'd have to blind me to not see what's on your mind.
So, I was wondering, could you fill me in on the victim? Oh, it's not a bowl cut, he's just wearing a hat. His name is Glenn Elg. Is there a pun here I'm not getting?
Glenn Elg. He was a computer programmer.
I see, programmer.
He was just a regular Joe working for a small-time computer firm. Maggie never had any contact with the guy before that day. And all she did was take him his coffee on the day of the murder, pal.
Yeah, Maggie also claimed to have never seen the guy before. Did the victim go to the restaurant often?
Not according to the chief, or the chef. Said it was the first time he'd seen the guy.
The programmer. And a first-time customer at that. What possible reason could Maggie have to kill a guy like that?
That's what I thought. But a motive was still somehow established in her trial.
You're kidding. What was her supposed motive?
Sorry, pal. I'm real busy. I haven't gotten enough time to sift through these papers. Look into it yourself, okay?
What could this motive have been?
This isn't really a proper investigation. I'm kind of working on it by myself.
Ah, that's right.
The judge already ruled on the case, and all the evidence is in already. The only problem with it is Maggie's testimony.
Yeah, it doesn't sound very good for us.
Look, pal, I've got a mountain of papers on this case to look over before tomorrow, so I'm just gonna say it. Maggie Bird's no liar. She's... Okay, she's a bit out there, and a bit off base sometimes, but she was a good cop.
That's not exactly complimentary, you know? So what do you think really happened? And just how contradictory is her testimony?
The biggest problem with Maggie's testimony is the number of people on that table.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Maggie still insists there was another guy sitting with the victim. Imagine if it was a hologram.
You're right, but get this. Everyone else in the place says that guy was alone, even the chef. And there's that CD.
CD? Oh yeah, she did mention something about a CD.
And there was a sample CD on the table, sir.
But our guys turned that place upside down. There was no CD.
What?
Not on the table, not anywhere in the world restaurant, or in the whole restaurant, pal.
Didn't Maggie say the victim was wearing an earpiece too?
Yeah, but that was for the portable radio in front of the pocket of his hoodie.
A radio? Didn't have a CD player?
You got it. Your phony never explained that contradiction at all.
Come to think of it, the owner of Trapian didn't mention that CD either. I don't know why. I get the feeling Mr. Armstrong's got something to hide.
What's that? A sports paper?
Yeah, I found it in the magazine rack at Trapian.
It's dated the same day as the murder. You may be onto something here.
Yeah, I think that's mask to mask in the bottom left. And take a look at this. See this writing here?
McBomber, hey?
What is it?
I've heard that name somewhere before. Yeah, McBomber.
Wow, he actually seems to be thinking for once.
It's no good. I can't remember.
And he's gone back to being the gumshoes we all know and love.
Hey, pal. I'm gonna borrow this paper for a bit, okay? I want to get a handwriting analysis done on the scribble.
Handwriting, huh? It'd be good to know more about that. In any case...
Thanks, pal. I bet this will turn out to be an interesting clue.
Sports paper given to Detective Gumshoes. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, I think I still have stuff to do with Gumshoe. Oh, Gumshoes! What do you think about this? I didn't hit present. What do you think about this? What do you think of this?
Sorry, pal. All I can think about is Maggie at the moment. No, I didn't mean it like that. I meant...
You don't have to explain, really.
I wasn't at the trial myself, but I asked this one detective I know. Your defense was...
What did he say?
He started off by saying, I'm at a complete loss for words. But he must have found some quick because he went on about how bad you were for an hour.
What?
He said you sucked so much, it seemed like you were trying to get Maggie found guilty.
It looked like I was trying to get Maggie found guilty.
The chef at Trapian, huh? You know, what that chef said to me? Ooh la la, your body is full of toxins. And then he gave me this bottle.
What's in it?
I don't know. The label just says juniper. I'm under orders to put a few drops of it in my bath every day.
Under orders?
Yeah, you know, there's something about that lady. I mean, guy.
Huh? You can't stop thinking about him.
Not like that, pal. Give me a break. He's not my type. I mean, I can't stop thinking that he's involved with this case somehow.
Sounds like he knows a little something more than our charming chef. Or about our charming chef. So, what exactly has that caught your attention about the chef at Trapian?
It's, kinda hard to say. The guy's probably not even connected with the case anyways.
Hey, come on, detective. Didn't you say you'd give me the dirt on anything?
Well, the sort of stuff is kind of, unimportant, gossipy stuff, you know, pal? Look, how about this? You go to Trapian and investigate the place yourself. And if you find out anything suspicious about the guy, you report back to me, okay?
Ah. I don't suppose I get a choice in this, huh? Guess I'd better find out more about the chef and Trapian, then report back to Gumshoes. Don't look at me like that, Gumshoes. Trapian. January 6th, Trapian. The scent of flowers sure is strong. It's almost making me dizzy. Who the heck are you? Oh, hello. Oh, goodbye. Who was that just now? Customer? She had sort of a dark aura about her. Ah, welcome. Bienvenue. Ah, that was a cute voice. Oh, it's just you, Nick. Hey, Maya. Well, how do I look? Maybe you should quit being a spirit medium. Maybe, but it's kind of boring being a waitress. I mean, you're my first ever customer. And who is that woman I just saw? Oh, since you're here, you might as well have something to eat. I'm kind of hungry, actually. Yeah, let's get to eating. What's on the menu? So how do you like your new job, Maya? You never knew there was so much to do as a waitress. Take people's orders, bring them their food, make coffee, work at the register. Of course, we need a customer before I could do any of that. Yeah, it's a nice looking restaurant. It's a shame more people don't come. Don't forget about the ultra cute waitress. Check out my gimme a tip smile. Looks like your normal smile.
Hey Nick, why don't you order something? The chef's preparing a tasty lunch set at the moment. Or so he says.
How much is it?
It's the twin tea set, so it's $20 of course.
The twin tea set? I believe I'll be taking a pass on that. It's kind of expensive.
What? But you can't. Come on, Nick. It's not every day I get to be a waitress. I want to try carrying plates and working the cash register.
How about cleaning the toilets? That should keep you busy.
Yeah, right. Maybe later.
About the lunch.
Oh, a fine choice, sir.
No,
Kitchen, a lunch special, please. With all the extras, drink, side, salads, desserts, and gift.
I don't need any of that.
Just a moment, please, sir.
I was really getting into this. So how much is this set lunch then? $20, huh? With the drink, side, salad, and dessert, it's $45. Hey, wait a second, Maya.
Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Here you are, our deluxe
I read that as Fortnite lunch set. Oh.
A dish inspired by lobster and abalone fricassee with a balsamic vinaigrette. Bon appetit.
Ah, thanks.
Come on, Nick. Hurry up and try it already.
Lobster, huh? Alright, down the hatch it goes.
Well,
Are you hungry, Maya?
I'm starving.
Here, it's yours.
Really?
Remember, Maya, my wallet doesn't print money, so you'd better polish off that plate.
I just remembered. I've got to clean the toilets.
Hey, you can't be in that much of a hurry to clean the toilets. Trebian lunch special cost $20 despite how unbelievably bad it tastes. Are we gonna find out that the chef actually isn't good at cooking? How does that guy manage to make good food taste so bad?
Hey, Nick, you want to take a peek at the kitchen?
The kitchen, huh? Not a bad idea. And now, what was it that Maggie said again? In the kitchen, you'll get to see all the chef's greatest secrets.
In the kitchen? That sounds tasty.
Hey, wait up, Maya.
What is it? I'm pretty busy right now.
Weren't you going to show me around?
There goes my plan to find out some cool clues and show it off in your face.
I'd better conduct the search in the kitchen myself. Alright. To the kitchen! Away! These decorations are hazardous. January 6th, Trebian Kitchen.
And here it is, the famous Trebian Kitchen.
Dude, they got a bunch of those bottles down there.
It's my first time in here too, actually.
There's a weird atmosphere in here, that's for sure. Dude, the chef is selling fake perfume, like they're rocks, that have spiritual meanings.
Miss Armstrong will be back soon, so we'd better search. Quickly, chop chop!
My Magatama! Hold on a second.
Now I know I'm in a French restaurant. I've never heard of most of these seasonings. Hey Nick, this container has oyster sauce. What's that?
Isn't that used in Chinese food? Look, right there on the counter. My Magatama! What's it doing there? Odd indeed. On loan from Maya, recovered in the kitchen of Trebian. You know, I would have been happier had we not gotten it back. What's this? Looks like a treasure chest or something.
Wow, look at all these little bottles.
Oh, they're aromatherapy oils. He's got so many, they're overflowing onto the floor.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 98, 99, 100. They're all the same, too. Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
There's one bottle that's different from all the others.
Oh, what do you know? It doesn't have a label either.
And... sniff, sniff. It doesn't smell.
So what's that liquid inside then, I wonder?
Hey, Nick, we should borrow this. I mean, look how many bottles he's got. He won't miss one, will he?
Found in the kitchen. Shape is different from the other bottles. Contents unknown. It's poison. Alright, well anyways.
Now this is one large mirror.
Nah, not really.
I bet this is where he makes himself look pretty.
There's a book on the dresser. Clarice Armstrong's Bedtime Literature.
Not exactly Pulitzer Prize material, is it?
Looks like a collection of poems he's written.
Poems? Cool, read one out. And say it in your best French accent, with intensity, okay?
Okay, here's one. It's called Printemps. The two of them, like actors from the films, the coffee still undrunk. Sweet nothings over it too soon. On that Sunday morning's the foolish cocktail so delicious. Take the last sip of your tea, and I know what I will do. I must lie to you, I must. I've offended so many people, and I'm fine with that.
That's it?
Yep, that's a poem for you. If you are offended on this day, please leave a message after don't. What are these lace curtains for?
I don't know, but they give the place a real homey feel, don't they? Lace curtains. You know, if I was a cooking pot, I'd be perfectly happy to sit on a shelf under those.
Reminds me of creative writing, that poem. How do you respond to something like that? What are these knives?
Now I know I'm in a French restaurant. I've never seen
Okay, she's repeating the same thing. Oh, never mind. She added more to it. She said something about cheesecake.
That smells good. Something's bubbling away nicely in that pot. It must be the lobsters and abalone fricassee with the balsamic.
They're all made up words. Isn't that what I just ate for lunch?
Maybe. What you ate is the only French dish I know the name of.
Beep, 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 beep. Well, it's time to scram. Alright, Gumshoes, we got something. Oh, he's gone. January 6th, police station.
Oh, hey! You're just in time.
What is it, Detective Gumshoes?
Well, Lab just got back to me about the newspaper you gave me.
You must mean the sports paper with a memo scribbled on it. So, what does it say? Or what did they say? Did the analyst turn up anything?
They said that the doodle was written by the victim, Glenn Eld. No doubt about it.
I expected as much.
The victim took the paper with him to the restaurant on the day of the murder. That's our biggest interpretation of the facts at the moment. McBomber. I get the feeling I've heard that name somewhere before. Oh well, I guess it'll come back to me. Don't forget to report back to me whenever you find in the restaurant, okay, pal?
Since when did I start taking orders from Gumshoe? Although, I get the feeling there's something I need to show him. Yeah, you want the lunch special? What do you want to make of this? He did want the lunch special.
You got one of those aroma bottles too, huh?
Only this one doesn't smell.
Huh? I don't get you.
This was mixed up with all the other aromatherapy bottles, but it's not the same. It doesn't even look the same, wouldn't you agree?
A cologne bottle that doesn't smell, huh? Smells like a skunk to me, pal. Mind letting me borrow that for a while?
He just takes it, unscrews it, spritz it on himself.
I don't really feel any different. Blech.
Gumshoes?
Gumshoes?
Gumshoes!
I want to send it to the lab for analysis.
The victim was poisoned, so the contents of the bottle are pretty important. Small bottle given to Detective Gumshoes.
I had a hunch. There was something funny about that chef.
He suspects John. Is it Jean or Jean? Jean Armstrong?
I've got that guy's number. I know what his secret is.
That must be the same secret Gumshoes was talking about before.
I guess I'd better fill you in on the details. About this Armstrong guy's secret, I mean.
Well, fill me in on the secret. So what's Mr. Armstrong's secret?
You ever had lunch at Trabian, pal?
Yeah.
So how was it?
To put it nicely, it was inedible.
Hey, don't worry about being nice around me, pal. You and I both know the reason that place is so empty is because of the food. I mean, the place is clean, and he's got a girl like Maggie as a waitress, so...
Yeah, I guess it's probably the food.
The real scoop on the guy is he's up to his ears in debt.
Really? How much does he owe?
This is a copy of his loan contract. He's about $500,000 in the red.
Jesus. Yeah, he's not really French. He actually is Italian. $500,000. Are we talking dollars?
No, we're talking spaghetti. What do you think, moron? Yeah, if it was sterling, he'd be in real trouble.
Sorry, that figure just took me by surprise.
Yeah, this case is full of surprises, and I'd be willing to bet the chef's got something to do with most of them. That's my hunch.
Well, that's the thing, he's an Italian who can't cook. Which is why he's French. Gene's debt is $500,000. The owner of the loan and tenderly... About this.
Sorry, Nick. I'm a waitress now. I've got a pile of work waiting for me. Beanie.
It's for $500,000, pal. That's $500 million.
What was the, in there for? Is there really that much money tied up in this case?
I can't give you an answer on that, pal. I want the case file in front of me. But I'll tell you this. That Armstrong guy would have done anything for cash. He was desperate, you know.
No, I don't. I think I sort of get the picture. What do you make of this? Oh yeah, I can bring the Magatama to the old man now.
All I can think about is this Maggie at the moment.
We get it, Gumshoes. So, oh! What the heck is that? January 6th, Vitamin Square. Ah, the old guy's not here anymore. Right. I still have some unanswered questions for him. I wonder whose bike this is. Scooter, huh? Who would leave it right here in the middle of the park like this? The wheel guard and the lights are busted. I guess it must have been in an accident. It's totally wrecked. Oh my god, it's Satan. Hey, I think we found the imposter. So I assumed because there was a pink scooter, it was gonna be the chef, but it's Satan.
Hey, what do you think I was doing with my bike?
I know, I was just...
You've been messing with my new ride. Is that what you've been doing?
A new ride. It was like
You're gonna pay for this.
It wasn't me, I was just passing by.
He was the one that covered my saddle in cramp, huh? Who's gonna pay? Who's gonna catch my drift?
No, wait a second, I'm not a pigeon, so I couldn't have done it.
Wise guy, eh? I'm gonna beat you half until like you're smooching the express train.
Uh-oh.
You better watch your back, this ain't over. I'm gonna round up a group of lawyers and then you's gonna pay.
Actually, I'm a lawyer myself.
What'd you say? Phoenix Wright, you say you, Phoenix Wright?
Yeah, I am.
So you're a wise guy too, huh? Cause I'm Phoenix Wright, the one and only.
What?
You're out of my way, I got
Something.
a cruise.
I think he said. Yeah, he's gone. Sure that guy wasn't my phony, was he? He wasn't anything like me. Guess I better make a note of the scooter. Ridden by my phony. The wheel guard is all smashed up.
Pathetic.
Oh, it's you.
Few threats from a little brat like that. And you look like a pigeon that's got seeds in its eyes.
Have you been here the whole time, then?
I was in the strawberry. I had some thinking to do.
Well, like you had some cowering to do. You're a regular at the restaurant, sir. It's just, if you dislike it so much, why don't you keep going there? Sir?
There you are, you filthy pigeons. You want food? Ha, take this.
They had a colorblind strawberry on the screen for a second. I knew it. This old guy's got something to hide. What could it be? I don't suppose I really have anything against this guy, but we can throw the Magatom and just see what we get. Trabian regular. It's time you told me the truth. Why are you a regular at the restaurant that you dislike so much?
Isn't it obvious? People only have one reason to go to restaurants. To eat.
To eat? Is that the whole truth?
What do you mean?
I don't think you go to the restaurant for the food at all.
You insolent brat! How could you accuse me? What proof have you got?
I can tell. And not you nor anyone else in the world would go to that place for its food. The proof is in the pudding, or in this case, the lunch. Where a normal human might find this food disgusting and revolting, you find it magnificent, because you've got that old traditional taste bud.
That's the twin set.
The food at the Trabian is terrible and expensive.
You're wrong. It's cheap.
Huh?
I'm rich. I inherited money when I was a boy. Yes, I'm stinking rich. I haven't done a jot of work since I was born, other than feeding the pigeons.
What a load of crock.
A taste another story about the price. It's nothing to me.
So you're saying that you go there because you got money to burn?
Exactly. I have so much cash I go for a swim in my money vault every day.
But unfortunately, that's a lie.
What?
You don't have money to burn. You're flat broke, because you were looking for a job. This is yours, right?
My magazine.
Why would a rich retiree looking for a job?
I was... so what? So I was looking for a job. I'm buying a lot of it at the moment. I need spending money.
Ah.
I don't go to the restaurant for food. I just go for the
Javashino? Yeah, I think you mean a cappuccino. Anyways, how much does a cappuccino cost there?
$8.
Those better be some golden beans.
What's your problem? You think a poor man would be better off drinking dishwater, do you? Is that it?
I know. I wasn't thinking that. I was wondering if the coffee there is really that great.
No, it's not. But anyway, yes. Yes, that place has free newspapers to read every day.
Newspapers?
Exactly. They don't want me hanging around at home, so I go there.
I'm sorry, sir, but there are no free papers to read at Trabian. Take that! Take a look at this.
What is it?
It's a newspaper I found behind the magazine rack at Trabian.
So? What of it?
This was the only paper there, and it's dated more than 1 month ago.
What?
You see what I'm getting at here? That restaurant doesn't get newspapers. This is just one that a customer happened to leave behind. Tell me, why are you so determined to hide the truth?
I'm not hiding anything.
I'm gonna have to put this guy out of his misery. Listen, the real reason why you go so much to Trabian is... I don't think he'd be going there to help with the dead. I don't think he'd know about it. The magazine clipping, maybe? Question mark? 500,000. Why would I do the bike? That belonged to Satan, unless Satan stole the bike from the old guy or the thing. The real reason why you go so much to Trabian is Maggie Bird, because you want to peek up the skirt. You perverted, sick old man. I mean, he could go there because of the case, I guess, but... What are the odds you think he goes there for Armstrong?
Well, you see, I just, well...
it's... I'm gonna lose 3 health if I get this wrong. Mia just started working there. He hasn't even been there. He doesn't even know she's hired. I was right.
What are you asking me about that girl for?
She was the waitress at Trapian. Therefore, the answer to the mystery. The Hawaiian old man would drink expensive coffee at a terrible restaurant. Is the waitress.
But I don't recognize that face.
And you probably telling the truth, because you weren't looking at the girl's face, but at her outfit. That's the truth, isn't it? You became a regular at the restaurant because of the waitress's uniform. That uniform is all you can think about, isn't it?
I can't take it.
To you, that waitress was your...
Enough! Please! No more! Stop saying that word! Stop saying waitress! Stop it! Stop it!
We got you now, old man. Sir.
Yes, it's true. I was there for the young girl. Fine. So I'm a dirty, wicked, sinful old devil.
No, I didn't mean it like that.
I even got one of those lousy cups of Javashino every time for $8. All because of the serving girl. Punish me. Lock me up.
Really, that's not what I'm here for.
You'll be the same. Another 20 years and you'll understand what it's like. You'll know how painful it is to be an old man like me. Little body doesn't get up anymore, if you know what I mean.
No, really, listen, sir.
Stop calling me that. I have a name, you know, boy. So show some respect, I'm Victor Kudo.
Sorry, Mr. Kudo.
You young ones think you know it all, don't you? Well, I'm not saying another word. I won't tell you anything more.
This guy was in the restaurant at the time of the incident, which means I have to hear his testimony one way or another. I don't believe this. I even broke his psyche locks and everything. I guess I'll have to try to get him when he's in a better mood. Okay. Mr. Old Man, I'm gonna make a deal with you. I will go talk to Maggie for you. We will get a picture. In exchange, you give me what I want. How does that sound? Alright, good answer. Back to Trabian. Alright, well, I guess I don't go anywhere, so I guess I do gotta deal with him. What if I show him the Maggie? Excuse me, sir, could you ask me about this?
Here you go, boy. How does some pigeon feed sound?
Man is 68 years old. There are 2 oranges and a banana right next to each other. Pigeons are busy pecking at the seeds, they don't notice anything. Seeing those birds eat with such intense focus reminds me of Maya when she sat scarfing down a burger. Hamburger. Excuse me, can I just...
Here you go, boy.
Did I go back to Gumshoe? Did I make it back that far? I don't think I did. No, he doesn't have anything. What do you think about this? Well, I was thinking maybe he would have gotten the poison stuff done. That's why I went back. My, what do you know about this bite? Not this. Sorry, Nick. That's not the time. Beep, 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 beep. What's up, old man? I'm an attorney. What do you think about this? He doesn't care. Quit throwing your seed at me. Want some lunch? So I can't do anything with this guy till he's in a better mood. So that means whatever I gotta do is elsewhere, I think. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, here we go.
Oh, it's the old man. Is he still feeding the pigeons?
Yeah, he fed me as well. I got a bunch of those seeds in my eyes.
Oh, ouch.
Hey, Maya, would you mind coming with me for a while? Oh. So I wasn't wrong in the idea of getting Maggie, but we're getting Maya instead.
Me, why?
There's something I really want to ask that old man.
Sure, okay, I'll just get changed.
No, hang on. Keep the skirt on. Can you go like that?
I guess.
Sir.
You again? Well, I see.
Nick, his eyes are burning into me.
It's okay. I think it's gonna be pretty well.
Ha!
Huh?
You're still just a little child. Run along and play on the slide, alright?
Play on the slide?
Ah, we were so close. Just a little more and you would have slipped and you would have spilled. Oh, Maya's gonna turn into Mia. That's what's gonna happen?
Pigeons, macaw.
How can we crack this guy?
Excuse me, please, sir.
Quiet, can't you see I'm feeding the pig?
Mia.
Well,
If you don't mind, sir, I'd really love to talk with you.
yes. Of course, certainly, I'm Victor Kudo.
Even from beyond the grave. Wow. Look at his nose. He looks like the big-nosed monkey.
About the incident.
You mean the man who died after drinking the Javashino?
Yeah, it's like he's a different person.
It was quite a shock, even for me. He was a strange-looking boy. The girl took the Javashino over to him, you see?
And when was the customer alone?
Definitely. He was the only person at the table. Then he took one sip of the Javashino
And
and he said something like, and then collapsed dead.
oh, how terrifying.
You're so good at listening, aren't you? I'll tell you anything, whatever you want to know, hee hee.
He certainly seems to be telling the truth now. Well, it looks like Mr. Kudo didn't see this old man either, or this other man either. So we could have just completely skipped the psyche locks if we could have just brought Mia here and been like, hey, tell me what's up. You'd be like, okay.
Do you like the food at Très Bien?
Well, of course, I'm really quite a sophisticated man. I was a young businessman once too, you know. I set up a casino in London.
Really? How interesting.
Eating the food at that restaurant really takes me back to my days in France.
What a lovely story.
London's in England, not France.
Oh yes, France is wonderful. I'd love to show you around the city sometime. It's too much. I can't take it. I want France.
Ha ha ha. I can't believe Mia's laughing at the guy.
You visit Très Bien a lot, don't you?
Of course, I mean, yes. I'd like to come and see you there. Hee hee hee.
Really? Oh, you flatter me so. The owner would be delighted to welcome you, I'm sure.
Be careful of that chef, my dear.
The chef? You mean Mr. Armstrong?
That's right. The man's an ex-con.
Hey, he's an ex-con. Of course he's in the mafia. Well, he's a criminal.
Whatever did you meet, or did Mr. Armstrong do?
Oh, no, those eyes. I can't take this.
Mia's really got this guy eating out of her hand.
He steals things from customers.
Ah, yes, I know, because he stole my Magatama. From his customers.
Gloves, handkerchiefs, little things, mainly. He's a pilferer, so you be careful around him, my dear.
Are you sure about this?
Of course. He was arrested for it once. It was there when it happened, having my Giamachino.
He really is a regular.
Let me write you a little haiku about it.
A haiku?
A Japanese poem. It'll explain all you need to know about the chef.
Victor's note added to the court record. Convicted before a wicked man or a woman, repeat offender, Victor Kudo. Interesting.
If he takes anything again, you let me know. If it's not too expensive, I'll buy you a replacement.
Guy, you can do enough for me.
Okay, Phoenix. That's about as much as I can do to help.
Thanks, Mia. Now don't come back, ever again. I got some really important information, thanks to you.
Honestly, I can't believe Maya called me for something like this.
And may you never return, even though you will. If she shows up in the Apollo Justice games when those come out, I'm going to be thoroughly upset. January 6th, Très bien.
I guess it's about time to wrap up today's investigation.
Had enough of being a waitress?
Yeah, plus, no one came to the restaurant.
Oh la la, mademoiselle, man, none. How can we leave like this?
I'm sorry.
That reminds me. Mr. Armstrong had a Psyche Locker 3, didn't he? I'm gonna have to break those. Mr. Armstrong, I hope you won't mind, but I'd like to have another word with you. Volunteers, of course. Let me check Gumshoes first. Okay. So I might have what I need to break Armstrong's Psyche Locks. But first, let's present some stuff. How about this? What the heck? Was that even English? Was that even a word? No comprehend.
Nick, don't just make stuff up.
That's pretty much what I'm doing. How do you think he would react if I showed his loan contract?
Take that!
Look how scared he looks. Maggie's motive. What is happening? I don't feel this is horrible feeling. I have to know the truth. What happened that day? It's a lose. I will confess everything, just don't hurt me. Huh? Well, that's a new world record. I wanted a lottery ticket. A lottery ticket? The man who died is a lottery ticket. For $500 million. $500,000? Oui. But after this incident, the ticket... It disappeared. The ticket disappeared. As a result of the prosecution gave to Maggie. They said that she poisons the man to get the vet. I don't remember. I'm like struggling to repeat the voice I gave him. But I have $1 million lottery ticket. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? This was lose. You've been trying to hide the information about the lottery ticket from me. And I want to know the reason why. None, master. You told me, but I've confessed to you of everything I know. Mr. Armstrong, $500,000 lottery ticket. I think I know who took it. I think the winning ticket was stolen by this person.
Take that!
Mr. Armstrong, I believe there's a very high probability that it was you. Wow. That is one piercing scream. Even for a man like him. Mais pourquoi moi? Why was it no evidence? I am not Master Ma- We do not talk about that man. I am not Master Mask. I am the kind of person who steals the property of theirs. Sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Armstrong, but I have evidence of the contrary. I present to you proof that you have stolen from others in the past. It is easy, poem. Oh, monsieur, you know me so well, I adore poems. Please read it, and put some feelings into it. Convicted before, a wicked man or woman repeat offender. I'm sorry to have to bring it up, Mr. Armstrong, but you have been arrested for stealing from your customers before, haven't you? Mon Dieu! Lesbian, yours is a liar. You deny it. The make false accusations is a play it. So do you have any proof? I want to see incontestable proof that I have stolen from others. From one of my customers. It seems old habits die hard, Mr. Armstrong. What is that? This is my Magatama. And I found it in your kitchen. None! Ah, that scream just about broke with some windows.
Oui, oui. I have a weakness for the little trinkets and the figurines. My hand just slips and I cannot stop it.
You've stolen handkerchiefs, gloves, and other things from your customers, right?
Oui, it's not truth. I am just a little timid little girl inside, monsieur, a timid little girl. Besides, this time it was nothing but a small trinket to me. It was $500. My son, why would I steal it? I have no need for such money.
Really now?
Oui, monsieur. What is it?
Isn't it true that you're in some pretty serious trouble? And that you are in desperate need of a large amount of cash because of your loan contract? This restaurant is deep in the red, isn't it? You have a loan to the tune of $500,000. That lottery ticket would have wiped out your debts. Well, Mr. Armstrong, what do you have to say for yourself now? Alright, buddy. Mr. Armstrong, you said that you, the victim, had a winning lottery ticket for $500,000. How'd you know he had something like that in the first place?
The man was listening to us over radio with his earpiece.
Maggie said something about that too. He was looking at the power levels.
The winning numbers was announced on the news, I think. All of a sudden they exploded. Yes, $500,000, he shouted.
Oh, he won the Powerball. And the ticket?
Oh, he had all the tickets spread out on the table. I was so desperately in need of money, so I
put the poison in his coffee.
None, you naughty man. I simply upped myself to one of his tickets.
What?
The victim collapsed and Maggie passed out. I thought to myself, pourquoi pas to many of them?
Yeah, but only one of them was the winning ticket, right?
How could you do that, Mr. Armstrong? Maggie was arrested because of you.
None. This is not true. He did not take the ticket for $500,000, I mean.
But you just told us you did. You said you took a ticket.
My son, my filly, it is not.
That's enough.
Huh? What? Mr. Godot! God.
What the heck are you doing here?
This is, without a doubt, the worst coffee I've ever tasted, Mr. Armstrong.
He came in here for the coffee. Has his cravings for coffee no bounds?
Perhaps Mr. Armstrong stole one of the victim's tickets on the day in question.
I am there, not just a pretty little girl who everyone is laughing at.
But in that case, Maggie shouldn't be the only one under suspicion.
He had the wrong ticket.
What?
Mr. Armstrong made off with the winning ticket's pretty neighbor.
So, the ticket he took was worthless.
Not quite. He did win something. $1.
You see, I have just a pretty face. Without my looks, I have nothing.
So, what happened to the winning ticket then? The one he meant to steal?
Indeed. What did happen to it? I don't like spoiling myself by watching trailers, so we'll just wait and see how the movie turns out tomorrow, won't we?
Murmur me.
Voila, you too. Time to laugh at the pretty little airhead.
Looks like I won't be needing this note anymore. Victor's note thrown into the trash. Looks like we've got a new mystery now. Namely, where did the winning ticket go?
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Well, anyway, we can't let Maggie suffer any longer for this. And certainly not again. To be continued. Bop, bop, bop. Who's ready for a trial? I'll probably do this trial. January 7th, 9:48 a.m. It's January 7th, 9:48 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 1.
Oh, I see. I guess I should have expected this. Nobody saw the other guy, huh? But he was there when I took the coffee over, sir. Scout's honor.
Maggie.
Oh, Maggie.
Ah, Detective Gumshoes.
Are you doing alright? How are you feeling?
As if you need to ask either question, sir.
Don't let them get you down, Maggie. And don't forget to eat well, okay?
Roger.
And you.
Yeah?
You'd better square this case away, got it, pal? Maggie's innocent, you hear? If you screw up, then I'll be doing some squaring away myself. Squaring away some paperwork for your arrest.
I think he's serious.
Hey, Detective. You're on our side for once, right?
Yep.
So you'll be able to help Maggie out, right? Really? Can you, sir?
Of course. I've got the situation under control. I'm gonna be the first witness on the stand today. If something I say doesn't mesh with the facts, make sure you point it out, alright?
Sure.
Okay, we're forming a united front today, pal. You get me?
Can I have my poison back?
I can't tell you how grateful I am, sir. I've always admired you so much, Detective. I know I can count on you. Looks like it should go all pretty smoothly today, huh?
I can only wish. Murmur me. January 7th, 10 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 4. Murmur me. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Bitter. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? What's wrong? Nothing. It's just, whenever I addressed you in the previous trial, your response was, "You was talking to me?" It was a little, well, intimidating. No, that wasn't me. That was a phony Phoenix. Bold. I can reckon. I see. So our trusty Phoenix Wright is back with us now, is he? Trusty. So, Mr. Godot, your opening statement, please. Mr. Trite, whether you're a fake or the real deal, we'll find out soon enough through this trial today. I can already tell you, I'm the real Phoenix Wright. I wasn't questioning whether you are Phoenix or not. I was questioning whether you had studied law or not. That's what I intend to find out. There's no denying it. Behind that mask is a man who really hates me for some reason or another. As everyone is aware, the court has already given its verdict on this case once. Therefore, I won't stand for irrelevant testimonies during this retrial. Nor will I stand for a simple repetition of the evidence presented in the last trial. I'm not planning on repeating anything that phony me said, trust me. Now then, Mr. Godot, please summon your first witness. Me. Let's start with the formalities, shall we? Name and occupation. Witness, state your name for the court.
Huh? Oh, sorry, pal. The name's Police Department. Detective, occupation, Dick Gumshoes.
Other way around, detective.
Huh? Oh, sorry. Anyways, I'm the officer in charge of this case since yesterday, sir.
Since yesterday?
Yeah, the guy who was on the initial investigation tied up with another case now.
I hope Gumshoe's really got everything under control. For everyone's sake.
I see. So, detective, would you outline the basic facts of the case?
Yes, sir. The victim's name was Glenn Oak. He was a professional programmer. He was on the payroll of Blue Screens Inc., a local company. This is the victim's autopsy report.
The court accepts this into evidence. Died of potassium cyanide poisoning. Time of death was between 1:30 and 2:30. He died of potassium.
And here are the floor plans to the restaurant.
Me.
When the incident took place, the victim was sitting right here. The poisoned coffee was brought over to him by the waitress.
The waitress being the accused. Yeah, he did. He literally died of banana bread. Minus the bread.
Yeah. The victim died from poisoning almost immediately after he took a sip of the coffee. At the time of the incident, there were 2 other people in the restaurant. Mr. Gene Armstrong, the owner and chef, and a regular by the name of Mr. Victor Gudo.
It still seemed to be a very straightforward case to me. Trape had floor plans. Blueprints of the crime scene. X equals victim C. They had to specify that. Me. Come, detective, take up this hammer.
and nail the defendant's coffin shut with your own 2 hands.
Now then, Detective Gumshoes, let's have your testimony.
Yes, sir.
The incident.
When the incident took place, the victim was alone at the table, sir. We understand that the guy, Glenn Elg, was listening to the radio at the time. Traces of poison were found in his coffee cup. And what we found was potassium cyanide. That stuff really packs a punch. And, it looks like Miss Bird might have had, well, some kind of motive.
Using the dark aromatic depth of coffee to conceal the poison. Classy lady. The facts of this case seem to be ironclad. Mr. Wright, I would ask to begin your cross-examination, but... Yes? Please, no intimidation tricks this time around. Is that understood? I already told you, that wasn't me. Me. Alright.
Hold it!
Can I stop you for just a minute?
Huh? What is it? Did I say something that contradicts the evidence?
He's so desperate for that to be true, he's practically crying. The testimony just now doesn't match the testimony given by Miss Bird. She claims that there was another man at the victim's table.
Yeah, that's what she said.
The killer wouldn't say that when faced with a homicide conviction. Hey, sadly your testimony isn't supported by the owner or the other customers. Isn't that right, Detective Gumshoe?
Yeah, it's true. There's 2 testimonies tie up on that. They both said there was no other guy at the table.
What should I do? Should I press on this point a little harder?
Well, they might have been intimidated of him, because, you know, I'd be intimidated too if Satan walked into the restaurant and just sat down. You know? Because, like, the old guy, like, ran at the first sight of Satan.
Oh, maybe the other witnesses just missed him. Perhaps their view of the victim's table was obscured in some way. Ah, that argument is weak as a coffee at Très Bien trite. I have here in my possession a ticket. A ticket? Looks more like a photo to me. Yes, a one-way ticket to Guiltyville. Population the defendant. This is a photograph taken from near the entrance to the kitchen. This is the scene as witnessed by the chef. Moments after the poisoning took place, correct? I think the court will agree that with such a clear view of the scene of the crime... How, Mr. Trite, could anyone have overlooked a second person on the table? It certainly seems to show the victim's table extremely clearly. Photo of the scene taken from the near kitchen.
Hold it!
He was listening to his radio, you say?
Yeah, he had a portable radio in his chest pocket.
Maggie told us that too, didn't she? Something about how one of them had some sort of earpiece?
What should I do? Should I press on this point? We're pressing. Never pull out. And what was it that the victim was listening to on the radio, Detective Gumshoe?
Huh? How should I know?
Thanks a lot. We're now one step closer to the middle of nowhere. This isn't going very well, is it?
Detective, could you perhaps tell us about the poison and how it was used?
Yeah, Satan just wanted some coffee before work.
So traces of the poison were found in the coffee cup and nowhere else.
Not sure I get you, pal.
Was the poison a liquid? Or was it a solid? Maybe a gas? Oh, if you want to get real wacky, maybe it was a plasma. Or was it powder?
If I had to put it in layman's terms, I'd say it was a powdery substance.
So the poison could have been in anything that was on the table. Sugar, salt, pepper. Ah. You put salt and pepper in your coffee, Trite.
The victim took his coffee black, with no sugar.
It seems that the poison could have only been in the coffee. What should I do? Should I press on this point a little harder? Are you absolutely certain that the victim even drank any of his coffee?
Huh? What do you mean?
According to this file, the poison was found in the victim's coffee cup. But what proof is there that the victim even drank any of it?
Oh, hey, you're right. That's what I was thinking.
Me. In any case, you were wondering that last objection was for the detective there.
Huh? For me?
Oh, hey, you're right. You may be fooling the court, but I'm not falling for it. If you have the time to waste, you have the time to present that piece of evidence.
That piece, sir.
Yes, that piece.
What piece was it again?
This!
Catch this, idiot. Should I be grateful this coffee's only hot enough to give me first-degree burns?
Oh, now I remember. This is the, victim's coffee cup.
Yes, the victim's cup. Take a good look at the rim. Oh, yes, it's unmistakably. There's clearly a coffee stain on it. Conclusive proof that the victim did drink the poisoned coffee that was in this cup. The victim gulped down the bitter death that the waitress brought to him like this!
I love this guy. This guy's so funny.
For the record, the only prints on the cup were the victims and the defendants.
Coffee cup added, covered in the victim's and Maggie's fingerprints.
Upon further investigation of this cup, we found a certain chemical substance.
Hold it!
Potassium cyanide. I've heard of that chemical before. Exactly how strong is this poison, Detective Gumshoe?
Well, that stuff's lethal. Eat too much, and your history.
How much is too much?
Lethal dose is 0.2 grams. That's about enough to finish anyone off.
0.2 grams? How much is that?
You know when you swab your ears for earwax? Yeah, about that much.
Earwax, huh? Sounds like something Gumshoe's got an abundance of.
How much earwax do you get?
Such a small quantity of poison could have been concealed anywhere.
And, it looks like Miss Bird might have had done it.
Some kind of motive.
Yeah, but if you ask me, it's been blown way out of proportion.
You know what my golden rule is, Detective. Sure, got a bad cup of coffee, you can always get another.
Huh? I don't get it.
I'm saying, we can always get another witness on the stand if we have to chuck you out. So stick to the facts, Detective. Now then, what was Miss Bird's motive?
Come on, Gumshoe.
They said she wanted to steal a lottery ticket.
I knew it. That's what we heard yesterday, too.
It disappeared from the scene of the crime.
And it wasn't just any lottery ticket. It was the winning ticket for $500,000.
Mr. Armstrong knew about the ticket too, didn't he? But he stole the wrong one.
And is it possible Maggie stole the winning one? What should I do? Should I press on this point a little harder? Never pull out. Wait a minute. The mere fact that the lottery ticket disappeared in no way implicates in my client. I have here in my hand the very ticket in question. That's $500,000 ticket. Wait, can I have that? I mean, I'm just asking for a friend, you know. A little judge, a little action, you know.
One of the female police officers found it when she was conducting a search of the defendant.
What?
Order! She's quite a lucky bird, our little waitress. You will submit that ticket as evidence to the court immediately, and leave that in my pocket.
I better keep an eye on that ticket. The way the judge's voice is quivering. This judge is about to be like, I'm not going to have to work another day in my life.
This ticket was presented to the court in the previous trial, too. But it feels heavier now. Somehow. $500,000, you say? It's just a scrap of paper. What matters is where it was found, Your Honor. And that's on Maggie's person, unfortunately. That's enough. The fact of the case seems overwhelmingly clear to me. The defendant had ample opportunity to commit the crime, of which she is charged. Furthermore, it seems beyond reasonable doubt that she did indeed commit the crime. Like an old man who knows the score. There's also a matter of the $500,000 lottery ticket. That alone provides a very credible motive. I mean, for that sum of money, even I might be tempted to bend the rules. I don't mind an old man who is weak to the siren of the call of money.
Not good, Nick. The evidence against Maggie is starting to pile up fast.
Yeah, that's because the court has ruled guilty once already. I'd say it's about time to wrap up this repeat performance with one final decisive piece of evidence.
He's got more evidence against Maggie?
This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time.
Wow, that's not the cleanest apron I've ever seen.
That looks like it can't be blood, can it? It seems the stars of our play is a little flustered. Somehow spilled coffee on herself.
The coffee? That's not exactly the first thing that caught my eye.
Of course, the coffee stain isn't the most interesting thing about this apron. No, there's something else that stands out even more. Something else? I presume you mean... Of course, I'm referring to the pocket.
The pocket?
A search carried out right after the incident uncovered this. Potassium cyanide, the very poison used by the killer, was in her apron pocket.
A bottle of poison in Maggie's pocket?
Yeah, and Maggie's prints were the only ones on it.
What?
Order! The court will accept these items into evidence.
Worn by Maggie at the time of the incident. Has a small pocket, but big stains. Potassium cyanide. Added to the court. Deadly powdery poison. Bears Maggie fingerprints. Found in her apron. I feel like a lot of these, feel very repetitive.
There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain.
Wait, is he blind? You don't need to be told just to look at it.
Well, detective, could the stain really be blood?
No way, sir. It's just ketchup, sir.
Ketchup?
She must have gotten some on her apron while taking someone their breakfast that day.
You could have spoken up a little sooner, Detective Gumshoes. Pull a stunt like that and get it off you drink 17 cups of ketchup, witness.
I thought everyone knew that it was already.
I haven't seen anything yet to make me doubt the last ruling I made on this case. The motive, the opportunity, and the supporting evidence. They all have been clearly established. Well, Wright, it seems you are really a phony after all.
You really know how to drive a man nuts.
Witness, please continue with your testimony. Describe for us the crime scene, and the findings in your investigation there.
The investigation.
The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. by a kind of scary old man, sir. Poor Maggie had passed out from the shock. It must have been real tough for her. The victim didn't have any identification on him, but we figured out who he was pretty quick, and then the investigation went smoothly. When Maggie was searched, we found the lottery ticket and bottle of poison. And that was it. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene.
Weenie.
You identified the victim and secured your prime suspect. Very good.
Me.
Last chance to convince the court you're a real lawyer, Wright. Don't count on any more cross-examinations after this one, so let the fun begin.
Ooh, the sky be rumbling, I tell you what.
So is this gonna be a short trial, maybe, question mark? Hold me!
Scary old man, Detective Gumshoe.
There's an old man who's a regular at the restaurant where the incident happened.
Ah, we're obviously talking about the same old man.
Officers were dispatched right after the report came in, but the old guy still made a fuss. What took you so long? Then he hurled abuse at them, and seeds.
Seeds. It was nothing it was nothing. I caught each one with my teeth.
I guess not even the mighty Godot can avoid being attacked by that guy.
The old man was the only customer in the place at the time. It took his time finding a payphone apparently, so he was late reporting the crime. Doomed myself? What do you mean? I'm doing fine. How long was the defendant unconscious for?
The officers got to the crime scene around 2:40. Maggie was still out cold in the kitchen at the time. It took another 10 minutes or so before she came to. I would have liked to have been on the scene myself.
I bet you would have liked to have carried out the search, too.
I would have loved to see Maggie asleep like that, all pretty and peaceful.
You're a professional, Detective Gumshoe, not a professional bird watcher. Save the romantics for your own time, detectives. All we need to know about is the investigation.
Oops, I guess I'm pretty red right now, aren't I?
Hold it!
He didn't have any. Are you saying that it was stolen then?
No, I don't think so. The victim didn't have a driver's license or even a credit card on him, pal. All he had was 58 cents in his wallet.
58 cents?
Yeah, I can't believe I found someone with less in their wallet than me, pal.
The victim sounds like he was a thoroughly miserable young man. Or some kind of outlaw. Why not give him a bit of an edge? I think I'm onto something here. Well, I think I'm onto something. Oh yeah, he's poor. Wait a second.
Huh? Did I say something dumb again?
Let me paraphrase what you just testified to. The victim didn't have any form of ID on him. That's basically what you said, yes?
Yes, basically.
In that case, how were you able to identify him, the victim?
Oh, that.
He's so let down. He's got the whole sagging shoulders and puppy eyes things going.
There was a prescription bag on the table, along with the lottery ticket.
It seems Mr. Glenn Elg visited his doctor before he went to the Trespienne.
We got the victim's name from the medical reports of the doc who prescribed the meds.
That's a reliable enough source for the court. What should I do? Should I leave him this alone? So what sort of medicine was in the bag? Oh god, if we're getting into medicine, I can only imagine what's going to be happening here soon.
Well, actually, the bag we found was empty.
Huh?
Yeah, completely empty.
It was completely empty. The victim got this from the doctor before going to Trespienne. The bag is empty. You're entering an empty paper bag as evidence? Desperate as you've tried. Now, what happened with the investigation after that detective?
Hold it!
Well, the defendant had been passed out for a while, correct? In that case, isn't it possible someone planted the evidence in Maggie's pocket?
Hey, yeah, you've nailed it, pal.
Hmm.
It happened to me all the time. We had a department party the other day, and when I got home, I was wearing the boss's shoes.
Keep up this crazy testimony, detective, and those shoes wouldn't up down your throat.
Sorry.
So try, someone planted the evidence in Maggie's pocket. That's a pretty bold statement. Care to back it up with some evidence?
Well, I'd love to if I had any.
It appears you have no evidence to support your theory, Mr. Wright. Continue with your testimony.
Hold it!
So the $500,000 lottery ticket and the bottle of poison were accounted for.
Yep.
Interesting. It's true that those two items are accounted for, but wasn't there another lottery ticket that was stolen that day?
Oh, yeah. The one the restaurant owner took. He won a whole dollar with it. What a lucky guy, huh?
And they're just going to let him get away with it. It was just $1, detective.
I guess no one cares when it's a little, except for Gumshoe.
If I don't find a hole in his testimony, the judge is going to hand down his verdict.
Gumshoe isn't giving us anything to work with, and we can't find any contradictions if he doesn't give us something.
Yeah, that's true. But Maggie and Gumshoes are like Dumb and Dumber. My only hope is that they were so dumb they missed something obvious.
Come on, Gumshoe, be the dumbest you've ever been.
Let's call this out real quick.
Weedy.
Oh. Oh wait, no man, this is the one I wanted. Oh, okay. So I can't ask about the other thing. What was the thing they said something specific on?
Objection!
So what do we have? The victim got this from the doctor before going to Trabienne. The bag is empty. Potassium cyanide, a deadly powdery poison, bears Maggie's fingerprints found in her apron pocket. I forgot the dialogue that he said something about. Hold it! I already did this one.
I was wearing the boss's shoes.
It's getting rumbly. There was something he, like, said something specific about. I don't remember which one it was.
Gumshoes just wants to watch people sleep, god dang it.
I think I'm on, like, a goose chase now. I feel like what I saw isn't real. That's basically what you said. Yes, basically. In that case, how are you able to identify him so quickly? Oh, that. He was so let down, he let the whole shoulders... There was a prescription bag. It's so the visited the doctor before he went to Trabienne. We got the victim's name from the medical records of the report of meds. It's a reliable enough source. I know the statement contradicts the evidence. Alright, well, that was it. I give it a shot. You know, it said there's no form of identification on him, but then he immediately says there's an identification on him. But there's not a bag in this picture. Hold on a second. No? I guess it doesn't directly acknowledge the bag. There's nothing... There's nothing else missing from the crime. Maybe that'd put the picture here. No. But the picture doesn't have the bag! God dang it! I did so good with the last case. And now this one I'm stumped. I've got time, Gumshoes. You need to give me a lead. I don't know. When Maggie was searched, we found the lottery ticket and the bottle of poison. Let me just start from the beginning. The crime was reported at 2:25 by a kind of scary old man. Poor Maggie had passed out from shock. It must have been real tough for her. The victim didn't have any identification on him. But we figured out who he was pretty quickly, and then the investigation went smoothly. When Maggie was searched, we found the lottery ticket. And that was it. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene. But in this picture, the bag is not there. But apparently that's not it. Spoodum. Did I call out the bag here? I think I did. Hold it! $500,000 lottery ticket of the bottle of poison were accounted for. Yeah. Interesting. It's true that the two items were accounted for, but there wasn't there another lottery ticket that was missing. Oh yeah, that one had $1. What a lucky person. And they were going along with it. It was just $1, detective. I guess no one cares for the little guy. If I don't hold this testimony, the judge is going to hand down his good. I did so good in the last one, now I'm stumped. The victim didn't have any identification on him. Gumshoes, you're not really helping me. You need to give me more of a lead.
Sorry, pal. I'm doing the best I can. You can't just, like, assume a lot out of me.
It's gonna be something so specific. It's either gonna be something so specific or something so obvious. The victim didn't have any identification, yada 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 yada. Why am I so stumped? Why is this so hard? It must have been real tough for her. Did I? What did they say here? How long was the defendant unconscious for? The officer got to the crime scene around 2:40. Maggie was still out cold in the kitchen at the time. It took another 10 minutes or so before she came to. I would have liked to have been at the scene. So he says a time there. He said what? She was asleep at like 2:40? I already forgot the time. Autopsy says 1:30 to 2:30. But I don't think the autopsy report would defend her there. Gumshoes, do you not hear the skies? They're rumbling. I need you to help me for God's sake. Oh, wait, no. I want the evidence back up. Am I just this dense? Am I just that dumb? What am I missing? What is so obvious that is here? The crime was reported at 2:25. I don't think that matters. 2:25. That was 5 minutes before the dude was dead, I guess. So what, did no one just like... Did no one assume he was dead? Or were they just like, oh, whatever? Did I do the bag for this? I could have sworn I did the bag for the 6th statement, but I could be wrong. Because I'm missing 3 health. I remember using the bag on the other thing. Because nothing else is missing from the scene of the crime. And in this picture, there is something missing in the scene of the crime. Did I not do that earlier? Like, what the heck? Detective Gumshoes, I think I should point something out to you. There's just one small contradiction in your testimony.
Aha! Oh, wrong voice. Oh, I'm getting all anxious, just waiting, so hurry up, will ya?
You testified that nothing else was missing from the crime scene. However, the prescription bag you mentioned earlier was empty. Did the officers recover the medicine from the scene of the crime later?
No, they didn't.
The victim was given a prescription right before the going to Trapienne. Where, then, did the medicine disappear to?
You are too cool, pal.
Oh my god, you finally figured it out. I mean, you presented that bag like twice, apparently. So I don't know why it didn't work the 2 times you did it. Due consideration wasn't given to the victim's prescription in the previous trial. Witness, why do you always overlook such vital pieces of evidence?
I guess that's the most careless thing I've done so far, huh?
The victim was killed by poison, and the victim's medicine mysteriously disappeared. The victim's own prescription could have been the lethal poison itself.
Order! Well, Mr. Godot, what have you to say to that? That's all. What? Read for the court the name of the clinic and the prescription bag, if you will.
What's the clinic's name got to do with anything? New Year Clinic. Otolaryngological. Just what kind of illness was the victim suffering from, Mr. Godot?
Hardly an illness, Your Honor. More like a bitter war wound, you could say. A war wound? The day before the incident, Mr. Elg found himself in a fight. He took a blow to the side of the head and ruptured his eardrum.
He ruptured his eardrum?
Then what on earth was the prescription he was given? It was a cream. It was a cream that was applied typically inside your ear canal, not to be ingested.
What?
It's mentioned in the autopsy report if you read the fine print. They found traces of the medication in the victim's left ear.
Yes, here it is, in very, very fine print.
It seems Mr. L correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Trapienne. Therefore, it would be absurd to believe that he would have eaten his medication.
It seems that his medication is irrelevant to the case after all. No. Nick, if you don't think of something quick, it'll be over. She's right. When I can't get away with an old weak objective, what should I do? Me. I gotta get this trial over with. We're on the clock. Only moments ago, Mr. Godot made the following statement. It seems Mr. Elg correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Trapienne. If that's the case, then why was the medication not found at the scene of the crime?
But the medication in question was for topical use inside the ear canal.
That doesn't change the fact that it could be found at the crime scene. However, insignificant it may seem, it's a lawyer's duty to pursue the truth.
You know as well as I do that the medication is irrelevant. It hardly seems like that a prescription drug would contain potassium cyanide.
It hardly seems likely that the coffee the waitress served would contain it either. But it did. The possibility is undeniable.
That's enough. Mr. Godot, is the detective the only witness the prosecution wishes to call? Mr. Godot? I've got my own witness I'd like to call, sir. It's the old man who was there in the restaurant on the day of the murder.
Victor Kudo, the pigeon hater. Very well. The matter of disappearing medication seems to be a little more trivial at best. However, it wasn't explored at all in the previous trial, and that is something that bothers me.
Yay, good job, Nick.
Now, we couldn't have gotten a short trial, you know? The court will adjourn for a 10-minute recess, after which we will hear the prosecution's next witness. I suppose this means I'll just have to finish you off in my last 6 cups. Court is adjourned for recess. God, I don't know how long the old guy is gonna be here. January 7th, 11:03 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 1.
Whew, that was a close.
Tell me about it. I nearly died in there.
That's my line, sir. No, it's my line. I think I really did die a little bit. Looks like we all nearly died in there. I can't believe Detective Gumshoe. How could he betray us like that? Huh? He said he'd help me, but he totally set me up.
I don't think he meant to do that, Maggie. He was backed in a corner. I mean, the guy's gotta do his job, right?
It's okay. I know all about lies and betrayal. I've had them my whole life. But it really hurts this time. It felt like someone punched me hard in the stomach. I hate that guy. I don't ever want to see him again.
Oh, gumshoes.
So the next witness is going to be the old guy from the park, right?
Yeah, Mr. Kudo. Lover, waitress outfit, and projectile seeds.
I bet he's going to be really stubborn. I mean, he's pretty set in his ways, you know. Yeah, he's a bit old grouch. Are you going to be able to handle him, Nick?
Yeah, I can take whatever he throws at me. Even those never-ending bird seeds. January 7th, 11:15, District Court Defendant, Courtroom Number 4. Bye. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Maggie Bird. Mr. Godot, your next witness, please. The prosecution calls the lucky old-timer who caught the show over a cup of coffee. Will the witness please take the stand? Name and occupation, and if you don't mind.
Name is Victor Kudo. Born and bred in the land of the rising sun. Honor and duty are what make me. Mind you, I can be quite emotional at times.
We don't need to hear about that, Mr. Kudo. Just tell the court your occupation.
My occupation?
Listen, youngins. How much call do y'all think there is for kimono embroidery here?
Kimono embroidery?
That's what I do. Or did back in Japan. I embroidered family crest on kimonos. My ancestors were embroidering kimonos before this country even existed.
Wow, real craftsmen. They're a dying breed. Hey, maybe he can embroider my costume sometime.
Anyways, like I said, there's not much demand for that kind of thing here. So I had to take a job working the cash register at a burger joint pretending to smile.
That burger joint would have been better off putting him in the kitchen. Now then, witness. Were you in the restaurant at the time of the incident?
Oh yes, I was eating some seeds over a cup of Javachino.
Seeds?
What do you think these are,
I see. So you saw everything that happened, Gramps.
Did I? Oh yes, I did. I saw it all.
It's Buggy the Clown now that I think about it. And tell the court we're all ears.
Sure. I'll tell you every last detail.
He's really getting into this. What I witnessed.
Your mom. The young man was reading the sports paper. The serving girl brought him a Javachino, where she put something in it. The man took one sip of it, looked like he was in terrible pain, and then collapsed. That's the serving girl, right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well.
Okay, I got a question for you, sir. What color was her hair?
Mr.
Kudo, she's not a serving girl. Please refer to her as a waitress.
You're as bad as the rest of them. All these newfangled words, what's wrong with old-fashioned ones?
Newfangled?
All this talk of radios and glasses, it's wireless and spectacles, I tell you.
Excuse me?
Listen to me, everyone. Don't forget the old values. Don't let the good old days slip away.
Well, I think it's time to begin the cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. what I witnessed. Hold it! So you saw the victim, you saw Mr. Glenelg.
I wanted to know if Guts and Brawn retired his championship or not.
So he was looking at the sports paper the victim was reading, huh? And the location in question... There are partitions between the tables on the same side of the restaurant, right?
So what if there are?
If you say that you could see the victim, that means you were sitting at a table on the other side of the restaurant, correct?
Gah! I got the place to drink Chavachino. I don't gotta sit. I don't remember which side I was sitting on.
You mean you got there to hide the waitress?
The serving girl brought him a Chavachino.
Mr. Kudo, that is very grave accusation. Are you sure what you saw?
Mr. Kudo never makes mistakes. I do every T and I dot every T and cross every I.
I see.
My eyesight's fine. The doctor said I only need spectacles for reading and driving.
I bet his eyes are only really fine when he's scoping out a waitress.
And I saw what that serving girl put in the Chavachino as well.
I bet he knows what's coming up and something tells me I'm not gonna like it. I'm pressing harder. Your Honor, we need more classification on what was put into the victim's coffee. I'd like to ask that the witness added what he's to the testimony. I agree. Witness, will you enlighten us, please?
Sure. Okay.
And she really put that into the coffee.
You taught me, boy. She took some out of the small brown bottle and sprinkled it in.
Couldn't she have been adding sugar?
Sugar? In a small brown bottle like that?
Like that. Witness, could you please describe the bottle in more concrete terms? Bottle like this, perhaps.
Oh, there it is. That's the one.
That's the bottle of potassium cyanide, I presume. So what did the accused put in the coffee? I think it's clear, don't you?
Ooh. The man took one sip and died.
He took just one sip?
You youngins, you waste everything. Those Chavachino cost $8. In the good old days, we would have drank every last drop, eaten the cup, and then died.
Congratulations. You've earned the title of the baddiest man to grace the courtroom. So it was an immediate death. Well, with potassium cyanide, I suppose that is possible.
Oh, yes, he slumped over without so much as a twitch.
Hey, that's where I am.
I felt the Chavachino. I just turned sour into my stomach.
Oh yeah, I know that feeling. And the waitress, I presume she is...
That girl right there.
You said I remember her well, in reference to the waitress. Does she have any particular features that you can identify her by? What was the color of her hair?
Particularly features. It's a disgrace. That's what it is.
Sorry.
You can see all the way up her, you know. She's practically naked in that uniform.
So the particular feature you recognize about the waitress is
her outfit?
And anyway, anyone could wear just a uniform, even me. Mr. Wright, please spare the court any further mental anguish from that image.
Don't get all excited, Nick. You've got to keep yourself together.
I guess I got a bit carried away.
Guess there are other things I recognize about it too.
He seems pretty sure of himself. What should I do? Never pull out. Sure, you saw a waitress take the coffee over to the victim. But what matters is whether that waitress was Maggie Bird. Quite right. Mr. Kudo, these other features that you recognize about the defendant, I would ask you to add them to your testimony.
Sure. There was a ribbon in her hair, and her apron straps were loose.
You do seem to remember several details about her appearance. But what about the most crucial detail of all, her face?
As if I wouldn't remember that.
The witness noticed the straps on the accused's apron. He's unlikely to make a mistake about her face.
That's right. I can even tell you the color of the ribbon in her hair. It was red.
Yeah, kind of orange, but, you know, we'll let that slide. So you see, there's nothing wrong with the witness's eyesight. There's no doubt he remembers the waitress pretty well. What should I do? I had a feeling there's something more to this. Let's ask about the back. The identifying features. Oh, is it that bandaged girl? The identifying features you described are all things you would see from the back.
So what?
Is it possible that you never saw the waitress from the front? He's got you there, Gramps. People normally talk about facial features when they're asked to describe someone. But this witness's testimony is nothing but straps and ribbons.
This is harassment, I tell you. I'm not obsessed with straps or ribbons. I'm just telling you what I saw.
Mr. Kudo, the court requests that you add this detail about the identifying features you observed from the front, that is, to your testimony.
Sure.
This old man's testimony is getting longer and longer.
And if I can't find a hole in it, then it'll get even longer, I bet. There wasn't anything that caught my interest about her when I saw her from the front, but the front's like nasty. You didn't notice anything to be distinct, but you did clearly see the witness's face, right?
Yeah, no question about it. I didn't come this far to back down now. Victor Kudo never backs down.
He knows the motto, never pull out.
That's not the answer I was looking for, but okay. This has turned into a matter of pride for old Seedy now, I guess. I wonder if he really did see Maggie's face or not.
Like I thought, we need some concrete proof. Proof that the old guy didn't see the waitress clearly from the front.
You think old Seedy really saw Maggie?
Well, he probably has his eyes on the waitress the whole time. That's why he was there.
But he was there for the cute outfits, right? Not the waitress.
I guess. Yeah, she makes a good point, though.
Hey, did I just say something clever?
I wonder if the waitress Mr. Kudo really was Maggie. Or if Mr. Kudo saw was Maggie.
That's what we have to figure out, Nick.
Sorry, buddy. There was something interesting. That's the stain on the front. Mr. Kudo, I'd like you to please take a look at this.
That filthy thing you would suit filth like you just perfectly. Actually, it reminds me of what my grandson looks like, just after he's done eating.
Have you ever seen this before?
Of course I haven't. Do you think I'd forget something as dirty as that? Well, you half-witted clot. Oh, what? What is it? Ever since I said you half-witted clot, there's been an eerie silence in here.
Mr. Kudo, this apron is the apron worn by the defendant on the day of the poisoning. And as you just said yourself, you wouldn't forget something like this. Which means, if you had really seen this apron before. Yes, you know what I'm getting at. You couldn't have possibly seen the waitress from the front.
Oops.
Witness, you can't just oops your way out of this. Well, looks like we finally have a genuine trial on our hands. Time to take the big sip, if you know what I mean. Listen, Wright, here are the facts. On the day of the incident, there was only one waitress in the restaurant. That being the defendant, Miss Baggy Bird. Exactly. And when that one waitress put the poison into the coffee, the old guy was watching. I hope you understand the gravity of the situation, Mr. Kudo. The fate of the defendant may rest on what you say, remember seeing. Just tell the court exactly what you saw, Gramps.
You can rely on me, Captain. My noggin's in perfect working order. I can't remember a single occasion when I forgot what burger a customer wanted.
He can't remember. Probably more like he's so messed up and that so many times he's blocking it out.
Very well. Let's test just how good your memory and attention is, Mr. Kudo. Tell us what you remember about the victim. Don't let him testify again. I don't want to keep going. About the victim.
He was another one of those pesky young types wearing a...
What?
He was another one of those pesky young types, wearing a broken pair of spectacles. He had a newspaper in his right hand, and the noisy brat kept rustling its pages. The young man was listening to the wireless. I remember that well. Then the serving girl in question brought over the Javachino. The little fidget picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip.
The testimony we have just heard was to test how credible the witness's memory is. It seems to me that he remembered the victim in great detail.
Ah, yes. I hate those young... You know the types who are vague about everything?
How are we going to handle this, Nick?
We only need to do one thing. We just need to prove that the old man's memory is shot.
Just trip him up, you mean? Isn't that kind of cruel?
I suppose. But it's what we gotta do. It's what I do best. About the victim.
Hold it!
Spectacles?
Dark glasses to you. One of those lenses was green, but the other one was broken. Newfangled rubbish. That's why I remember him so well. He had a scouter.
He did have some kind of lens over his eye. But I wouldn't have called it a pair of glasses. He seemed to have been wearing some rather modern-looking shades. Maybe I should get me some of those. Might look good with my stylishly bald head. Perhaps I should take to wearing some and rival Mr. Godot's sharp appearance.
We better come up with something sharp and quick.
I shall have to wait and see if I should challenge him about the spectacles. He had a newspaper in his right hand. The newspaper was a sports paper, was it?
That young hooligan. I nearly asked him, can't you even read without fidgeting? Him. How was I supposed to be able to read the back page while he was wrestling, or while the wrestling was going? I needed to find out if Gustin Braun retained his championship title.
It was his paper, not yours. If you wanted to know so bad, why don't you buy your own?
What are you looking at me for? How dare you judge me?
Ow! Ow!
Gustin Braun got beaten yesterday, by the way, anyway.
Yeah, we heard that. The young man was listening to the wireless. The wireless?
The descendant young, or the decadent young rascal. In my day, it was one or the other. Read the paper or listen to the wireless.
God, it sounds like school all over again.
You can't read and listen to music at the same time.
Oh boy.
And using an earpiece, it's selfish. That's what it is. I was straining my ears, but I couldn't catch any of it.
Was he that desperate to listen to the radio?
What are you looking at me for? How dare you feel sorry for me? Ow! Ow!
And the serving girl in question brought over the Javachino. Did they say they needed TP? You mean the waitress who you only saw from behind?
You're one of those, are you? You never let anything go, isn't that right?
Maybe.
What does it matter if I saw her from the front or from behind? My eyes don't lie. Ow! Ow!
I better not push it until I've got some hard evidence.
Hold it!
His free hand?
Yes?
Which hand was that?
Weren't you listening before, cloth ears? I said he was rustling the newspaper with his right hand, didn't I? If his free hand was... if his hand... Ow! Ah!
Perhaps the great Mr. Tried has 3 hands. Yeesh! I was only asking, not to gang up on me and treat me like a freak. The whole point of this cross-examination is to establish one thing. That this old guy's memory has more holes than a slice of Swiss.
Guess we just need to find a contradiction in his testimony somewhere, huh?
Anything would do. Even the smallest detail. We just need one mistake and he's ours. Well, it'd be the last thing, because that's what they put the most things on. Or that's what he was like pointing out. He was pointing that in the cup. Mr. Kudo, do you remember what you were told at the start of this testimony? That this was a way of testing the credibility of your memory.
I know. There's nothing wrong with my memory, I tell you nothing. If I've got anything wrong, I'll eat these seeds and sing to the pigeons.
Care to tell us where this is going, Trite? According to Mr. Kudo, the victim was holding the paper in his right hand, while drinking coffee with his free hand, which would make it his left.
Ah, what is this, kindergarten?
But I would like the court to please take a look at this. And that's the cup that the victim used, correct? Oh, if he was... I didn't even bother to look at the cup. I just picked the cup because that's what they were talking about. Yeah, he would have drank it from the right, because the handle's on the right side. Yes, and on the rim you'll notice the mark left by the victim's lips. Yes, there's a stain left by the coffee. If you consider where that stain is, you'll clearly see that the victim was holding the cup in his right hand.
Yeah, but how?
Well, Mr. Kudo, the court is waiting for your epic performance. You said you'd eat those seeds and sing the pigeon song.
Ah!
Is he wearing leggings? Mr. Kudo, I'm afraid this is simply not acceptable. I think the
Wait! If you think I'm going to stand here and listen to you tell me I'm mad, you're wrong. I don't care about that dirty coffee cup, I know what I saw.
You still insist on your testimony?
That young brat was holding the cup in his left hand. Oh yes, no question, I am a good law-abiding citizen, I am. It's that dead young hot pot and you spiky-haired yahoo, who are you at fault.
Who, me? Thank you, old man. We've heard quite enough from you already.
Don't call me old man, old man. Been around for 68 years, I have. You can't ignore me. Listen to what I've got to say.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but... Sure, why not hear a little more? No, get him out of here. Mr. Godot. But this is my 16th cup of coffee, so this is your final stand.
Thank you, Captain. You can rely on Victor.
Well, he's eating the seeds, but he's not singing. Left hand or right hand?
The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of the specs. He kept fiddling with it all the time. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup, too. And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup in his left hand.
We know that the victim was wearing an unusual monocle over his left eye. It wasn't a monocle, Your Honor. It was a small computer monitor often used by programmers. A monitor? You mean like a television screen? The inside of the lens is a screen that displays computer data. It's called an HMD. It's a common tool in the victim's line of work.
HDTV, DVD, CD, all these newfangled letters drive me mad. But they don't matter. I know what I saw, and I'm telling the truth.
It's true, he doesn't seem to be lying.
And those are the facts, in good old black and white.
Alright, what do we got? The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens. So the victim was wearing an HMD.
HDTV, CD, DVD, what does it matter?
It was none of them actually, but anyway. And you're sure that he was wearing that earpiece on the same side?
No question. I could only see that side of his head from where I was sitting.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious if you look at the floor plans. From the opposite table, he'd only have a view of the side of the victim's head.
He kept fiddling with it all the time. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup, too.
Oh, wait, he's not continuing. It's stupid.
Hold it!
It seems you kept an eye on Mr. Glenn Elg.
He was getting on my nerves, rustling that newspaper and fiddling with the earpiece all the time. And then when he went all mad, or he went and made a fuss that fuss dying from one sip of Javachino, I wanted to say to him, calm down, you young brat. Just looking at him made me suddenly speed up my seed eating. I could have choked.
I take it the victim was a walking ball of nervous energy.
He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup, too. And then...
Oh wait, this is new. This one.
Hold it!
The earpiece you mentioned. Which hand did the victim touch it with?
You're one of those people, aren't you? You're the type that uses your left hand to get things out of your right pocket.
Oh my god.
Or fastens your left cuff with your right hand. And when the tour guide says on your right side, you'll see the famous blah blah. You're the one who'll deliberately look left, well, aren't you?
No, I didn't mean...
Obviously, he used the hand on the same side of his body that the earpiece was in.
I mean... You can, like, touch stuff with your ear with your left hand and it's not that weird. Or, you can touch your left ear with your right hand and it's not that weird. So if he had the HMD on his left side, then it was his left hand, I guess. What if I just call his bluff and just throw out the guy? Oh wait, his picture does look a little goofy. Well, cause like, it's because of the scouter. I thought it was like an actual like Dragon Ball Z scouter and it covered his ear.
Hold it!
You seem very sure of yourself, Mr. Kudo.
That's because I know what I saw, no matter what tricks you try to play on me.
It looks like you really did see the guy picking up the cup with his left hand. This is a dead end.
Well, Nick, what do you think?
I think this guy's telling the truth. But even so, something's not quite right about it.
And chuck evidence at him until he breaks.
But if he's not lying, there wouldn't be any contradictions in his testimony, right? Bet, watch this. What do you think about this guy? Oh wait, I should probably pick something. Yeah, let's just do it on the earpiece one. Your earpiece is dumb. Okay. I'm not sure what the relevance of this is, but... Mr. Kudo, there's something very strange about your observation of the victim. Please enlighten me, because I just guessed.
What?
You say he was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the HMD.
No question. You can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear without a doubt. I could only see that side of his head from where I was sitting.
I don't think so.
What did you say?
Yeah, you're no doubt unaware of this fact, Mr. Kudo. But the victim couldn't hear with his left ear. His eardrum was ruptured. Oh. I didn't even think of that. I would have never thought of that. Traces of medication for his condition were found in his ear canal. That's right. It's impossible that the victim was wearing this earpiece in his left ear because he couldn't even hear in that. He couldn't even hear in that ear.
Is that true, Captain?
It is.
Pigeon, pretty pigeon.
Order! This witness's testimony is completely unreliable. He only saw the waitress from behind. And he claims the victim was wearing the earpiece when we know his eardrum was ruptured. Well, Mr. Godot?
A single drop of milk is all it takes to destroy the pure black magic in the cup. This old man is my drop of milk.
Captain, are you calling me a drip? You telling me I've got that drip?
This is the victim's coffee cup in which the potassium cyanide was found. The mark of the rim clearly shows that the victim picked it up with his right hand.
I'll never back down. I know I'm right. The lad drank his Javachino with his left hand.
Let me put it out to your misery. Clearly the victim used both hands. Took a sip with the cup held in his right hand, and then switched to his left. That's what the old man saw.
I can't agree. Impossible. The witness has already testified on numerous occasions that the victim died immediately after taking just one sip of the coffee.
Which hand the victim used to pick up his coffee is irrelevant, Your Honor. The facts still stand. With one hand or the other, Mr. L drank the poisoned coffee. Like this!
Sadly, Mr. Koda, that doesn't wash. The point of this testimony was to establish whether the witness's memory is credible. And the results are clear. The testimony given by this witness is useless.
I believe it is time to conclude today's proceedings. Please no one say anything. I am satisfied that the witness is not deceiving the court. But to be frank, his testimony is a farce.
Did you have to be so frank? Take that, you pompous old Fuji. Fuji.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, you can't reach me from up here. I'm higher than you. You're down there like a little loser. I'm ordering the defense and prosecution to investigate this case further. That is all for now. This court is adjourned. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Wait! If we stop now, where does that leave me?
Leave you, Mr. Kudo.
Thanks to that blue-suited young upstart over there, I'm just a bumbling old man who can't even dot his T's or cross his I's now.
It's your bad memory my fault.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but there's nothing I can do.
I've kept my mouth shut until now. But there's something else the court should know.
What?
There's more? To be perfectly honest, it might not be anything, but I want another chance. I want another crack at you young shark.
Me? He's looking at me like I'm some sort of evil shogun.
Well, everyone, what do you say to one final testimony, the final chapter of this eccentric old man's scrapbook?
Sorry, Gramps. I've already had my 17th cup of coffee.
What have you got to lose, Captain? I'll give you all the Javachino you want if you come to my house after the trial. I may be 68 years old, but Victor Kudo is still a man.
That's enough, witness. Or, wrong guy. That's enough, witness. I believe it would be quicker for the court to just hear your testimony.
You bet. Much quicker.
I can't believe this is happening.
Ha ha ha. You better get ready, youngster.
I get the picture.
Just quit throwing seeds at me, would you?
He's gotta be using some sort of infinite ammo code with that box of seeds. Oh god, the final showdown with old Buggy the Clown over here. He kind of, well, maybe not. I was gonna say, because Buggy has like a square head. When he has his head up, it looked like he had a square head. Oh, let me get a drink first.
Water, Sandy! Old Man McGee. First of all, I want to stress that this might be nothing, but I'm sure, or I'm not too sure of myself. The young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took one sip of his Javachino. Well, the clumsy idiot upset the vase. He knocked it right over. It broke, and the strip of cloth covering the table got completely soaked. Well, how about that? Turn things upside down, hmm?
Is that all?
Yes, that's all. I remember it perfectly. Now you're doubting me again. You're doubting a poor, defenseless old man.
No, we're not doubting you, Mr. Kudo.
Don't you get the feeling there's a question hanging on everyone's lips, Nick?
Yeah. So what? Probably. That's all I can think of. And I have to cross-examine this guy?
You're a bird brain. That's why it's all you can think of.
Did the table even have a stripe on it? Very well, Mr. Wright. Your final cross-examination, please. There's not even a stripe on the table. And the vase is still there. He didn't knock it over. Hold on a second, guy. I think I don't even need to question you. Take a look at this forehead. Mr. Kudo, this is a photograph of the crime scene.
So what?
Look carefully at the table. I'm just finishing this first trial. The vase is still there, intact.
Huh?
Lost your tongue, Granddad.
No. I'm no granddad of yours, hopscotch. Ow! Ah!
Enough! If you throw any more steel... Ah! What is it now?
I just remembered something.
Yes, go on.
The broken vase.
It was on my table.
Huh?
Well, you see, he startled me when the young lad collapsed. So I stood up. That must have been when it fell over. The vase on my table, I mean.
The vase on your table.
Yes, it was on my table. And that's how my groin came to be completely soaked.
Brother, this guy stinks!
Thank you, Mr. Kudo. You've certainly earned your kudos for today.
I'd like to ask a question now. Have I been any use at all?
Perhaps that's something that you should reflect on yourself, Mr. Kudo.
Wait a minute. If that's the case, there's more. I've got more to say. Oh yes, I remember something else.
Bailiff, escort the witness out of the courtroom.
Oh, wait, listen to me.
Goodbye. Thank God. Well, we seem to have been considerably sidetracked. And I am still not in a position to deliver a verdict. The defendant has not been positively identified as the waitress in question. Additionally, there are two disparities in the testimony we heard thus far. The mark on the coffee cup, that the victim supposedly drank from with his left hand. And that earpiece, which was inserted into his left ear out of which he couldn't hear.
Wow, Nick, you did it.
I therefore require both the defense and the prosecution to further investigate the facts. Yes, Your Honor. There's one more thing before I call today's session to an end.
One more thing, Your Honor.
The witness we just heard from. He is most insistent that his testimony should be of use, so he summarized it accordingly into the statement.
Okay.
You may each have a copy of it if you wish. Whatever. The prosecution doesn't need props like that.
You're not really mad, huh?
Yeah, I would be too. Very well. Here you are then, Mr. Wright. There are 3 copies, my own, yours, and Mr. Godot's.
Yes, Your Honor. Victor's testimony added. When the incident occurred, I broke the vase at my seat. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. This isn't a piece of testimony, more like a 5-year-old apology.
What the heck are we supposed to do with 3 copies?
That is all. This court is adjourned.
Freedom! No point in stalling.
January 7th, 12:52 p.m., Wright & Co. law offices.
So how do you think the trial went this morning?
How do you think it went?
You got a bit crazy in there. I just wonder if that killed our chances.
Yeah, I guess it did get out of hand. Mr. Kudo's testament did nothing to help us. Oh, that's right.
Clown nose McGee.
Plus, now we don't even know the identity of the waitress who laced the coffee.
All we know is that old Mr. Kudo saw the apron straps and the ribbon.
And that victim was wearing an earpiece when his eardrum was ruptured.
Talk about a terrifying case of contradictionitis.
Time to play doctor and find ourselves a cure then.
Yeah! We've got to find one for Maggie, or she's gonna have a terminal case of guilty.
I'm a doctor. I'm a lawyer, not a doctor. Hey, what do we do, Maya? Well, I'm officially at a loss to where to start.
Yeah, me too. Let's try some brainstorming. You go first.
I guess we should try to put Mr. Kudo's testimony to some sort of use.
Yeah, that's true.
And we need to figure out the identity of the waitress and who the victim really was. Somehow, I think the key to this case has got to be a très bien.
Well, then let's go back and check it out again. Oh, and we should drop in on Maggie and see how she's doing too.
No.
So, anything on your mind?
Actually, there is something. I was wondering about Zenuff, like what he's like and stuff.
Oh, Satan? We met him. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that guy.
I gotta beat you so hard it'll feel like it was smooching the express train. Phoenix Wright. You saying you Phoenix Wright? Cause I'm Phoenix Wright, the one and only.
Actually, I've learned a little something about my doppelganger.
Huh, you did? What'd you find out?
Yeah, it's Satan. Oh yeah, Maya was working at the restaurant when I ran into Don Fonione. Let's just say he was such a terrible version of me that I wanted to sue for defamation. What's that guy's story anyways? What did he have to gain by impersonating me?
Well, Phoenix, I didn't know you were so jacked. Is he in here yet? No. I guess we have to have a legitimate conversation with him.
Well, let's go check on,
Maggie. Oh, Maggie Bird. January 7th, Attention Center, Visitors Room.
I guess Maggie's still in questioning.
But we've got some questions to ask her, too. Maggie.
Keep it down, Maya. This isn't a playground, you know? God.
Oh, I forgot about the pink badger. January 7th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs. Looks like Gumshoe's not here.
Never mind that. What's going on? It feels different in here somehow.
You think?
Yeah, everyone seems to be on edge.
What are you doing? Call in the officers for the briefing quick. Can't you shut down the station server? Chief, quit playing on the internet.
Well, my email pen pal. Lead as a princess.
Save it for later. It's turning it off now.
No, it's a princess.
Everyone's keeping busy in here, huh?
Keeping busy, more like panicking. If you ask me, something's going on. Something big.
Dom and Gaunt's back.
Unfortunately, I don't think Dom and Gaunt's real, as much as I would like him to be. January 7th, Très Bien. Empty as usual.
And it's lunchtime, too.
That's it. Come on.
Hey, that sounds like... Yeah.
Now just call an 8, pal. Come on, I know you can.
He's getting really worked up about something.
No, that's the wrong number. Looks like an 8 would have only netted me $5 anyways. What a ripoff.
Oh, is he scratching tickets? What's the problem, Detective Gumshoe?
Huh? Oh, it's you. I was just listening to the radio, pal.
To the radio?
Hey, Detective Gumshoe's having lunch here. And he's not sharing.
Yes, and he's having the twin tea set.
This stuff kind of sucks, you know. What can I say? I'm poor. This is a nightmare. How am I supposed to look Maggie in the eyes now, pal?
You really drove her into a corner, you know.
You always blow apart my testimony. Why of all days didn't you do it today?
Sorry, there just weren't any holes in it. For once.
Yeah, what happened? Usually your testimonies are like Swiss cheese.
Swiss cheese.
Would you have preferred crumbly like aged Parmesan? Parmesan? Anyways, this case has already been ruled on. And there shouldn't be any holes left to find.
So, did Maggie say anything to you? About me, I mean.
Alright, Gumshoes, we get it. You gotta calm down first. Let us get her out of jail, and then you can do this.
Well, how'd she put it again? I can't believe that Gumshoes. I hate him, sir. I mean, I don't even want to see him again.
Oh, you didn't have to tell him that. I forgot about that. Something like that.
What? What?
Oh, he vanished to the Shadow Realm.
Please, Detective Gumshoes, I didn't mean it.
Why is this happening?
He's banging his head against the wall, Nick. Wait, can I see this? Oh, man, poor Gumshoes.
Why? Why does it have to be me? Why is it always the nice guys?
Yeah, he pulled a Von Karma. Gumshoes, are you alright?
No!
So, did you like the twin tea set?
I've never paid that much money for lunch before. I was so nervous my hands were shaking.
So how did it taste?
Well, for $20, I guess. I don't know how to describe it, really. It was delicate.
Delicate?
You mean you liked it? It didn't taste bad to you?
Well, now that you mention it, I think I might have terminal, food poisoning.
What's the matter with him?
Looks like he's thinking.
That's it. I've been trying to think of the right words to describe the taste, and I just realized it's bad. That's it. It tasted bad.
Oh, God.
It's just kind of hard to admit it to yourself when you pay $20 for it, you know?
Maybe he should have found out about the price after he had finished eating.
Hey, Nick, maybe that's why Glenn Elg came here. Maybe he heard about the super fierce twin tea set.
If by fierce you mean fearsome. Speaking of Glenn Elg, that reminds me. We still hardly know anything about the guy. He was a part of Frieza's army.
Why don't we ask Detective Gumshoes what he knows, seeing as he's here?
He was here looking for the Dragon Balls for Frieza, so Frieza could wish to grow 2 inches taller. Glenn Elg.
So, what were you excited about earlier?
Huh?
That's right. You said you were listening to the radio or something.
Oh, that was nothing. I wasn't excited. Excitement? Me? No, never. Gumshoe's never excited. Can't tell you where that came from.
Come on, Detective Gumshoes, you can tell little old me what you were listening to.
Nothing. Really, it was just the, daily exercise show.
Oh, Gumshoes, what did I say last time? Friends don't make friends do the Psyche Lock. Not the Psyche Lock.
This lunch is special lobster. Sure is great.
Then why are there tears in your eyes?
He was listening to a soap opera. Or the lottery. Would I even have evidence for this? Oh yeah, let's give a crack at it. What's up, Gumshoes?
Lay me out your secrets.
The picture of Armstrong that was in the background when the Psyche Lock happened, it looked terrifying.
The radio.
Alright, Detective Gumshoes, tell me the truth. What were you listening to?
No, wait, pal. Now that you've made a big thing out of it, I'm not gonna tell you.
We'll see about that, pal. Considering all the noise you were just making while you were listening, it's pretty clear what kind of radio program it was. I'd say it was related to... Okay, I was right. He was listening to the lottery because he was asking for an 8. I'm right, aren't I? You were listening to the lottery results, weren't you? You thought you'd try to win big just like Glenn Oak did.
It's like you can see right through me, pal.
Huh? I cracked him already.
See, pal, that's why I said there was nothing. I only won $2. It's like, come on, man. Let me have something, for God's sake. The radio. I'm usually pretty lucky, so I figured I'd try it.
No, you're not.
I figured I'd give it a try.
That's with everyone in the lottery.
So, how'd it go?
I won 50 cents.
Hey!
But you probably spent like $4 on it.
If you better to win nothing at all, then half a lousy buck. I was so mad.
That's like an insult to injury. It's like, yeah, I just paid money for this. Oh, I won 50 cents. Yeah, I know the feeling.
I bought the same kind of ticket as Mr. Elk, see? And they've got that special radio show where they announce the winning numbers. They even do the drawings live on the air. It's intense, pal.
I bet that's what Mr. Elg was listening to on the day that he was killed.
Yeah, what time is it now? You bought Persona 4 for your Vita? Persona 4's on... well, never mind. Persona 4 is good.
It's just after 1:30.
And are the lottery results always broadcast at the same time?
Yeah? Look, I got this flyer when I bought this ticket.
Millionaire radio flyer.
Experience the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life every Monday at 1:30.
Millionaire radio, that sounds cool. I want to try it, Nick.
Then buy a ticket, Maya, with your money, or with your own money. What do you think about this, Gumshoes?
Apparently, everyone's listening to this show now.
That's because everyone wants money.
They say that the victim Glenn Elg was really into gambling.
Yep, you can't beat gambling. I love it too.
Oh god, Maya, please. Let's not make you worse.
I won $500 last night playing cards with Nick.
Huh? We were playing for money. Should you buy the DK bongo controllers? You should always have a pair of DK bongos. It is the most optimal controller ever to grace this earth.
Of course, so you better pay up.
You're a smart one, waiting for a cop to be present before asking for cash. We never did find the contents of the bag.
It was medicine for Mr. Elg's ruptured eardrum, right?
Yeah, we found some traces of it, left in his ear canal. He must have used it while he was at Très Bien. We're sure that much.
Okay, what about this? What do you think about this?
That's the apron Maggie was wearing. Or, that was the apron Maggie was wearing. Can I smell that real quick, pal? I mean, just asking for a friend. I need to make sure there's no, drugs on it. Yeah, it's still...
Alright, Gumshoes, I was joking.
Yeah, it still smells like her, too.
Does this mean Maggie smells like ketchup?
She smells like a freshly squeezed tomato, if you know what I mean.
No, Gumshoes, I don't think we know what that means at all.
A one-way ticket to happiness, huh?
I know, died because of this ticket. Did we ever get that ticket back? I don't want to leave that with a judge, you know? We're gonna show up to court and the judge's gonna be dripped out in gold chains and stuff like that. He's like, look at me. I just went down to the store and picked me up a couple of things. What do you think? I think I'd switch up my look.
Yeah, but it's still a one-way ticket to happiness, pal.
And Maggie was found guilty of murder because of it, too.
Looks like anything about Maggie is an instant conversation stopper.
Yeah, he's a real soft spot for her, and it obviously hurts when you hit it. What do you think about the coffee cup? You got nothing to say about the coffee cup?
Sorry, pal, I don't drink coffee like that coffee-drinking weirdo. Godot.
What about Victor's testimony? You got nothing to say about Victor? I guess you don't even know Victor.
Oh, hey, are you putting this up for sale, pal?
No. Why? Why would you want a busted up scooter like this anyways?
Yeah, plus the seat's all covered in pigeon poop.
Who cares? If it runs, that's all that matters to me.
My phony was riding this bike. Oh boy. Maybe if I head back to the park, it'll be there again. And that's my cue to leave. Let's check the kitchen first. January 7th, Très Bien Kitchen.
Huh? Mr. Armstrong's talking to someone.
Oh my god, it's I don't know who to compare this to.
I'll be back next month.
The gentleman today will be waiting for you.
If you haven't got it by then, I'm afraid it might get a little hot around here.
No, I will have everything ready, I promise.
I love fire, you know. I love the way it crackles. Hee hee hee.
No, stop it, I beg you.
And don't let me down, I'll be waiting for you.
My son, this is unnecessary. You can't trust me, mademoiselle.
Talk to anyone, and I'll drive a knife right through your heart.
None, you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry far too much. Maybe this will help you relax. It will be the oil of something.
I do love raw meat from time to time. Hee hee hee.
Whee!
Depressed lady. She seems, you know, a little cheery, I guess.
I'll be taking my leave. Goodbye for now.
Hey, do you know Satan?
Whee! I love a shivers. I have to rub some of my oils all over my body before I becomes a nervous wreck. Zero wee-wees, I feel good.
Hopefully there aren't any French people around. Looks around for French people. Alright, I think we're clear.
Excuse me, monsieur.
My eyes.
Your eyes, if you have trouble with your eyes, you need this oil of sandalwood.
Isn't that just the leftovers of what you were just using? Can we go back? You don't exactly have any customers, do you, Mr. Armstrong?
No, you're right, monsieur, but perhaps this is a perfect time for you to visit none. That way I can give you my undivided attention and cook for you la dish supreme.
No, I'm the Attorney Supreme. We don't need the dish supreme. Putting on a brave face, huh?
That's what girls do, Nick.
Well, you are right, business is very difficult these days. Perhaps the name isn't a problem, people do not understand it, they think it says Trey. I just wanted people to think that my restaurant was exclusive.
Well, they think you just serve fast food on cheap plastic trays.
Nick, that's the kind of thing that can make a girl cry.
Have you forgotten that Mr. Armstrong is a man, Maya?
As this restaurant is my life, it is everything to me. I will defend it till my last finally, no one will take it from me.
I don't want to become friends with the Dish Supreme if it's coming from here. This food here sucks.
It's bad, it sucks. You should burn it with fire. Fire, burn it with fire.
So who's that woman you were just talking to?
He saw that.
Oh, well, yeah, sorry.
So, who is she? She looks so polite and graceful.
Polite, graceful.
And she likes raw meat and fires, right?
Fire.
I'll be back next month.
We're not sure, I'll be waiting for you.
If you haven't got it by then, I'm afraid it might get a little hot around here.
No, I will have everything ready, I promise.
Fire, fire, fire.
Now that I think about it. Hey, Maya, I think it's pretty clear what kind of conversation they were having.
You think so? Well, then let's show him a piece of that evidence and see what happens.
Fire, fire.
Oh, I didn't hit present. Is she... No. How about this? Okay, she knows nothing. Be gone with you. She knows nothing. Be gone with you. What do you think about this?
Oh. If only I'd taken the right lottery ticket. I would not have any debts right now. I would be free.
Look at the bright side, Mr. Armstrong. You want $1, right?
God, who do you think I am?
A lack of remorse for having stolen something. Priceless. Look around Million Radio. What do you think about the victim's prescriptions? What do you think about, your cup? What do you think about this picture? You want to see a dead body? No, you're not going to react to your layout. What do you think about this?
It is true, my vases are broken all the time. I bought a new one for this day after the incident, but they wouldn't let me put it on the table because of the investigation.
What about this debt?
So long as that paper exists, I am but a delightful angel with the broken wings.
An angel, huh? Doesn't bode well, huh? When you think about it.
Oui, they keep harassing me month after month. In the end, I had to give in and I'd agree to help them.
Help them? With what?
That's because I do not owe them that money, I would have refused. But my hands were tied.
Please, what did you agree to help them with?
No, I cannot say. If I tell you that woman, she will slice me up and eat me with something.
I hope she doesn't mean she'll literally be sliced up and served with garnish. I'm gonna guess that woman has something to do with your loan contract, am I right?
Please, Mr. Armstrong, tell us about that woman.
We'll put you in protective custody.
I don't want to go to jail.
The woman who was here earlier. I take it that she's,
Why is it come to this? What a tragedy. Suddenly I find myself so deep in the debt. It is a sign of the bad we live in, huh?
I'd say it's more of a sign of bad culinary skills.
The woman who is here, she's a skinny woman. She is from a loan office.
Loan office? Is that where you borrowed $500,000?
Louis tender lender. It is called.
Catchy name. Just hearing it makes me want to borrow some money.
Please, you must not borrow from them. If you must, no more than $10.
$10 sounds like your whole monthly stipend, Maya.
Hey, I get a bit more than that, thank you very much.
So tender lenders is the loan office you borrowed $500,000 from, huh? That's where Satan is.
I wonder if they've got anything to do with this case.
What are my 3 top games of all time? Halo, Persona, probably Mass Effect. There you go.
I am a weak woman. When I am upset, I have to buy something nice to cheer me up. Thanks to him loaning me a lot of money, I have to pay back $500,000. I am like a slave. I have to do everything that she tells me.
Who's this he?
Satan. Hercule Satan. Le Tigre.
I don't know why I said it like that. I was gonna say Tigre, but that doesn't make sense either.
The tiger?
Oui, he is the manager of the tender lender, a terrifying man, a big city mobster. When he shouts at me, my knees are trembling and his voice is ringing in my ears for 3 days.
His name actually is Tigre?
As soon as I hear the noise of the battered on scooter rides, I start to cry.
Big city mobster who rides a battered old scooter. Sounds poor. Does this guy resemble me by any chance?
Oh, no. This man is a presence, a most formidable personality. Although, he does have a lot of spiky hair like you. There's a resemblance there, I suppose.
Sounds like this loan officer is worth checking out after all.
If you want to visit the tender lender, it's just beyond Vitamin Square.
Hey, Nick. If you need money, I can loan you some as long as it's less than $3.
Thanks for the offer. Just beyond Vitamin Square, huh? Onward to the tender lender. Hey, Gumshoes, we're going to the tender lender. You want to come?
Nah, pal. Last time I went there, they mugged me.
Okay, goodbye. Uh-oh.
January 7th, Vitamin Square.
I don't see any signs of Mr. Kudo, do you?
Maybe he went to buy another ton of bird seeds. I was kind of hoping he wouldn't be here anyways. At least not for now. Besides, any more seeds today and I'm liable to turn into a real phoenix.
Hey, check this out.
I wouldn't get too close to that if I were you, otherwise you might be in for a shock. My phony must be lurking somewhere nearby. Just imagine, a tiger loose in the city.
Meanwhile, the real phoenix is like an abandoned chicken lost in a vast urban jungle.
Huh?
Don't worry, someday you'll grow up and become a ferocious tiger too. Don't loosen up, or don't lose hope.
Why is she trying to pep talk me into becoming my phony? Oh. I'd like to point out none of these are real. All these birds here, they're not real. They're all government drones. Tender lender. Win through compromise. The apples are real, though. Yeah, no, those whole things are made out of real fruit.
This place gives off a really strange vibe, doesn't it?
Looks like the tiger isn't in his lair. And that is, as they say, a very good thing.
Welcome.
Talk about a creepy voice. It makes you so want to shrivel up and die.
You're here to discuss loan.
Ah, no, not exactly.
The manager is away at the moment. Wait quietly, please.
No.
She's gone, just like that.
I guess we'll have to come back another time.
But this is the perfect opportunity, Nick. This place reeks of suspicion. Come on, Nick. Let's take a look around, okay?
You think it'd be okay? I mean, it might throw us in debt.
Coffee. Ah! I'll leave it here for you to enjoy quietly.
Yes, thank you.
Do not touch the desk. It's solid gold. So we're touching the desk, right? Nick, let's get out of here.
Now she wants to get out of here. Hold on a second.
Something sus.
Oh no, somebody dropped the ashtray on the floor. It's going to be a nightmare to clean up.
Yeah, it's all over the rug and everything.
I accidentally knocked over a really big space heater once. Cleaning up was such a pain. It was one of those super antiques where you have to burn a ton of charcoal.
Yeah, she managed to knock one of those over. Aren't they supposed to be, like, heavy?
Oh hey, there's a book of matches here too.
Matches, huh? Places don't give those out much nowadays. Hey, wait a second.
What is it?
Look what's printed on it. It says Très Bien. Yeah, Maya takes off the little, like, purple coat thing she's wearing, and she's just Hulk. These matches could come in handy. I might be able to use them.
Yeah. The pilot light for the office boiler keeps going out.
Swing and a miss, Maya. Swing and a miss. I mean... Well, never mind. Well, yeah, well, actually, no. Usually in, like, when characters have to train or whatever, and, you know, they're the people, like, who chill under the waterfalls to meditate, you know? She got, you know... She's gone through the process. He's listening to Barbie. That's one impressive desk. On one impressive rug.
It's solid gold, Nick. Gold! Just look at that shine. Only real gold shines like that.
Would you really want such a shiny desk?
I don't know, but let's see what it's like to sit at a solid gold desk. Wow, I'm completely dazzled.
That's because it's completely dazzling. Pikmin 4. I can't, even if I wanted to. I don't have the means to stream it.
I can see up my nose in the reflection. That's gotta be really distracting.
So the desk isn't practical, no surprise there. I wouldn't want a solid gold desk, because I'd be scared to touch it, or put anything on it. There's a CD player on the desk, but the desk is so loud. It's a wonder you can hear it.
The lid's open. I wonder what kind of music the tiger's into. Have you finished the coffee? He's listening to I'm a Barbie Girl.
Ah! Yes, thanks. It was lovely.
So, you drank it all? Hee 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 hee. Hee 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 hee. If you touch anything else that doesn't belong to you, there's always another cup.
The coffee was laced with something. I'm almost sure of it.
Nick, my stomach! It's killing me! Oh wait, maybe it was just the burger I ate for breakfast.
I sure hope so. Better take a look at that CD while we're still alive and have the chance. What the?
What? It's not the Rocco soundtrack, is it? Claw of the Tiger?
Wait a second. Is that supposed to be a joke of Eye of the Tiger? It's a demo CD. The artist's name has been handwritten on the disc in pen. MC Bomber.
What?
This must be the CD Maggie you told us about.
Let's listen to it. I bet it's heavy metal.
No way. That woman will make us drink more coffee if we do. found a tender lender, a sample disc with a name written in marker. That's where he's at right now. He's watching the Barbie movie that just came out.
Let's see, this round doll thing is called a Dharma, I think.
Darumaka.
I figured I'd read a book or two and be more cultured in case you're wondering.
You mean you aren't making stuff up for a change?
I bet you also didn't know that no matter what, he'll always write himself. Come on, Nick. Give him a good shove.
Only if I feel like dying.
Now, this yellow thing, this is a Japanese chess piece. I think it's a king.
That's shogi.
Now that I'm an expert or anything, I'm more of a
Reversey person, you know? Assuming she knows what she's talking about, these aren't exactly your typical mobsters wannabe items. They're not trophies, are they?
Hey! There's a piece of paper sticking out from under here.
What is it? A repair bill? Looks like he did some repair work on his car. Does he even have one? 15,000 to replace a bumper and a light. That's insane.
The car's registered to Cadavernes.
Ah, so it's not even the Tiger's car. Is Reversey actually like a real thing? Am I stupid? Why would someone else's repair bill be in the Tiger's office?
Hey, look at this Parisian style coat. It's so chic.
Looks more like a pimp coat to me. Guess I haven't got an eye for fashion.
Hey, look at this. This suit is the same color as you, or the one you wear, Nick.
Ah, the same color. It's got an attorney badge. Same color as my suit. Ah! Keep your voice down, Maya.
Nick, you've got some cake.
Ah!
I'll just leave it here for you. Yeah, sure. Thanks. It's coconut. Enjoy.
Oh god, how'd you know I hated coconut?
Just wait here quietly, otherwise. Sure. You hear that, Nick? Wait quietly, she said.
Yeah, sure.
I have my eyes on you, only so I can take care of you, understand? Goodbye. I'm scared, Nick.
So, what were you getting so excited about earlier?
Look, on the lapel of the suit.
They let this pass in court. They let this pass in court. They let this pass in court. It's made of cardboard. That's an attorney's badge.
Is the tiger a lawyer?
No, wait, look at this thing. It's made of paper. No, but they looked at that and they were like, yeah, checks out.
For some reason, your badge suddenly looks really cheap to me, Nick.
Why doesn't anyone recognize an obvious fake badge when they see one? Coming out from under the desk, Maya. What are you two snooping around in my office for? Nothing. We're just... My precious carpet, you forgot ash on my rug. You gonna wish you were ugly if you never came through my door. It wasn't us. It was already like... You just want to argue with me? Is that what you're doing? You think those can take me on? I'm gonna flatten you two into pancakes and turn you into my new rugs. Ah! Oh.
Tigre, you're back.
Ah, that voice. It's like evil seeping into your head through your ears.
I'm sorry, Don Tigre.
Yeah, he actually is called Tigre.
I knocked over that ashtray earlier and...
Yeah, she got a death wish or what?
Great.
Huh?
Forget about it. Violetta, ain't nothing.
What?
Yeah, I ain't gonna get mad at you. You too cute, you're here.
That's so unfair.
Here, have some cookies. I just baked them. And you'll need some strong espresso while you're discussing your loan.
It's Satan.
Phoenix Wright.
Yes?
You's either crazy or just plain stupid to chase after me. Y'all work so hard, but now you's gotta come and mess up my plan.
So it was him. He's my phony.
Hey, I don't care. No one's getting in my way.
What? I mean,
Excuse me? You should have left the little girl at home, right?
I have a few things to...
No question, this is the last time we meet.
Oh, wait, please. Oh, he just left.
That was pretty weak, Nick. You waited until you was out of earshot before you shouted after him.
I hear one to talk. I didn't hear you scream, hold it either.
Hold it! The espresso.
What?
And cookies.
This woman is definitely not good for my heart. Now, what was it the tiger called her? Violetta.
Oh, we can talk to her now.
And she's in the record. Age unknown. Possibly part of the staff at Tender Lender. A thoroughly bitter person. He has rip-off Maya clothes in the bag, does he? I don't see it. Let's talk to the giant, the pimp coat. So I'm kind of curious about your company in Tender Lender.
It's the warm and friendly atmosphere you'd expect from a family-sized business. A conscientious rate of interest in an attractive repayment policy.
Why do I get the feeling this sentence is not going to end well?
We will tenderly lend you that little bit of extra here, Tender Lender. Hey Nick, things are a bit tight for Wright & Co. at the moment, aren't they? I mean, there's that $500 you owe me from our card game week for starters. Why don't you take out a loan?
I like to take out a loan from a place like this. Not so much.
Tender Lender is on your side. Hee hee.
So let's say I'm late with my repayment. What happens then?
We'd give you more coffee, strong coffee.
Right. I think I'd rather skip town. She just confessed that she laced the coffee at the one place.
Hey, just remember I can make strong coffee too, Nick. Strong tea as well.
Oh, thank God Pearls isn't here. So, you know about the incident we're investigating?
What incident? Well, a man was poisoned in a restaurant just near here, that incident. Let me see. I was here that day with the manager.
The manager being the tiger.
Furio Tigre. Furio?
Tigre? That's where the tiger comes from.
Zenough's got a real name, Nick. Hurry up and find out more about him.
Hey, you mind telling me about Satan? Can I ask you about the tiger? I mean, Mr. Tigre?
Cookies? Yeah, sure. How do you like my cookies? I bake them myself. Hee hee. Go ahead, Nick. The honor's all yours.
No. Ladies first, Maya. I'm not even hungry. No matter how I look at it. I just don't get it. What are the tiger and the scary girl doing working together?
We are lovers.
That's not exactly coming across in your tone of voice.
And I owe Don Tigre my life. He's the one who saved me.
The tiger saved you.
Please address him properly as Don Tigre, otherwise I'll have to...
Okay, Don Tigre, of course, I'm sorry. He saved a life. I'd sure like to know how that happened.
I'm very frail, you see.
Yeah, it looks like even I could, like, snap you in half.
Just recently I died once.
You died?
About 4 months ago, the doctor said...
Oh, don't tell me you were with Dr. Hottie. That guy would lie to say anything.
The doctor said to me, abandon all hope.
I guess they were expecting her to take a boat ride across the River Styx.
But Don Tigre, he saved me. He gave up everything. Everything? When I found out what he had done for me, I was happy. No offense, but I'm finding that a little hard to believe. I decided I'd pay him back with my life by serving him coffee and espresso.
I still wonder about what's in her coffee. So, is that why you've got your bandages around your head?
Key. This.
So that's the story with the bandages.
He put it on after the operation. Operation? It's just a little injury, a little fatal injury, hee. Fatal injury?
I just suffered one herself. By the sound of it. So that's the injury you were talking about before when you said you had died. Oh, brother. Well, I can't make an excuse. She's not my friend. Oh, she's got 4 of them. Psyche locks. Even though he didn't say it.
She really creeps me out, Nick.
Same here, but we've got to find out the truth. Yeah, where's my lockpick? About this.
Oh, coffee, you must have more.
No, thanks. I've had enough, really. I'm so thirsty.
I don't leave the office. I can't tell you about anything except Don Tigre.
Can you now? What do you think about MC Bomber? What do you think about this repair bill? What do you think about this paper badge? What do you think about... Not Mia. What do you think about Maggie? What do you think about this guy? What do you think about this guy? What do you think about yourself? No opinion on yourself? Alright, fair enough. We already threw Don Tigre at her. That's how we learned about him. Well, I guess we could do it again. Wouldn't hurt to try. What do you think about Don Tigre? Can I ask you about the tiger, I mean, Mr. Tigre.
Cookie? Sure. How do you like my cookies? I picked them myself.
Okay, now there's just this again.
Cookie.
Shogi. I guess we can examine this. Win through compromise.
I wonder what that's supposed to mean.
Well, must mean something if they took the trouble to frame it like that.
Yeah, well, it still doesn't make any sense to me. That... Ah! That's Tenderlander's guiding principle. Oh. Compromise the customer to win. Oh, I see. How about you, Nick?
Well, as long as we don't have to compromise my hair, I'd say we're okay. That's one slogan no business owner should ever explain to their customers. I remember every time I play Yakuza, they'd be like, yeah, here's the Shogi minigame. And I'd be like, no. I don't think I will. Alright, let's scram for now. Keep in mind she has the Psyche locks. January 7th, Vitamin Square.
There he is! Old Seedy's back feeding the pigeons again.
There, take this, and get out of my park.
Like I thought, he's really mad. Come on, Maya, just keep your head down and let's sneak away while we can.
What? Why? Hello, old man.
What are you doing, Maya?
Ka!
Hey, he just turned his back on us.
I'm not surprised. I bet I really hurt his pride in the courtroom.
Hey, Mr. Kudo.
Pigeon, ka!
Look, we really need to talk to you, alright?
Out with the demons! In with the gods!
Ow, seeds, shell splinters. Painful.
I always knew you were a demon, Maya. Oh, right, it's dramatic music.
Shogi?
I'm sorry about what happened in court earlier today.
Ka! Everyone will be talking about me behind my back now. A dirty old man who was so busy looking at serving girls' backside that he can't remember her face, a filthy, depraved animal.
Not at all.
Are you listening to me, boy? I don't care what you say, I saw that waitress put it in. She put some white powder into the young lad's Javashino.
We hear you.
And another thing, the young layabout was wearing an earpiece on the same side as the lens of his broken spectacles.
We're really sorry.
So I made a little mistake about the face, so what? I know what I saw. I tell you.
Okay, take it easy, please. Mr. Kudo.
Don't tell me to take it easy, you spiky-haired brat. Take this.
You said you were a craftsman, right?
The modern world cast honest craftsmen like me aside in droves.
Surely it's not that.
I come from a long line of craftsmen, right back to the time of the shoguns. Do you hear me? I didn't become an embroiderer. I was born one.
Actually, I'm kind of in the same situation myself.
I wanted to stick my fingers up that dribbling old judge's nose and scream right down his ear hole, objection!
Oh, so did you want to become a lawyer when you were young?
I don't think that's quite it, I think he's just in a bad mood. That's all.
I've got a tsunami of frustration inside and it's ready to burst.
If we let him start rambling now, we might never shut up. Or shut him up, what should I do? Let's suck it up. Guess I better let him talk. Hold up. Let him cook. So there's not much to call for craftsmen these days, then?
Of course not, idiot. All I'm good for nowadays is running errands.
Errands?
Everyone takes advantage of the elderly. Buy some bread, Gramps. Take the dog for a walk, Granddad. Feed the pigeons, old man. What am I, some sort of 2-bit community handyman?
Well...
Buy some bread. Now that I can understand. But what's the point of feeding some seedy pigeons? Why don't people say that they mean get lost? That's what they're trying to say. Oh yes, I'm just an inconvenience, you see. At home, at that restaurant, I just get in the way, don't I?
I'm sure you don't. Wait a minute, what did he just say? At home and at that restaurant. Hold up. My restaurant, are you talking about Trabian? Did you get asked to run an errand there too?
Yes, I did. The very day that young Brand was poisoned.
What? Huh? It's on the day of the incident. What were you asked to do?
Glad you asked, boy, because I'll tell you what I was asked to do. All of a sudden, a young lad slumped over the table. The serving girl collapsed. And I broke that vase. It all happened so fast, I was in a bit of a daze, you see. Then the owner shouted over to me.
Excuse me, you called the police.
Call them yourself, I should have said back, but I didn't think of it at the time.
So, did you end up calling the police?
Like I said, I was in a bit of a daze.
Did you call them on your cell phone?
Do I look like I'd have one of those newfangled thingamajigs? I went out looking for a payphone, of course.
You went looking for one?
I couldn't find one right away, you know. Wandered around for 5 minutes or so.
For 5 minutes?
So for 5 minutes after the incident happened.
Yes, sir, the owner was at Trabian on his own.
Why didn't you mention this in the court this morning?
Well, I would have if you had given me the chance. But you all bullied me out of the courtroom.
Thank you, Mr. Kudo. You've certainly earned your kudos for today.
Oh, wait a minute. If that's the case, there's more I've got to say. Yes, who remembers up the guilt?
Bailiff, escort the witness out of the courtroom.
It's not my fault, you're the ones to blame.
You could have at least told us before we got to court.
Is it really that important that Mr. Kudo was the one who called the police?
As important as the uncounted time before the police arrived. The victim was dead, and Maggie was unconscious. Which leaves that woman, I mean that man, alone in the restaurant. Mr. Kudo might have chased out the might have been chased out of the place on purpose.
What do you mean?
Maybe a certain someone didn't want him in the restaurant.
Oh, sure. You go ahead and say it. I was in the way, as usual. I suppose I should have been getting myself covered in pigeon poop instead,
We need to get more details about what exactly happened. From Maggie, and from Mr. Armstrong. Hey, Gumshoes, we've got some interesting development.
Oh, really? What is it? Goodbye. Wait, come back, pal.
January 7th, Trabian Kitchen.
Looks like Mr. Armstrong's out again.
But the place is open for business. You can't have an open restaurant without a chef.
Hey, it's not my fault, Nick. Don't take it out on me.
Only a couple of minutes after the incident happened, Mr. Kudo left the scene, leaving Mr. Armstrong here alone.
I'm missing when we need to talk to him the most.
Maybe he's trying to avoid us on purpose. Was this book always here?
Now, this is one large mirror. I bet this is where he makes himself look pretty.
There's a book on the dresser. Clarice Armstrong's bedtime literature. Oh yeah, this was always here.
Not exactly Pulitzer Prize material, is it?
It looks like a collection of poems he's written.
Poems? Cool, read one out. And say it in your best French accent, with intensity, okay?
Okay, here's one. It's called Printemps. The two of them like actors from a film. The coffee's still undrunk. Sweet nothing's over too soon. On that Sunday morning, the foolish cocktail so delicious. Take the last sip of your tea, and I know that I will do. I must lie to you, I must.
Huh, that's it?
That's a poem for you. Well, time to scram. Boo boo. Alright, well, it seems like I have to leave. Would you mind taking a look at this?
Gah!
Excuse me.
Get a million of my gambles in the chest and I'll take one quick look. I've got an earthquake of frustration inside and it's ready to rumble.
On second thought, I forgot. Or forget it. Million crumbles for one quick look doesn't sound like a good deal. What do you think about this? 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 He doesn't know a lot of anything, it seems. What do you think about this? Fine, didn't ask. Okay, maybe I have what I need for the Psycho-Locks here. So let's give it a go. Take that! Oh god, there's 4 of them. I forgot. The head bandage. You said that the bandage around your head was from an operation. You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head, correct?
Yes, the operation was very difficult, apparently.
Now by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt very badly somehow, right? The injury in question have something to do with this? I have here a car repair bill. From this, it seems pretty obvious that this car was involved in an accident.
Let me see that. This bill is made out to the cadaver and the Caravadinis.
Yes, it is.
I don't think I ever introduced myself. Tell me, what do the Cavaderinis have to do with me?
Something tells me she's not about to say hi and introduce herself. Alright then. Your relationship with the Cavaliers is very strong, and this is why. We don't know a Cadaverini. I don't know if I can answer this. Your relationship with the Cavaderinis is very strong, and this is why. Yeah, I don't think I have this. No. I was gonna say unless Glenn Ellis' name was Cadaverini. Godot. Godot blend number 47. Your mom.
What's this?
It's a punching bag.
What? No way! You wouldn't catch me walking around with a bag like that.
What do you mean? Walking around?
The design's gross to start with, and it's way too heavy to be practical. And why is it called a punching bag? Don't people know messenger bags are in? I knew it. I was right before back at Très Bien. Paris fashion is more my thing.
I really hope she's pulling my chain on this one. Okay, I was hoping something would fall out of the bag. The cadaverinis. For an achievement, if I submit something wrong? That sounds messed up. But I love achievements.
Well, donuts.
Huh?
I bake them myself, homemade donuts. Have one.
Ah, what's inside?
Jam and...
I'm sorry, but I didn't quite catch that. Thanks, but no thanks. I think I'll pass. Guess that was a flop. What happened to this woman for her to have such a huge bandage around her head? Actually, some piece of evidence. Alright, well, I didn't get an oh, I did get one. Yeah! Now, by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt badly somehow. Did the injury in question have something to do with this? I can't lie about when I get achievements. Not like I would, but I can't lie, because I think you can hear it. Ever since they updated Steam. You keep your donuts to yourself, lady. I don't think I have anything here that talks about Davini or whatever. And nobody else is around. All we have is gumshoes, and we have Kudo. So I am missing something. So I need to find one more thing. I don't think I missed anything in here. I will know what it is. Well, if I'm missing something, I gotta get out of here. Maybe it's this fake pigeon. Oh, never mind. Fake pigeon's not here. Ba-bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-dum, ba-bum, bum. Oh, hey, pal. How's it going, pal? What do you think about this? Sorry, pal. Got nothing to say. It looks like your attorney badge. What do you mean you got nothing to say about the MC Bomber thing? We figured it out. What do you think about Godot?
Mr. Godot agreed to take this case just so he could face you, pal. He was working on a bunch of important cases, but he canceled them all.
Huh? But then, why did Mr. Godot take this case? When Maggie's first trial came up.
Yeah, that is kind of odd. I mean, everyone thought the defense was Phoenix Wright. So why didn't he try to fight me then?
Well, according to Mr. Godot, he knew the guy was a phony right away, so he didn't want to bother with the trial.
He couldn't be bothered to tell the judge. Godot hates us. We already presented him all the new stuff we got. I don't think Gumshoe's... I say Gumshoes doesn't have any purpose right now, but before, he probably's got something in here. But we'll dip for now. Guess we can check the bottles again. What's this? It looks like a treasure chest or something.
Wow, look at all these little bottles.
Oh, they're aromatherapy boils. He's got so many, they're overflowing onto the floor.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 98, 99, 100. They're all the same too.
That's where we got the poison bottle.
Now I know I'm in a French restaurant. I've never heard of most of these seasonings. Hey Nick, this container has oyster sauce. What's that?
There's not using Chinese food.
And look at these knives. They're all really sharp.
I'd like to see how one of those slices through a cheesecake.
Cheesecake? You don't exactly need a sharp knife for one of those, Nick. That smells good. Something's bubbling away nicely in that pot. It must be the lobster and abalone fricassee. With a balsamic vinegar.
That's not what I ate yesterday for lunch.
Yeah, I think it's been permanently burned into my brain now. As an example of what truly awful food tastes like.
I bet it tastes really good if it was prepared well. Balsamy even. And Maggie's still not around. Wright and Co. I should add Mo. I didn't make Mo though. If I made Mo, he'd be on there, but I didn't make Mo. But it's Mo. That guy's in my nightmares. Boing, boing. I guess I didn't look around here. Not like I know if there's anything new.
Hi everybody, I'm Mo! I'm here for a dumb case! Oh!
I don't know where this last thing I need is. Take that! Tell me, do you know who Mo is?
I don't know who this Mo is.
This fatal injury. Catch this. Your relationship with the Cadaverinis is very strong. This could legit be anything. Unless the prescription company was the Cavaliers. Sure. While I take a sip of water.
Oh, Mo curls!
It's a profile. Somebody here is a Cavadarini? It's probably Tigre. Probably not.
It's Gumshoes. Hey, pal, I don't know who this woman is.
Mo girls! Ah!
Bye, yeah. Starts becoming SpongeBob. Your relationship with the Cavaliers family is strong, and this is why. I thought I just... She's offering me pretzels now. She's like the cough-up queen, but... I don't think I have what I need here. Yeah, I'm just like going through each of them, and none of them have anything.
I don't want your stinky pretzels. They're mid anyways.
Alright, well, I killed myself, so that's fun. Boodaloot. Sure. Just to keep the game going, I guess. Before I start going crazy and becoming Mo again. It should be her, well, it wasn't, because I presented her and it didn't work. So I guess I gotta go somewhere else. No, I'm not losing it yet. We just started. Well, I presented her profile and it didn't work. We have to, I think the only way I can proceed is if I can find some tie that pins the name to her. He does have the pain hair physics on his nose. MC Bomber. What if I present this to her? Think she has anything to say about this? What do you think about this?
I don't want your stinking coffee.
What do you think about the lunch special? What do you think of Jean's loans? What do you think about Victor's testimony? You want to see a dead body? They never want to see a dead body. What do you think about yourself? Oh, that's right, you have nothing to say about yourself. What do you think about Mia? Yeah, no, I hate her too. What's that signature on the wall? How about you tell me what that is? I know we looked at it, but what does that say? Well, this makes me think that I either have to find something with gumshoes or Kudo, or maybe I'm just dumb. You know? Because I don't know how I would pin this, or not like pin this, but like, you know what I mean. Who are you people? Is the simplest answer or question I've got here. Who are you people? It makes me think I have to go elsewhere. But this guy doesn't talk. You know? So I don't know what to give to him. And Gumshoes doesn't seem to be talking. It's gonna be another one of those things. It's gonna be just like last time. Where I need something to happen, but nothing's gonna happen. So I'm missing something. There's something I'm currently missing. Gumshoes, my man, you need to help me out here. It better not be you again. Boing, boing. Boing. I don't know, let's examine here.
It's a rack full of magazines and they're all on fringe.
Why don't you try something a bit more chic sometimes, huh, Maya?
Yeah, it looks stunning in some of those Parisian frocks, huh?
I don't even know what that is.
Look at the little trinkets tucked away in here.
I bet Mr. Armstrong collected all of these personally. Let's see, a bouquet of flowers, some potpourri, and look, fine bone china cups.
I never knew you were so cultured.
Come on, Maya, this is common knowledge. Any Joe Schmo knows this much. Any Joe? Joe rhymes with Mo? Mo curls? Woo! This table's set nicely, it just needs a customer.
Hey Nick, do you think old Sadie was talking about a vase like this today in court?
It does look like it's ready to fall over any second. It looks kind of fragile too.
Bet if Mr. Armstrong charged $10,000 for every vase a customer broke, he'd be able to pay off his loan really quick.
If you hit people with that kind of bill, Maya, they will hit you back. Yeah, literally. Although, I don't think I'd try swinging on Armstrong. That guy would flatten me. This must be the table where the murder occurred.
I guess so, with all this police tape around it.
And that stain must be from the poisoned coffee. Don't go licking the tablecloth, Maya.
Why would I lick it? I'm not a cat, you know.
Then why can I picture you doing that? Doo-doo-doo-doo. Beep-a-deep-a-deep-wee-ba-deep-a-deep. Yeah, I'm at a loss. I'm gonna be honest. This isn't where I wanted to go. God, why does this always have to happen? I don't know. I don't want to just throw stuff everywhere like I have been. We're gonna have another incident where I'm gonna be pacing back and forth looking for one specific thing. I hate looking at this guy. I'd rather be here. Yeah, sure. Enlighten me so I can move on. Don't look at me like this. You're making fun of me. Did I not present her to Gumshoes? I thought I already did. Yeah, I already did. What do you make of this?
Sorry, pal. All I can think about is Maggie at the moment. No, I didn't mean it like that. I meant...
You don't have to explain, really. Yeah, I already showed Gumshoes, both of them.
You know what that chef said to me? Ooh la la, your body's full of the toxins. And then she gave me this bottle.
What's in it?
I don't know, the label says juniper. But I'll tell you what, this stuff works like a charm. I slept like a rock last night.
Oh, really? That's nice.
You know, in all my years, I've never seen a witness who was that confused before.
Yeah, he looks pretty confused by his testimony.
Nothing against old guys, I like them and all, but he sounded like he was pretty sure about what he saw.
Yeah, that's an impression I got too.
Me three. And then why didn't even a single part of his testimony corroborate any of the facts?
This guy is a real programming genius. They call him the walking computer at the place where he worked.
What happens when he crashes, though? Does he just stop moving all of a sudden?
He wasn't really literally a computer, Maya.
Anyways, there's nothing between Maggie and the victim.
Yeah, that's what we found out yesterday, too.
Hey, Detective Gumshoes, don't you have any information that's a bit more fun?
Fun. Oh, I know. So have you paid a visit to where Mr. Elk worked?
It was Gumshoes again. It was freaking Gumshoes again. Well, at least I figured it out this time.
Oh, I know. So have you paid him a visit? You might as well.
His workplace? Where's that?
A computer firm called Blue Screens Inc. Or something like that.
Sounds like a real staple company. This could be fun, Nick. Let's go.
Computers aren't really my thing, Maya.
We'll be fine. I know all about the high-tech stuff.
I wonder about that.
I should around the corner from this joint. You should take a look.
A computer firm called Blue Screens Inc., huh?
Well, I'm gonna head back to the precinct now. I've got a big meeting starting in a bit.
About Maggie's case, you mean?
No, that's pretty much wrapped up now. There's another big case going down at the moment, so she's been pushed aside.
Okay, well, see you later then.
Bye. Goodbye.
Oh, Andy's back. I was just about to say, and don't come back. You better be going, detective, or you'll be late.
Actually, I kinda got a favor to ask. It's a big one.
A favor?
Yeah, it's for, Maggie, actually. I was kind of hoping you'd give this to her for me.
Ah, wieners. What is it?
It's a lunchbox. I got up early so I could make it. I've been real worried about her. She looked like she'd lost a lot of weight.
Detective Gumshoe? How many weenies are in here? There's not a person on Earth who could down this much meat.
Okay, let's stop before we get too carried away.
You think? I love weenies. I can't get enough of their tender juiciness. So you give it to her. It took me ages to make, so please say you will, pal.
I can't exactly say no, can I? A tenderly handmade lunchbox fills the stomachs with love and plenty of weenies.
Maybe I'll eat it myself if I get hungry.
Don't forget, okay? I'm counting on you to give that to Maggie. Goodbye.
He's finally gone.
Alright, now it's time to offer Maggie Gumshoe's weenie.
I don't know, probably. I'd hope to be. January 7th, Attention Center Visitors Room.
Oh, Mr. Wright!
Hello, Maggie. So they finished questioning you.
Wasn't it just unbelievable in court today, sir? I'm going to stay up all night and blog about everything that happened.
We'll see if when the time comes, you know?
Weren't you scared? It was pretty touch and go in there. Yeah, but you totally nailed that old man.
Well, he was all over the place with his testimony.
He's not the only one. Huh? What do you mean? Everyone else's testimonies don't match up either. Not with what I remember of the incident anyways.
Is it possible she is the one misremembering things? Hey, just to start things off, you want Gumshoe's wieners? Oh, yeah. I've got something you're going to love.
Really? What is it?
A lunchbox, just for you. Here.
Wow, a lunchbox. Weenies too. I can't believe it. Thank you, sir. Did you make this just for me, Mr. Wright? Nah, it was Detective Gumshoe. Who else would make you a nice lunchbox for you? Detective Gumshoe? He's really worried about you. Looks like he's put a lot of effort into making this too.
Really? It just looks like a bunch of wieners on rice.
I can't accept it. Detention center rules. No gifts allowed, sir.
Hey, come on, Maggie. Don't be like that. Just take Gumshoe's wiener.
The rules are the rules. They'll lock you up if you break them.
Somehow, when an ex-cop turned waitress says that, seems a whole lot scarier.
And nowadays, I hate weenies. Oh, really? It's all yours, Maya. You can enjoy it. Well, you can enjoy it with Mr. Wright. But
Chie? She's right. It's better than letting it go to waste.
I guess so.
Gumshoe's lunchbox eaten with Maya right in front of Bird.
Well, how was it anyway? Or how was it?
Hey, it's the spot. I love weenies. What? Can we just say, like, hot dog sausages or whatever they are? Why do we have to say weenies?
Oh, good. I'm glad I gave it to you then, sir.
Now I think I'm gonna not fix this crime for you.
Maggie, you know how you said that everyone else provided testimonies that doesn't match up with what you remember? Yep. There's just so many things that don't seem to add up. The biggest contradiction is the other guy I saw at the victim's table. He was the one who slipped something into the victim's coffee. I'm sure it was him.
Didn't Mr. Kudo testify earlier that it was the waitress who put some white powder into the coffee cup?
So you really think it was this disappearing man that did it? Well, he's not the only thing that disappeared. The CD vanished as well. You know, the CD with the writing on it. Oh yeah, the MC Screwdriver album, right?
It was MC Bomber Maya. That was scrawled on the sports paper as well. And we have a CD.
They never did find that CD at the crime scene, sir.
Or the victim's medication. That's gone missing too.
Ouch. My head hurt. Or my head. This is getting way too complicated for me.
After the incident, you said that you passed out when the victim Clonel collapsed, right?
Yeah, it's so embarrassing. I mean, I used to be a cop. When I came to, the restaurant was buzzing with police. And before I knew what was going on, they arrested me, sir.
So between the time the victim collapsed and the time the police arrived on the scene, you have no idea what went on at Trapienne.
No idea at all. Why? Is it important, Mr. Wright?
The other witness, the old man from the park, was pretty much chased out of the picture.
Chased out of the picture? What do you mean? Old CD wasn't inside the restaurant because he was told to go call the police.
Yeah, exactly. And you, Maggie, were unconscious. That means Mr. Armstrong was alone in the restaurant for a brief period of time.
No, you don't think Mr. Armstrong set me up, do you?
When you consider the facts, it's hard to imagine that Mr. Armstrong isn't involved in this at all.
It's like the master biting the paw of the dog that feeds it. Are you sure about this, Mr. Wright?
Well, the old man said as much when we spoke with him earlier.
I don't know. The things that man says don't add up for some reason, sir.
So we have Gumshoes who says pal, and we have Bird who says sir. Maggie looks like she's trying to figure something out.
Maybe we should go ask Maggie exactly what she knows about old CD.
Hello there, Bird. What do you think about ye old CD? Well, he's a little sus, don't you think?
Oh, I feel much better after the trial this morning. I haven't been in the courtroom proceedings addict for years now. It feels like forever since I saw a witness as slippery as that old man. He's not really that bad of an old man, though. Still, I feel a bit uneasy. Huh? I thought you just said you felt much better.
Maggie? If there's something on your mind, you've got to tell us. Especially if it had anything to do with Mr. Kudo or his testimony.
Roger, I'll spill it and see what you make of it.
Is there anything about Mr. Kudo's testimony that stood out to you?
Actually, yes. The fact that he was even testifying to begin with doesn't quite what? Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table...
Uh-oh.
It's true that there was another customer in the restaurant.
Yeah, we know that already. It was Victor Kudo.
But I can't really say. I can't really say it was the old man. Okay, then how about calling him a really old middle-aged man? No, age isn't the issue. The other customer was a woman.
A woman?
Are you sure, Maggie? Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. So who did this woman look like? She was sort of creepy. And she had a kind of cackling laugh.
Creepy.
Cackling?
Why do I get the feeling I've come across a woman like that recently? Tell me, did she look a little like this?
I used to be on the police force, sir, but I'm an incarcerated now, so I can't use my connections to help you. You had connections? What do you think about this? Holy smokes, that's him! Huh? That's your phony, Mr. Wright. Just look at that ridiculous suntan.
That's not a tan, bird. That's a whole-on burn. For the record, I'm not sunburned like that, like an over-dried tomato. So I don't know how.
He told me he'd been on a business trip to Hawaii and that's where he got the tan.
I'm not hearing this. I refuse to even humor this. Here's the CD. What do you think about this?
Oh, is that your attorney's badge?
Actually, it's a fake.
Holy smokes, that's it!
Huh?
That's the badge your phony had, Mr. Wright.
You got duped by this?
But it's a completely different color.
And what about the fact that it's made of paper?
He said the badge got a tan as well while he was in Hawaii on business.
I'm beginning to see why my phony was able to gain her trust. When the incident occurred, I broke the vase at my seat. I'm sorry. Oh, wait, they're saying new stuff. No. Wait, is that new? It looked new. Feel much better, yada yada. Feels like forever since I saw... Oh, never mind, no, it's the same thing. Me. I think I'm Millionaire Radio. Tell me what you think. What about Trivia and Matches? Got any idea? What do you think about, the vitamins? The victims. I read victim as vitamin. Alright, well, you're useless to me. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Alright, onward to blue screen. What the heck? Dude, we walked into the, Oh, what's that place in Fallout 4 with all the robots? January 7th, Blue Screams Inc.
Wow, this place is so high-tech you can almost smell the electricity in the air.
It is a computer firm, Maya. I can't work without electricity. You know? Yeah, the Institute.
Who are you?
My god.
Oh, hello. I'm sorry, access is restricted to authorized personnel only. This is a computer programming laboratory. There are far too many trade secrets that could be leaked. Wow, what secrets? Everything you see here is classified. No information can leave this building.
Or we'll kill you.
Understood.
Who is this woman? She's like a robot from some kind of whacked educational show.
My name is Lisa Basin. I'm the company director.
A director? She's human? She seems more like a ghost in a shell. That thing over her eye. Isn't it the same device as Glenn Elg's?
Vegeta, what's the scouter say about his power level?
That's a DMH, right?
Nice try, but it's the other way around, Maya. It's HMD.
All of my programmers here at Blue Screen Inc. are supplied with HMDs. Then do you write programs too? No, I just enjoy wearing this. They are pretty cool, I wouldn't mind one.
Yeah, can I get one of those? Can I get one of those in green? What an eyesore it has to be to wear the suit she's wearing. Oh yeah, my suit just flashes, like, randomly. So, what exactly is this firm business?
We'll try to simplify it so that you can understand. We analyze the data management systems required by certain branches of industry, and then deliver optimum operation systems and source-level components to them. Huh? You lost me on the corner of the analyze and management.
It doesn't matter, they analyze stuff. Yeah, that much right.
The software we produce is distributed on CDs. CDs? Yes. Compact disc, digital, optical, storage, media.
Of course CDs are used for software as well as music.
It's just a small firm, but all of my employees are first-class programmers.
It's a small business, but look how fancy this looks. Chrome Future.
Let's ask what they are doing.
What a predicament this guy's in. He's wearing glasses with the scouter.
Excuse me, what are you working on right now?
I just realized this woman's name is Basil.
I'm researching the impact on the logical axis shared on global variations of obviously programming structure, influence, and response time and performances. The co-independent variables of memories overhead is vitally important to the...
Anyways, they're not allowed to talk because, well, they don't know how to socialize. They've been trapped in basements for 20 years now, and I freed them recently. Well, you get the idea. This is the sort of thing we are involved in. Did you good people follow all of that? Yeah.
Yeah, playing Smiles just said otherwise, Maya.
What happened?
You know about what happened, right, Miss Basil?
You mean about Glenelg being poisoned? Yes, I know, it's terrible. Can you tell us anything that might be helpful? I don't think so. A police officer was here earlier, too. But I couldn't tell him anything either because the waitress who committed the crime has nothing to do with Blue Screens Inc.
Oh. How about Mr. Hellick's desk? Have you cleared it out already?
No, not yet. It's this one right in front of you. If there's anything that might be useful to you, you are welcome to take it.
I guess there might be a clue here somewhere. Man's got some fake money. Alright, what do we got? Nope.
Wow! Look at this desk, Nick. What a mess.
Looks pretty average to me.
But you can't get any work done with everything all over the place like this.
You think? Real whiz kids can work under any conditions, you know? She's trying to hint that I should try to tidy my desk more. I'll clean up my desk when Maya stops asking silly questions. No hurry then.
Hey! This calendar.
What about it? If this is another hint about tidying, you can forget it.
Someone's marked December 3rd in red pen.
December 3rd, that's the day Mr. Hellick was murdered. Is there anything else?
Yeah. It says meet with the tiger.
The tiger? Glenn's calendar added to the court record. So now we have proof that there is someone there. That's not even what I was examining. I was examining the stack of anime. Those pillars almost look like they're moving. It's kind of unsettling.
Nah, they just look a bit twisted or warped or whatever word I'm looking for. This office was designed with the futuristic feel in mind. Futuristic? Yes, we try to imagine what things might look like in the future when we designed it. It helps to soothe and calm the soul. Second thought, I agree with you, Nick. This place is really unsettling. Future. Future. Hey, look, Nick, it's a supercomputer. It looks like it's really smart and wise, doesn't it?
Computers are only as smart as the humans who use them, Maya.
That explains why we don't use the computers in our office.
You work there too, Maya.
Yeah, but at least I'm. Please don't argue about something so trivial. Otherwise, the computers will laugh at you. She said she'd laugh at us, Nick.
She's a human, Maya, not a computer. Ah, yes, when our AI overlords show up. Dude, this guy's got... Look at his gamer neck. He's really pounding that keyboard, isn't he?
Wow, I bet that's where the pro and programmer comes from, huh? I guess I shouldn't be resting on my laurels. Gotta expand my skill set and all that.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Maybe I could become old CD's apprentice.
And what about your spirit medium training? Now that he's just really into that anime he's watching. What else we got here? Hey, so what do you think about, the CEO of Blue Screens Inc. and Glenn Elg's boss? Absolutely not a robot. I am not a robot. What do you think about her?
Would you mind taking a look at this? I'm sorry, that data is super admin restricted desktop access password protected. Super admin restricted desktop access password protected? What? This is madness.
Hell, Maya, that is a Sparta, she won't tell us unless we say the right code word.
Code word. Sesame. If it's not Sesame, then it must be your mother's maiden name. That's how it always is.
There's no point in having a password if it's always the same thing, Maya. I guess she just doesn't want to talk about it.
Maybe we should focus on asking about Glen Elg. What do you say?
Yeah, well, she has no connection here. About Mr. Elg.
He was the top programmer. I would even say he was a genius.
I don't know, he looks pretty average to me.
But he did suffer from 1 or 2 bugs in his personality. Oh, like what? He was a bit of a loser. Perhaps that would be the best way to describe it. That's what got him in trouble. What's the matter? He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. So he was a really no trouble at all. A model employee.
Hey, wait a minute. Just now you said something about him being in trouble. We've got to find out what his trouble was exactly. About Mr. Elg. Was he in some kind of trouble?
I'm sorry. Why would you think that?
I thought you said something about it just now. You said he got himself into trouble because he was a bit of a loser.
Oh god, the robot has a psyche lock. Why, SpongeBob? Why?
3 psyche locks.
I guess Mr. Elg is like every other man with his own pile of secrets.
What did I say, Basil? I know we just met, but friends don't make friends do the psyche locks.
Take that! Ba-da-da-dun.
Glenn's troubles. Yeah, he got a no women. Ah, I see. So, how about you tell us what kind of trouble Mr. Elg was in?
I'm sorry, sir, but we don't deal with troubleshooting here. Perhaps you'd like to speak to someone in customer service.
What's she talking about? I guess I better just take a shot and see where it gets me. Miss Basil, let me ask you something. If Mr. Elg's trouble have something to do with this?
Take that!
What is that?
A lottery ticket. There were a ton of these at the victim's table at the scene of the crime.
And what is the relevance to that?
The victim, Glen Elg, had a gambling habit, didn't he?
I don't think that's a logical conclusion based on the facts. Everyone dreams of being rich. Even I listen to Millionaire Radio.
She's right. That is a bit weak on its own. Mr. Elg's gambling wasn't restricted to the lottery, was it? Oh. Could it be this horse? I don't think there's anything that says horse racing, but... No. I mean, why would you have a calendar of horse racing if you weren't into horse racing? No. Maybe I don't have what I need here. Gambling wasn't restricted to the lottery, was it? Boop blah doop blah doop blah 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 blah.
Lisa Basil.
I don't think I have anything that confirms any of the other gambling habits. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate and gather some more clues. So we have to somehow... Or maybe we do have it. 'Cause I can't... Because we were searching around a second ago. And we never really found anything new. I guess maybe there could be something new with somebody else, but hold on, let me try it again. Did I submit the CD? I don't remember if I did. Hold it! What do you think about this? Well, I guess the CD is not really gambling. I guess now that I look at it. I don't think I have what I need here. Time to go elsewhere. Goodbye. Suppose we can see if there's anything new around. Since we shoot off Gumshoe, maybe he went to criminal affairs. Sup, bird? January 7th, Police Station Criminal Affairs Department. The main servers just went up in smoke. Why the heck is the press conference set up yet? The superintendent's here all today. Yeah, and there's a problem with the internet too.
I already told you to stop using your computer, Chief.
And I'm watching videos online. I'm catching up on my Asian soap operas.
It's gonna have to wait, Chief. I'm throwing the switch.
No, just when some young guy was about to confess to his son's hot-to-trot girlfriend.
Wow, this place is really buzzing.
Something must be going down. Something really big.
Huh? What are you doing here, pal?
Detective Gumshoe.
You can't be here right now. You'll be roped into the briefing if you stay.
Huh?
We've got big problems here today.
Why? What's going on?
It's a virus. A virus.
A virus?
There's a virus ripping through the precinct's computer system.
I really need to ask you something, or some questions. Oh God, who did it?
Okay, I'm only gonna say this once, so listen up.
Yes.
No matter how poor you get, never borrow money from a place like this, you hear?
Okay.
If you got money trouble, just go on a diet of instant noodles and hang in there.
We're not thinking about borrowing money, Detective. We want information.
Oh, is that all? Well, let's see. Tender lender is considered to be even fishier than the average illegal loan shark. And it seems I ran into trouble just recently. Those guys have been pretty heavy-handed calling in all their debts.
Really?
Don't go poking your nose around in their business, pal. You'll really regret it if you upset that lady.
All right. I get the picture. Hey, wait a minute. What did he just say? That lady.
Who's this lady he's talking about, Nick?
Better find out what the story is with this lady. Did Gumshoes borrow money from these people?
So what exactly is a computer virus, Detective Gumshoes?
I don't know.
What?
Look, I just go with the flow, alright, pal?
And here I thought detectives were supposed to be somewhat knowledgeable.
What's with that face, pal? You think you know what a virus is?
Well, Nick, do you?
A computer virus, sure. I mean, only in simple terms, of course.
Really? Wow, you know everything, Professor Nick.
Yeah, I'm gonna call you Dr. Wright from now on.
Hey, that sounds pretty cool. Don't you agree, Dr. Wright?
I don't get the feeling they're making fun of me. Okay, fine. I'm no expert, but I can at least explain the basics to the two of you. Yeah, what's a virus? A virus is a program that gets inside a computer and causes damage.
Damage? You mean it makes the machine go boom and explode?
No, the damage is, well, it's all internal.
So the inside goes boom, right?
Imagine all the case data you've got stored on your PCs here in the station. A virus could wipe out all that. That's the kind of damage I'm talking about.
Whoa, that's scary.
Yeah, and what's even more scary is that viruses are infectious.
Infectious?
Most computers are connected together on a network, right? A virus can move from one machine to another. So the virus just keeps spreading faster and faster.
Just like a real virus, huh?
But Nick, why would anyone want to make a program like that?
Yeah, it takes ages to type in all that data. Why would you want to destroy it, pal?
No, people don't infect their own machines. They send the virus to someone else's.
What? That's horrible.
Oh, I get it. It's like you sneezing on Mr. Godot so he catches a cold.
Right. Then he wouldn't be able to turn up in the court because he'd been too sick. You really shouldn't do stuff like that, Nick. It's wrong.
Ew, what? Where? And why did the conversation jump to that talking about me? Anyways, that's what a computer virus is, a bad program that causes damage.
And all the different viruses have names, right? I kind of feel like I've heard the name of the virus we caught somewhere before.
The name of the virus, huh? I feel like I've heard of it before, too.
That's the girl who works over at Tender Lender. You want to stay away from her, okay? I mean it.
She does look kind of unforgiving, doesn't she?
That should be the least of your worries, pal.
What's that supposed to mean? What could be worse?
Well, she took my kidney. Her name's Viola Cavadarini. She's the only granddaughter of Bruto Cavadini.
Bruto Cavadarini? Do you know who that is, Nick?
Never heard of him.
Bruto Cavadarini is the boss of the Cavadarini family.
If you rejumble his name, like Bruto, and add an extra O, you get Boruto. The Cavadarinis. That's one scary sounding name.
We can't touch them. They're way too powerful for the police. But you're thinking of taking them on, aren't you?
Oh, I don't remember ever saying I was going to. I better get some more info out of the gumshoe about this family. Yeah, I need more info so I can break that girl's psyche locks. I'm not sure if I really want to get involved in this, but who are the Cavadarinis? Or Cadaverinis?
Who are they? A scary bunch of people, that's who.
You're a cop and you're scared? What's that about?
Trust me, it doesn't matter if you're a cop or a kid or cop. These guys are scary. They've got some serious clout in the criminal underworld. And you know what anyone would do for clout these days? God dang TikTok, ruining the economy.
Gumshoes, I don't think there's anything to do with this.
Oh, we can't trust them. They've got too much moolah.
Moolah, as in?
They pretty much control all the cash in the city's black market.
The black market, huh? And that includes Tender Lender, I take it.
Sure, no one can stand up to Boruto Cavadarini, and I mean no one.
Interesting.
So Viola's the granddaughter of some mafia boss, then.
Yeah, and everyone knows how much Boruto loves his little girl. She means everything to him.
So, how'd she end up at Tender Lender?
I don't know, pal. But I heard she had the boss of Tender Lender are pretty tight.
Tight?
That's what it said in the file I read related to Maggie's case.
Sounds like a pretty important clue. So we have Boruto. I think this is the oldest guy we've seen so far. 78?
Oh, this guy, the tiger?
Is he famous?
Yeah, this guy's not a loan shark. You know, nope, he's a big lone cat.
Hence the name.
Don't pay him back, and you'd better say your prayers because he'll eat you alive.
You're shaking, detective.
Like a leaf.
I'm just, you know, kind of on edge at the moment, if you know what I mean.
What about Lisa?
The lady's the boss of Blue Screens Inc., pal. Yeah, I figured she's clean. She got nothing to hide. She seemed kind of like a doll to me. In a good way, in a bad way. Kind of makes you think she might be hiding something.
What do you think about this, Detective Gumshoes?
This guy was a real programming genius. They call him the walking computer, yada 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 yada.
Okay, so did I... Oh, with Gumshoe, I don't know anymore. Did I reach a dead end? Or...
I wouldn't go flashing that photo around if I were you, pal.
Why not?
That guy rules the criminal underworld. You're gonna get yourselves in serious trouble. I'm talking, say your prayer trouble.
You're shaking, detective.
Like a leaf.
I'm just, you know, kind of on edge at the moment. Okay.
Well, we can tie Viola to her name now. So maybe we go try that. Since I don't really have anything new I can share, but if I gotta come back, Gumshoes, and you're keeping something from me, I'm going to cut you. What's up, lady? Time to save the game and hit you with this. Not that. And hit you with this Magatama. The head bandages. Take that! Take that! I know exactly who you are, Viola Cadavarini. You sustained that injury in the traffic accident, didn't you?
It happened about 4 months ago. It was driving in one of our family's cars when someone pulled out in front of me.
Oh.
It was a motorbike or something like that. I don't remember it much.
Did she hit Satan?
Anyways, I swear to try to avoid it, but... I took a blow to the head. A bad one.
Yeah, I can imagine. So what happened to the person on the bike? I'm guessing they didn't get away with injuring the Viola Cavaderini, right?
I don't know what happened to them. They ran away, or so I heard.
Ran away?
If they'd stayed, I'd have...
Is it possible? Could the person who committed the hit and run have been... Satan? It was this man, wasn't it? He was the cause of your accident.
It wasn't Don Tigre. I refuse to believe it. We collided, the motorbike and my car. But Don Tigre wasn't injured at all, is he?
It was the tiger who caused Viola to crash, I can feel it. Plus, one of her locks just broke, so she must suspect it was him too. I'm sorry, Miss Cavaderini, but I have proof that the tiger was involved in a traffic accident on his bike.
Take that!
It's not exactly a motorbike, but Mr. Tigre rides around on a scooter, doesn't he? And you'll notice that the front wheel guard is badly damaged. Miss Cadaverini, you know the truth, don't you?
He.
This repair bill was paid by Furio Tigre. The Cadaverinis have known for ages who caused the accident, haven't they?
It's possible, perhaps. Somewhere inside me, I know that may be true.
I knew it.
But Don Tigre still saved my life. The operation was very complicated. It was very, very expensive.
How much are we talking?
Very, very, very expensive.
She seems kind of hesitant about giving me an actual figure. I should back off. Well, anyways, it was the tiger who paid for it, right?
After I recovered, Don Tigre told me. He said he paid for the operation because he cared about me. I believed him.
Really? Does he honestly believe that to be true? You want to know what I think? I think the reason he paid for the operation wasn't because of you, but for someone else. Perhaps I shouldn't be saying this, but your grandfather Boruto Cadaverini controls a lot of dubious cash, right? And you are his beloved pride and joy. Sure, I don't exactly know how much the operation cost, but if you weren't the granddaughter of Mr. Cadaverini, you think Mr. Tigre would have paid the money?
$1 million.
Freedom! Unlock. Successful. The head bandages.
4 months ago, I was in a traffic accident. That's why I needed the operation. When I woke up, they told me it was nothing serious. A simple procedure.
Oh, really? Well, I guess if she recovered in 4 months, it couldn't have been too big.
They said the operation cost $1 million. $1 million bucks?
God, looking at Maya's portrait and Viola's portrait, it's just like Maya seems so much brighter.
My grandfather ordered Don Tigre to pay $1 million in compensation. Compensation, huh?
It's underworld lingo for paying money to settle a score. Basically, pay or get into trouble or get into some serious trouble. But $1 million or $1 million bucks. It has to be related to our poisoning case somehow.
I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust what Don Tigre said. He said it had nothing to do with my grandfather being Boruto Cadaverini. I wanted to believe he helped me because he cared about me, not about my grandfather.
Oh no.
But I knew that wasn't really true.
Wow. I'm so sorry.
What he did to get the money was evil. He said it was all for me, so I helped him. You helped him? In what way? Here, take these.
What are these? Medical papers?
I'm Boruto Cavadarini's granddaughter. He had to pay compensation. He was made an offer he simply couldn't refuse.
Viola's medical papers. A $1 million bill for cranial surgery. Payment was due last year.
Wow, I feel so bad for Viola.
It's inexcusable.
Huh?
There are two things that I consider inexcusable. Poisoning and betrayal. Only a coward would hurt people using either of these tactics. What about lying in court?
Is everything alright, Nick?
We should get going. And after we finish our espresso.
Yeah.
I won't need to convince Viola of anything else. So I guess I can get rid of this. Repair bill thrown into the trash. Why would we throw that away? That could come in handy. So what did we get? We got a $1 million bill for cranial surgery. Well, that's gonna do me a lot, I guess. Not the kitchen. Wake up. Take a look at this.
Sorry, pal, I can't discuss any of that.
Man's got a big nose, you know. Maybe I need to go talk to Robot. Labbity-gibop. Not you. Beep, 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 beep. Hello there, Mr. Robot, or Miss Robot. I present to you... What do you think about this?
Would you mind taking a look at this? I'm sorry, that data is super admin restricted desktop password. Super admin.
Oh my, that's bad. Okay. I mean, she doesn't want to talk. Didn't we already ask her about... I think I already asked her about Glenn, and that's how we got Glenn's troubles. So we need to find... We need to find something. What do you think about this? Nope. Super admin restricted. Not for you, labbity-gibbo. What do you think about... What do you think about this guy? What do you think about this? Okay, I think everything I show her is going to...
Open sesame.
Did I examine everything here? Oh, I didn't examine the ground.
Wow, look at this mess.
Looks like they're all betting tickets.
What kind of betting tickets?
Depending on which horse will win a given race, they're horse racing tickets.
Oh wow, his drawers are stuffed full of these.
Looks like they're all losing tickets, though. Oh, well, now I have what I need.
This many tickets would get you what, $1 down at the recycling center? But I didn't know you were so hard, or that you were so hard up on that you'd try to profit from the dead, Nick.
I'm just taking them as evidence, Maya. We ran into Satan earlier. We haven't really seen him since. But we always have a picture of Satan. He's always here with us in spirit. Alright, here's the Megatama!
Glenn's Troubles.
Mr. Glenn have something to do with this ticket. Wasn't restricted to just the lottery. It was also horse racing.
Take that!
The lottery, horse racing. He bought a lot of tickets and lost a lot of time. That's gotta have hurt his wallet pretty bad, don't you think? Maybe bad enough to be the cause of some pretty serious trouble, perhaps.
No. You are right. Glenn did have a gambling habit. You good people must not follow his example. Do not understand. Or do you understand?
Trust me. Even if I wanted to, I don't exactly have the money to buy any.
But if you win, there's no problem, is there? And Glenn had a winning ticket, didn't he, for $500,000?
Oh my god, she's supporting the gambling habit.
Well, if you just gamble, eventually you'll win. You know, you might not win today, but, you know, you'll win the next one. Because, you know... What's the saying that, like, goes around? It's just, like, most people, like, quit before the winning one? Or something like that?
Yeah, but...
It's hard to imagine how he could have been in trouble then, isn't it?
She's, like, moving around a lot. It's true that Mr. Ellick won $500,000 in the end. But that was his first stroke of luck. He was in deep trouble before that.
Deep trouble? What do you mean?
Mr. Ellick's real problem was with someone, or something that's more terrifying and ferocious. It would be his debt to the tiger. So I either present the tiger, or I present, maybe that sketch could work.
Take that!
Mr. Alec met with someone on the day he was killed. He even made a note on his calendar about meeting with the tiger.
What is relevant of that?
Is she, like, wiggling around, or am I crazy? Like, it looks like she's, like, bending and turning, but I think she's just sliding around.
Are you trying to suggest Glenn was meeting him to discuss his debt?
Well, I know she's moving, but she actually, like, looks like she's, like, wiggling sometimes. I think I'm just imagining it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
But I have never heard of anything about this tiger before. Maybe he's not even human. Maybe he really is a tiger.
I'm no programmer. Does she really expect me to buy such a messed up logic? In that case, I think it's time to introduce you to the tiger.
Take that!
Furio Tigre, aka the tiger, is the boss of a loan office called Tender Lender. This is who Mr. Helg met with the day of the murder. And the only one with a loan shark. The only thing a loan shark would take with him about would be his debt.
No. It's true that Glenn had racked up quite a bit of debt from his gambling habit. About $100,000, I think.
$100,000? Ouch.
But I heard he won the lottery, so he could have been in the clear.
Shame Maggie couldn't get a bit of that good luck. Okay, so the guy got lucky and him won the lottery. But what if he hadn't won? What was his plan then?
Well, this isn't easy to say, but he said he would use his talents to repay the money.
His talents?
I suspect he was talking about programming.
What computer program is worth $100,000?
Perhaps you good people should leave so I can get back to work.
I'm so close to cracking her. The program in question, was it by any chance this? No. Was it perhaps this? No. I'm just doing anything that has to do with that bomber thing. Amstrella created some sort of program. She can't deny it if I show her the program itself. I'm so close to cracking the program in question. Do I not have it? That's not what I wanted. I presented this, right? The disc? Am I dumb? I think I did present this. I know I did. The program in question. It has to be this disc, but she's not responding to it. Because this is the only thing that could have a program on it. Quick! We must ask Gumshoes. See if he knows anything. Here, actually, first, what do you think about this? God dang it!
Sorry, but I am a robot. Labidi-gibo, one would say.
Okay. Let's go see if Gumshoes has anything to say about it. Because maybe this is the virus. Maybe we have the virus. Beep, 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 beep.
Hey, pal, you got any new news?
Hey, pal, you got any news about this disc? Detective Gumshoes, about this.
What? I'm trying to concentrate. Ah! This is it. The stupid name I remember now.
I thought so. Here it comes.
Don't just nod yourself, keeping me in the dark, Nick. What's going on?
It's okay, Maya. Let him cook. You don't have to cry about it.
The name scribbled on that sports paper and written on the CD. That's the name of the virus, McBomber.
What?
Yeah, the virus has just infected every computer in the station, pal. It's McBomber.
Can you give us more details, please? Okay, so now that we have this thing tied to the thing, I think we can finish it now.
We already knew about the McBomber virus for a while back. A group of criminals issued a series of demands to the head honcho of the law enforcement. They threatened to release the virus if their demands weren't met.
Who are they?
I don't know. Some hotshots from the criminal underworld would be my guess.
And now the virus has been released, huh?
Yeah, it's in every computer in the public's offices in the city. Everyone's going nuts. They're hopping around like they're dancing at a carnival.
All this stuff with criminal and viruses, it almost feels like we're in a sci-fi movie.
Apparently the programmer who made this virus was a real genius or something. The focus right now is on tracing the root of this virus to the black market.
I mean, someone put this virus up for sale.
Yeah, and because this one's so powerful, they're estimating its price tag was in the millions of dollars, pal.
And the millions? A virus that much? The bomber's updating.
Ah! I can't believe it. I almost forgot the most important thing.
And that is...
You know, the lunchbox. How did everything go?
The lunchbox?
You remember the weenies? I hate weenies.
Ah, yeah. Those weenies.
So, how did my weenies taste when they went down the hatch?
Huh? Well, it was delicious.
Yeah, that's what she said, really.
Well, not exactly.
Don't worry about it, pal. I figured something would happen, so I came prepared.
Prepared? How do you mean?
I made a jumbo lunchbox.
Oh.
Do me a favor again, huh, pal, and deliver this.
This sure is a heavy burden. In more ways than one.
I can just imagine Maggie's little eyes sparkling with joy when you bring her my weenies.
Weenies again, Nick. Tell me we don't have to eat all these too.
Gumshoe's lunchbox. A tenderly handmade lunchbox fills the stomach with love and plenty of weenies.
You really can't eat anymore.
Oh, bird, we... She heard Gumshoe's wiener delivery was on the way and she dipped. Hit him with the Magatama. Take that! I really wish you could keep your progress on the Magatama. Take that! Oh, that's why I think she's wiggling, is because she slides and then immediately flicks over. So that's why I think she's like wiggling around. Hey, yeah, Basil, you want some Gumshoe weenie? They're jumbo-sized, apparently. And take that. Well, this is it, isn't it? This is the virus that's infecting computers worldwide as we speak. McBomber!
No! It can't be.
What, Jada? What does the Scour say about his power level?
He's an Attorney Supreme!
Glenn's head had more processing power than any computer, but it had been infected with a gambling virus. Glenn was in too deep.
You mean he was in debt?
Yes, $100,000 in debt. Not an easy amount to repay. So, he said he was taking on some extra work, something a bit risky.
Risky how?
Maybe he was going to become a waitress at Très Bien.
Where do you come up with these ideas? Some risky business. So it's safe to say Mr. Helg was the creator of this virus, huh?
The McBomber virus, yes. It was a work of genius in a bad sort of way, of course, but still genius. Something like that would probably fetch several millions of dollars on the black market.
Inconceivable. Gumshoe's is ready for a change.
This date, December 3rd, that is marked on this calendar, that was his deadline for repaying his debts.
McBomber updated, potentially worth millions of dollars. I guess we won't be needing these horse racing tickets anymore. Glenn Elg's losing horse racing tickets thrown back on the floor.
He's a trash can, Nick.
Hey, you want some weenies? Okay, maybe now I go back to Gumshoes and I show him the CD now. Oh. January 7th, Très Bien.
Bonjour, I have been waiting for you to return.
Mr. Armstrong.
Ah, good timing. I was hoping to find you here. We'd like to ask you a few more questions. Well, he hasn't got anything else to say to you fellas. Oh, no.
That's enough.
You Collins an oath.
Ah!
Come out from under the table already, Maya.
Okay, hand it over.
Hey, what?
You want to play games with me? I don't recommend that in medical papers now.
Oh, I think he wants Viola Cavalier's papers back. You mean this, the $1 million medical papers? Miss Catarini trusted you. That's why she said that she helped you.
Forget about it. That girl's dumber than an eggplant. Yous want to know what's said, I'll tell yous what's said. It ain't only her face. She thinks she's got power because Boruto's little girl. Now that's sad.
I can't let you have these papers. Tomorrow in court, I'm gonna expose what you did to get the $1 million you used to pay this off.
Are you crazy or something? I don't care if you want to give me them or not. There's two of us here. You got that too.
Oui.
Mr. Armstrong.
Give me to sleep. I cannot argue with the man.
Oh my god, he beat me up. Ah, that really hurt.
This ain't all you's got. I'll be taking those papers now. Armstrong, get that ladder.
Wait.
Don't take it too hard, Phoenix Wright.
That was supposed to be... That was so stupid. I shouldn't... I let my guard down. Those medical papers were vital evidence.
Hold it, pal.
Detective Gumshoe.
Detective? You think you gonna stop me, copper? Be the guard. Whoa, come on, Gumshoe, keep it together. You guys, get out of here. Leave this to me.
I bet.
Go, pal, and take this. If you get hurt, who's gonna look after Maggie, huh?
Alright, thanks, Gumshoe.
Wait, Nick, don't leave me behind.
I'll get even with that guy tomorrow. In court. Tender Lender is going down. Ah, hopefully this is the final trial. Hopefully they don't throw a third one at me. I might have to change the voice for Mr. Tiger, because that it's whew, January 8th, 9:46 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 1.
Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Maggie. So what do you think is going to happen today, sir? Yesterday's session didn't go so well and ended on a giant mystery.
That's true. Yeah, no, we like Gumshoe around here. And we still haven't solved a single part of it yet.
Are you okay, Nick?
Huh? Yeah. Of course.
I saw that little flash of doubt in your eyes.
No, that wasn't doubt. That was, determination.
Why don't I believe you? It's nearly time, Maggie. You better get going to the defendant's seat. Roger, don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you.
Hey, pal.
Hey, Detective Gumshoe.
Quit stressing Maggie out. She doesn't need that.
How did you know she was stressed?
I was watching through the doorway. I was in the closet.
Oh.
You look like you lost the case already. Show a bit of confidence, will you, pal? Here, maybe this'll help.
Huh? Have you taken up aromatherapy too?
Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me you don't remember this thing.
Come to think of it, that doesn't look like one of the aromatherapy bottles.
This is a small bottle that turned up in Trey Bien's kitchen a couple days ago.
Wow, look at all these little bottles!
Ah, they're aromatherapy oils. He's got so many. They're overflowing onto the floor.
Hey, wait a minute. There's one bottle that's different from all the others.
What do we do now? It doesn't have a label either.
And it doesn't smell.
We finally got the analysis reports back from the lab.
So what is it? Is it poison?
I'm afraid not, pal. It's medication.
Medication?
Yeah, for ears, topical use only, apparently.
Ears, you mean?
Yep, it's the medication Glenn Oak was using for his ruptured eardrum.
What was Glenn Oak's ears medicine doing in the kitchen? What about the unidentified fingerprints? Anything of that?
Someone screwed up, so they only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. Another hour and they might have gotten something on the prints, but...
That's going to weaken its impact as a piece of evidence.
Okay, pal, this is it. Make sure your defense is impregnable today, got it? Goodbye.
Today's trial. I'm gonna expose that guy for what he's done on my name isn't Phoenix Wright. Okay, so they're making it seem like this is the last trial for this case. January 8th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 4. Good up, blend number 42. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor. Very good. Very well. Then we'll get that underway at once. Yesterday we heard the testimony of Mr. Victor Kudo. He claims the witness defendant putting a powder in the victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony was plagued with a number of problems. The mark on the rim of the cup shows that the victim drank it from his right hand, but according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left hand. Thank you, Mr. Godot. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece on his left ear. Yet the victim's left eardrum was ruptured, which made him effectively deaf in that ear.
It's amazing how many contradictions in a single case can have, huh, Nick?
Murder me. Allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor. The world you see keeps turning, and we must turn with it. You've lost me already, Mr. Godot. All of the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. Only losers think like that. You've got to change with the times. That's one of my rules. Are you implying that you've resolved these contradictions? You know the answers to these riddles. The old guy wasn't just throwing seeds in here. He was throwing us off the scent. And today I'll prove it. Very well. Let the first witness take the stand. I knew this day was coming. And you are?
Oh, bonjour, everyone. I'm Jean Armstrong, the owner of the chef at the Très Bien Restaurant Enchanté.
Forgive me for asking, witness, but are you a woman?
Oh la la, monsieur. As you can see, I'm le pert and perky gentleman, non?
Mr. Godot, do you have a different witness? On the day of the incident, you were in Très Bien's kitchen. Isn't that right?
With you, monsieur. Everything feels right.
Ah,
Wow, he's totally unfazed. Doesn't anything intimidate this guy?
yeah, Gumshoes did get out of there without an issue. Very well. Your testimony, please, witness. Please tell us the court what happened that day at Très Bien.
We volunteers.
Hold on, I gotta look around. No, I'm not seeing any French people. Okay, I think we're fine. At Très Bien.
When it all happens here, there was just 2 customers in my restaurant. I remember I was experimenting with the new hors d'oeuvres that day. Like a very large mirror between the tables, for example. Perhaps that was what the old man was looking at. A couple of earpiece and the glasses. It would have seen everything in reverse.
Mirror?
Oui, un grand mirror, little enormous mirror.
And suddenly the mystery disappears. Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it. That would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece conundrum. The mirror would have made everything appear back to front.
What in the heck? It's way too early in the morning for this to be happening to me.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Murder me.
Hold it. And who were the 2 customers exactly?
Nice, of course, the young man who died. And the other not-so-young man.
You're referring to yesterday's witness, I presume.
The other man Maggie says she saw at the table.
Well, of course, Armstrong would pretend he didn't see him because, you know, he's in debt to him.
Something tells me Mr. Armstrong isn't planning to disclose his existence. We need some hard evidence first before we can bring him up, don't we? I guess I'll just have to try a different approach for the time being. Hold it! Yeah, you're experimenting with Art Deco. How come I never heard about that before today?
You are not familiar with the language of interior design, monsieur.
Please stay on topic. Now, why didn't you tell the court about this before?
What I did just a few moments ago.
Excuse me, Mr. Armstrong. This Deco. You mentioned you are referring to some sort of decoction.
No. Art Deco
It is the style of design, Your Honor. He's talking about the interior design, walls, ceilings, carpets, and that kind of thing. Oh yes, of course. That's deco.
I was trying to achieve a feminine look for my restaurant. I was planning the most bold remodeling of the decor. Like having a large mirror.
How big of a mirror are we talking about? Was it about this big?
No, it was about this big.
Oh, that's pretty big.
Well, something about 4 meters wide and a hui, about 2 meters high.
And see, 1 meters, about 1 yard.
Holy glass in a frame, that's huge. He was intending to install it on the ceiling eventually.
The ceiling? Was there a mirror on the ceiling? I don't remember.
Nice none, but I decided not to go through with it in the end.
What should I do? Should I ask him more about the mirror? Always go forward, never pull out. If you really had such a large mirror in the restaurant, someone would have noticed. But there's nothing about a mirror in Mr. Kudo or Maggie Bird's testimonies.
But
You didn't ask, Trite. You only yourself to blame for such a sloppy work.
What?
The mirror was delivered to Trapien the day before the incident.
really?
Mr. Armstrong testified he was carrying out some design changes. And as it turns out, he didn't actually use the mirror in the end.
This just doesn't add up. Even if a mirror was delivered to Trapien, it doesn't prove that it was in the restaurant on the day of the crime.
If you want to doubt someone, try it, look in the mirror. I'm sure the person looking back at you will be dubious enough. So the witness yesterday had seen the victims reflected in the mirror.
Hui!
Oh, I meant to hit.
Objection!
Oh wait, this is new. Crap! Hold on, going back. Hold it! Normally I'd expect people to know the difference between a reflection and a real object.
Normally. How does normality come into this? That's lame, Trite, even for you.
Huh?
Are you trying to say that if something isn't normal, it isn't possible? Is that it?
Where does that leave the...
Where does that leave the porku-headed lawyer and the top-knot chick over there? And the ungodly cool guy with the mask over here, well, Trite?
Ugh. Not the hair. I do not have a top knot.
Mr. Goddard is correct, he is pretty cool. Lack of normality is no basis for discounting an argument.
Me and logic is one a day.
Hold it!
Everything. He would have seen everything in reverse.
Hui!
Hey Nick, we should take a second think about what old Seedy said in his testimony.
How did he phrase it again?
The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens on his specs. No question. You can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear without a doubt. And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup in his left hand.
If he saw everything he described reflected in the mirror, then everything he said he saw on the left was actually on the right, huh?
And that clears up all the problems with his testimony, I guess. Or does it? It's kind of hard to believe everything's the fault of a mirror, but
Do you think old Seedy saw everything through a reflection?
if he did, it would explain all the contradictions in his testimony.
But that just makes the situation worse for Maggie. There's gotta be something in that old man's testimony. We just gotta dig deeper.
Well, what if I hit him with hit him with some of this? The coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD. Let's think back over Mr. Kudo's testimony for a second, shall we?
The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens his specs. No question. You can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear without a doubt.
So to summarize, we were told about both the HMD and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now, if Mr. Kudo saw that as a reflection in the mirror, it means both the HMD and the earpiece are actually on the victim's right side.
Exactement. You see, monsieur, now that you think about it, it is not so hard, none.
Unfortunately, That's where we run into a monumental contradiction with the facts. If Mr. Kudo really did see everything in a mirror, why is it that the HMD is now on the wrong side of his head? Order! Mr. Wright is correct. If the witness genuinely observed the victim reflected in a mirror, then we would expect the victim's eyepiece to have been on his right eye. Murder me. How bitter. Try it, you should have a taste of this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time. Catch this.
I was hoping he'd throw it. Are we talking about your coffee or something completely different?
You don't understand the way the witness thinks. How he thinks? You remember this, I presume. The guy broke the vase. Sorry, I apologize. Mr. Kudo's sworn testimony. Exactly. The old man has one very grievous habit, other than throwing seeds. The more of an impression something makes, the more muddled his mind makes it. And what's the most striking about this Mr. Elg? Clearly, it's the victim's eyepiece. And that's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. Elg, HMD made a big impression on the old man. Murder me. I saw the earpiece and those fangled new spectacles he was wearing. Oh yes, they were both on his left ear, do you hear? His left ear. Well tried.
Ugh. That's the best impression of Kudo ever. Wow, I really thought he was old seedy for a minute there. Godot's good.
Enough! I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly rash in such his testimony.
Bad luck, Nick. Looks like the boil of a contradiction you found is just a rash.
Murder me. Mirror can't be eaten by a handful of seeds, nor can it lie. So, what exactly was the old man looking at? Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court we're all ears.
Hey, I can explain it. Please, if you will look at the plans of the restaurant.
Murder me.
Laws, is everything sitting comfortably? Lemire, it was in the middle of the restaurant dividing the two halves. There is only one seat from which you can have seen an image of the victim. That was the last seat at the table that the victim, that was where the old man was sitting. Until a terrible incident occurred, I moved Lemire so it was not in the way. But naturally, I did not touch anything else.
I see no problem with the explanation we have just heard. From the table next to the victims, Mr. Kudos could not have seen the victim in the mirror.
What a naughty little coquette I am, confusing all the men like this.
Well, he said he broke a vase, and there was a vase on that table they're showing, so, you know.
Don't worry about it. We can keep up, except for the guy breaking out in a cold sweat over there again.
Ugh, I hate that guy.
You said you didn't touch anything else, apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that?
Volunteers, of course.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you please.
Hold it!
So, run this by me again. The mirror was here, correct?
Oui.
Oh, oui, really? Because I know if I were you, I wouldn't have put a mirror there. It would be in the way. Yeah, you'd be funneling people through like a thin, pathway. Look who's talking, trite. Huh?
Wait, didn't he have a mug just a second ago? Where did the mug go?
You're obstructing my view, among other things.
But this is my seat in the courtroom.
Trapien's charm is that it gives you the impression that you're the only customer. Temporarily placing a mirror in that spot would hardly be in the way.
Unlike you, trite.
Or unlike you, trite.
I tell you, monsieur, the mirror was in the middle of the restaurant.
There's only one seat from which you could have seen an image of the victim.
And where would that be?
Look how you've leaned towards me. Oh, he's attracts the younger boys. Maybe I should keep in suspense a little longer.
Mr. Armstrong! Tell the court what you know at once. Stop this bogus flirting nonsense.
I attracts the old ones too, you know, and then some. Shall I tease you too?
No. Me. I'm already seeing a very hot someone, so I'm afraid you'll be waiting for a long time.
Godot's accounted for.
But she has a mocha cream skin and cappuccino perfume.
Mia and I will tell you, there's only one seat from which you could have seen.
Hold it!
So, why can you only see the victim from that particular seat?
Mais, monsieur, it is obvious, non? If you look at the plans, you will understand. The victim would have been reflected in the mirror like so. If you're sitting at the table next to him, you would seen everything, non?
So that's the seat old Seedy was sitting in on that day.
What, he turned into Godot? He didn't. It's your imagination.
When the poisoning happened,
The old man was sitting at the table next to the victim. Why does that seem kind of odd? After the terrible incident, did you move the mirror while Mr. Kudo was off calling the police?
Oui, excitement. I carried it out of the restaurantien.
You moved a huge mirror like that all by yourself.
Oh yeah, do you see these bulging biceps I have? They're quite large, but larger than my head. What can I say? I know how to pick things up, handsome.
Godot actually laughed at something. Well, given the witness's physique, I suppose it is possible. Did you move anything else from the crime scene, Mr. Armstrong?
It looked like the bling type, no? But actually, I did not touch anything else.
Are you sure about that?
I touched nothing except the mirror.
Mr. Wright, is there something the witness has said that doesn't match the crime scene? Yeah, there is. I just can't put my finger on what exactly.
Suffering from a case of heartburn, Trite.
Oh, I've just the thing for that. An oil with golden mirth and frankensteins.
Add a few drops to your coffee and voila, enjoy.
Focus, Phoenix, breathe. I need to ignore these two and just find some evidence.
it is pretty strange though, isn't it? I mean, nobody mentioned anything about a really large mirror. You'd think somebody would have, but Maggie didn't either. Neither did old Seedy.
And the only logical explanation is that there was no mirror inside Trey Bien that day. Now I've just got to prove it somehow. Yeah, I know how to prove it. Was the seat next to the victims? This is incorrect. Because he wasn't sitting there, because if you look at the, where is it? The crime photo, the old man said that his vase was broken, and Armstrong said he never replaced it, so to say he was there is incorrect. This piece of evidence contradicts with the testimony we have, Your Honor. The crime photo? Yes, this photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist. What on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright?
Should not exist. Sounds like you're describing yourself, Trite.
Now then, if the defense would please clarify its statement. What is this something that should not exist in this picture? It's this vase. I think it's pretty obvious that it is this that should not be in the picture. The vase? What possible connection does this have to do with the witness's testimony? Your Honor, I'm telling you that there should have not been no vase on this table. Because it very clearly contradicts with this piece of evidence.
Take that!
There's one thing that clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke the vase that was on the table where he was sitting. And yet, as the court can see, there's an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Kudo was not in fact sitting at the table next to the victim at all. I'm talking too fast. Objection. Because I'm getting hype.
Don't be an idiot, Trite. That's impossible. That seat's the only one Kudo could have seen the victim's reflection from.
Exactly. There's only one conclusion we can draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror in Trey Bien that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie.
Mon Dieu!
Don't try to confuse the court, Trite. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase, while the police were taking their time getting to the crime scene.
Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the court, or to the contrary in his own words. I did not touch anything else, except the mirror.
Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself?
I was right, there was no mirror in the restaurant that day.
In light of this revelation, we return back to the original problem. Why did the victim have an earpiece in the left ear, or an ear in which he couldn't hear? You only get one shot in life. There's no turning back. If you want to claim that the mirror wasn't there, Trite, then this problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw?
If I can answer this, then I'll be that much closer to the truth. I can feel it.
Are you going to be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction?
There's more than just this one contradiction.
What do you mean?
Remember what Maggie told us. There was another man at the table. Then there was a sample CD on the victim's side of the table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony. I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up.
Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer.
Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all of the contradictions is Mr. Kudo's testimony is simple.
The victim was a phony. The ear doctor made a mistake. The Kudo made a mistake. The victim was a phony.
This case is riddled with contradictions. And there's one very simple answer that clears them all up.
And what is that?
The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident the victim experienced were two completely different events.
What?
Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Glenn Elg at all. It was an imposter. He wasn't an electrical, a phony pretending to be Mr. Elg. Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. That's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake.
Murder me. Order in the court! Settle down or I'll clear the courtroom. Quiet, Gramps. Why don't you clear out of here, huh? What did you say? That's right. Are you saying that what Mr. Kudo saw was a setup?
Yes. Someone pretended to be Glenn Elg and acted out of the whole coffee poisoning. All for the express purpose of clearing or creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Kudo.
Get real, Trite. Why would anyone want to do that?
Wasn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent about in his testimony was...
The serving girl brought him a Chavachino, but she put something in it. That's the serving girl right there in the defendant's chair, and I remember her well.
It's so hard to believe, but...
There was one, and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poisoning. To show Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning the coffee.
Are you insinuating that the waitress in the old man's story was a fake as well? It's true that there were no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but... It's also true that the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening. That's right. Well, witness, if your restaurant really was the scene of such theatrics, you would have known about it, correct?
Ooh la la, this is most difficult for me.
No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You're under oath, after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at Trapian that day? The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened.
The defense's request for additional testimony is accepted. You will accurately explain in detail the events in the restaurant that day.
Oh, oui. The victim, Monsieur L, came to my restaurant alone. I remember the old man arriving not long after him. There was no other customers. When he got word of the one lottery, Monel became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that little poisoning incident occurred. None there was no time for Zafoni to do his acting.
Just so we're clear, there was no mirrors in the restaurant after all.
Je veux demand pardon, forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted this mess to be cleared up quickly.
What you have just done is commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong. I will decide how to punish you later.
Oui.
For now, we will hear your cross-examination, Mr. Wright, if you please. He took that perjury charge a bit too well. I'm guessing he'll be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination.
In the restaurant.
Man, what do you got? Like the infinite pedal glitch? Like, how many of those you got?
Hold it!
Was he alone at his table as well?
Masui, I saw him from the kitchen.
Yeah, the defendant. Miss Bird remembers it differently. She swears there was another man at the victim's table.
Unfortunately for you, Trite. Yesterday's witness also testified that the victim was alone. You know, seeing you squirm like that reminds me of a certain coffee's bittersweet bite. What kind of coffee has he been drinking?
It's not coffee, it's love. It's love that's bittersweet.
Hearing Maya say that makes her seem wise all of a sudden.
Hold it!
Well, man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct?
Oui, he comes often for my special coffee.
I drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special, I'll give you that. It's worth a sip just for the experience.
Oh, you make me so happy, monsieur. You are most welcome any time.
I said it was worth one sip, and nothing more.
So Kudo arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. Maybe I should ask about his arrival in more detail.
How many minutes after?
So you're saying that not much time elapsed between the victim and Mr. Kudo arrived?
Oui, that is correct.
That still leaves the possibility that something happened in the gap of time. And by your recollection, how much time would you say elapsed?
Let me see. Approximately 2 minutes.
2 minutes, that's all? Seems unlikely that anything untoward could have happened in such a short time.
Rats, I knew I should have pursued this line of questioning. Stumble it back, hit him with the second question, stumble it back.
I think I'll ask. What time was it? Out of curiosity, about what time was it Mr. Kudo arrived?
Oh no, I cannot remember, monsieur.
I believe we were told by a witness yesterday.
The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. What? By a kind of scary old man.
Does this perhaps jog your memory, witness?
The incident happened about 20 minutes after he arrived. So the victim must have arrived between 2 p.m. and 2:10 on.
Just after 2, huh?
Thank you for your help in jogging my memory, monsieur. You are wonderful.
Ha! I can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? The time of day will be added to the witness's testimony.
Hey, monsieur, judge everything I do it for you.
Merci bien. That's French, isn't it? Ha! I'm glad at least one person is in a good mood.
He's even humming a song to himself.
Oh, no, go back.
Hold it!
Are you absolutely sure about the time?
When I think really hard, I am sure it was just after 2, oui? It is the time I stopped serving the lunch menu.
Quite right. I always break for lunch when the restaurants are serving their specials. I've been known to wind up at a case early just to make it on time. Aha!
I guess you should never get between a hungry judge and his lunch.
Oh, would you look at that? It's almost lunchtime already. Witness, get on with your testimony, please.
Hold it!
The only customers were Mr. Kudo and the victim.
How many times do you need to ask the same thing, Trite? You'd never catch me drinking the same blend twice.
Huh?
You're trying to establish the presence of a phony victim in the restaurant, but you're wasting your time. You can't grind birdseed to make coffee if you catch my drift.
Well, there's a hole in this testimony somewhere, I'm sure of it.
Hold it!
Did you see him?
None, I was in the kitchen, but I heard him. I remember him shouting, "Yes, apple-bellied bucks!"
Presumably the defendant heard that too then, correct?
Maggie. She looked like a poor little frightened dove.
And what about Mr. Kudo?
The old man choked on some bird seeds that got stuck in his throat.
It seems we now have yet another incident on our hands. The murder of an old man due to birdseed.
Hold it!
And what were you doing at that point? Without any customers, you must have had time to kill.
I am a multi-talented woman, monsieur.
Sorry, what do you mean?
There's a renowned chef Jean Armstrong and the tragic poet Clarice Armstrong.
Clarice?
Oui, I was writing a poem, an angry tale of a chef and $500,000 of debt, cooking for a man who won $500,000 of a lottery. It is called pourquoi. It means why, perhaps, I could have recited for the court.
Please don't.
Hold it!
You mean you contacted the police as soon as the incident occurred?
I asked the old man to call from the payphone.
By your own arguments, Wright. The purpose of this phony victim's performance was so the old man would see it. In other words, once the incident occurred, this opportunity would completely disappear.
Indeed. And it was the shadow of the doubt that was lifted in the
I guess Mr. Armstrong is connected to this case, huh?
Absolutely. Someone was impersonating Mr. Elg, and I refuse to believe he was obvious. He was there the whole time, after all.
But if you're right, wouldn't Maggie have noticed too?
She fell unconscious when the incident occurred, remembered?
Oh, you mean that's when the phony staged his act?
I'll know for sure once I find a hole in his testimony. So... I remember the old man arrived not long after 2. There was no other customers. When he got word from Lon, he won, became excited. But it says the radio show starts at 1. So I think this is what I gotta do? I'm afraid I finally got you, Mr. Armstrong.
What do you mean?
At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. Each week they announced the winning numbers of the $500,000 lottery ticket.
Oui, that must be the showman Elg was listening to.
I can't see any problem with his testimony, Mr. Wright. I wonder. You say the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2, correct?
Oui, I'm sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. I know it was that time because I just finished serving a lunch menu.
Get to the point, Wright, if you have one.
That show's broadcast live at 1:30, and it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life.
It's on the air at 1:30.
Now, supposedly the victim made some noise when it was announced that he'd won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy could have occurred after 2 p.m. Because the show had already finished more than 30 minutes earlier by that point of the time.
No!
This victim, we've been told about what he's done. Or he's done nothing but the impossible. Listening to the radio with a ruptured eardrum, catching a show that was already over. There's only one conclusion you can draw from these facts. This victim was an imposter, acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. Yes, there were 2 Glen Elgs in Trebian that day. The real Glen Elg, now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer. And the phony Glen Elg acting out the events for Mr. Kudo to witness. It certainly seems that way. I mean, if that wasn't the case, how could you explain the time of discrepancy? Are you trying to make a claim that he wasn't in electrical at the time of the murder?
Objection! Quite a performance, Wright. You're almost on a roll. But sadly, you lack the rock-hard foundation of rhythm to build your song.
What is this, Music Theory 101?
Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it's now just after 2 p.m. The phony Elg is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo. How do you explain then where the real Glen Elg is?
I don't believe I have to spell this out to the court, however. At that time, the real Glen Elg was already dead.
That's certainly obvious. Conclusion? Thank you, Wright. That's exactly what I was hoping you would say.
What?
Now I presume you can prove this theory of yours. Can you explain where the missing corpse went to?
The missing corpse.
According to the old man's testimony, there was only one other customer there. If that customer was the phony Glenn Elg, then where did the killer hide the body of the real victim?
It was in his punching bag in his office.
The prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright. If your theory is to stand up to the examination by the court, you must provide us with proof by answering the prosecution's questions. Where did the killer hide the body?
Yes, Your Honor.
No conjecture. Try, let's hear some facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden.
Evidence? What's the intense pressure in here all of a sudden? I thought I had him with the contradiction. And he's turned it all around and backed me into a corner instead.
Well, Mr. Wright, the court will now hear the defense's theory and evidence. First, where was the body of the real Mr. Elg concealed?
Inside Très Bien. Well, because where else would it go? It would have been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside Très Bien.
Interesting. But where could the body have been hidden inside a restaurant? Perhaps you would care to show the court of these plans, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. The exact location where the body was concealed inside Très Bien is... Well, obviously it can't be in the dining room, so it has to be in the kitchen. The body was here.
I see. Nice supposition. But the real question is, can you back it up?
The medicine's in there.
Where's the evidence that proves the body was hidden in that location?
Take that! Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle?
None. I have never seen that ugly bottle before in my life. I only use the very best, like no one ever was, to catch them as my real test, to train them as my cause. Bottle, monsieur, just the highest quality only for me.
Where was that bottle found, Mr. Wright?
Interestingly enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Très Bien.
Oui? But I only ever use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils.
Well, this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medicine.
What kind of medicine?
I'm sure everyone remembers, don't they? That Mr. Elk visited an otolaryngology clinic and was given medication that day.
You can't be serious.
The defense had the contents of the bottle analyzed, and I have the lab results here. The contents of the bottle match the prescription that was given to Mr. Elk. Glenn Elk's murderer hid the body in the restaurant kitchen, at which time this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, when the incident occurred, didn't you say you were in the kitchen?
You.
Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was you who hid the body. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client, Maggie Bird. However, you were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back.
No.
Order! Order! This is an extraordinary development. Witness, did you murder Mr. Glenn?
Never. I cannot do such an horrible thing.
Uh-oh.
No.
Mr. Godot. The bitterness! Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. That's one of my rules.
You have the slightest idea how many cups you've had by now?
Then I like to do the same to the person who lied to me. I like to take them down with my empty cup. Listen up, chef. How about a brand new flavor in your ear, my H-deficient friend?
The first demand pardon, please. You must hear me out. It is a job. Listen to me. Por favor.
That was Italian. Yo hablo español, Mr. Armstrong, and por favor, Spanish.
You're not actually French.
I'm only gonna ask you once. Did you do it?
None. None. Absolutely none.
Let's hear it. You've got one shot. Right, Gramps. Witness, the court will permit you the chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godot's coffee mug awaits you. As does my gavel.
Oui, it is clear.
Why do they always say in the movies? I've got a bad feeling about this.
Murder me. Very well. Begin your final testimony, Mr. Armstrong. The confession.
It is true, I hid the body in the kitchen. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with them because there was a reason why I could not refuse. But I did not kill him. I swear it. You must believe me.
You were forced by who?
I cannot say, or I will be erased.
Let's try a different question then. When Mr. Elk died, was he really the only person at his table?
She was. There was another man.
I knew it. Maggie was telling the truth.
You may cross-examine the witness now, Mr. Wright.
There's just one thing I need to do. I gotta break this guy and get him to tell him the name of the real killer.
Murder me.
Hold it! Did you carry the body by yourself?
Oui, I carried him and I carried Maggie too.
Maggie too?
When she was the victim collapsed, she fainted. I could not leave her there.
Well, why did you hide the bodies?
The man forced me to do it.
What man? Who was he?
No, I cannot say. I fear for my life.
He's really scared.
You just have to put the words in his mouth, Nick.
Yeah, you're right. If you won't tell me, I'll tell him.
But why would you go along with this man?
Well, I know what I gotta do. I gotta present Buddy to,
It's 42.
Let's just hear what he's got to say. And what reason would that be, Mr. Armstrong?
You know, monsieur.
Yes?
Surely you cannot expect a young maiden to talk about such an embarrassment.
A maiden? You're a bit old to get away with that. And a bit too male. I can't finish the cross-examination without establishing his reason, so I'll just have to prove it. With evidence.
But I did not kill him, I swear.
So you're claiming that all you did was hide the bodies, is that correct?
Oui, is that right?
If we are to believe you, Mr. Armstrong, you must tell the court everything. You must make clear the identity of the man who ordered you to do this.
He's already confessed this much, he might as well stop dancing around the real issue.
Yeah, but he really doesn't want to tell us who the killer is.
Then suck it to him, Nick.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Hold it!
Let's end this dance of Ring Around the Rosie, Mr. Armstrong. This is the man that you've been referring to.
Who is that? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe a month ago in this very courtroom. This man is Furio Tigre. He's the manager of a loan office called Tender Lender. There's no point trying to hide the truth anymore, Mr. Armstrong. I know you couldn't go against Mr. Tigre, at least not for a while, while he had this on you. A $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. And you had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything this man told you.
It is as you say.
Mr. Armstrong,
The tiger told me it was going to use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. On the day in question, he was meeting the victim to demand that he repay his loan. I don't know why it happened like that. I just did what he told me to do. I had no choice. I carried the body and the inconsistent Maggie out of the dining area. And into the kitchen after that. I just tried to forget what I'd seen.
I think we can now safely say that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Furio Tigre.
the Mr. Furry Tigre.
I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison and the lottery ticket that were found in the defendant's apron, was that your doing as well?
None. I knew nothing about that. Making it look like it was Maggie who done it. It was not. It is despicable.
Mr. Godot, you will summon this Furio Tigre as a witness. I doubt that can be arranged today, so we will adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow. Murder me.
30 minutes.
What?
The trial will go on. I'll see to it myself. I need half an hour to get that guy on the stand, not a minute more.
How the...
Don't sit back and relax yet, try it. No one knows if that chef is really telling the truth or not. This trial... Oh, God. The trial could still go either way.
Very well. Your request is granted, Mr. Godot. You will resume once Mr. Tigre is ready to take the stand. Until then, court is adjourned for a 30-minute recess.
Why do all these guys gotta have deep voices?
What kind of idiot gave all these people voices that strain my throat? God, who could have done that? January 8th, 1:21 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1.
So we're finally going to see the tiger on the stand. We've almost got this case won now, Nick.
Maybe I shouldn't have continued. Sounds like a storm's a-brewing. I wish I could agree.
Huh?
But I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now. He said he was just doing what the tiger told him to do. Like Godot picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, we don't know if what he testified is the truth.
You mean, you think Mr. Armstrong was lying?
I don't know, but if that's the line of the prosecution takes, we could be in trouble. I get the feeling that we don't have the case-making evidence we're going to need.
Hey, pal.
Detective Gumshoe!
What are you so jumpy about, Detective? Your hair's standing on end.
Hey, that's the pot calling the kettle black, little Miss Top Knot.
It's not a top knot.
Never mind about the hair. Just calm down, alright?
I can't stand still when I don't have a job to do. I just kind of get wound up.
No kidding.
You gotta have something you needed me to do, pal. Anything.
Well, could you get rid of the storm that's brewing, Gumshoes? Like, you know? It could create an issue.
Hey, I'm gonna take a jog back down to the precinct. I could get some prints analyzed for you if you've got an hour.
An hour? The trial will have reconvened by that time.
But Nick, we still don't have a really decisive piece of evidence, right?
True, without some kind of trump card to pull out of the bag, we're really stuck. You said you could get some fingerprints analysis done in an hour?
You bet.
In that case, would you mind checking the prints on this item for me? If you're going back to the station anyways, could you find out whose prints are on this?
Oh, hey, that's the small bottle I gave you back this morning, right?
Yeah, I think it's time I solved the last mystery on whose prints on it belonged to.
Sure thing, pal. Actually, that's been gnawing on me too. Okay, I'll get this off to the lab right away. Just make sure you don't lose that case before I get back.
Murder me. This is pretty much the final showdown, I guess.
It's time to separate the phonies from the real guys.
Murder me. January 8th, 1:56 p.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 4. Court will now reconvene. Mr. Godot, did you find this Furio Tigre?
No, actually, he kind of skipped town, he said. I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job, no problem.
Tamed him? The guy's name may be Furio Tigre, but come on.
He's pretty lively. Be careful. He still bites.
Very well, please show Mr. Tigre to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Ah! Don't hide under the table, Maya. Also, there's room for me down there, too.
What are you saying to me?
Nothing. I didn't say nothing. Honest. I could have guessed that fear would induce a bad Brooklyn accent in the judge.
I got business to take care of, you hear me? So who the hell called me into this hole? Was it you, Spiky?
No, of course not. It was the judge pieced the scene. The judge. Hey, Anna? Oh dear, I seem to have dropped my pen. Where on earth did it go? Don't mind me, just carry on with the proceedings as normal. That's it? We're doomed.
Maybe you didn't hear me. I said, who the hell called me in here?
Murder me. There's no need to shout, we can all hear you.
What'd you say?
There's no point struggling. You're causing in a snare. You're caught in a snare. God, the rain's distracting me. The relentless snare of the law. And I'm the one who hauled you in.
Too cool. Don't let him get the better of you, Nick.
Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, correct?
Incident? I don't know nothing about no stinking incident, mask boy.
You mean you didn't attend the previous trial to Maggie Bird?
Maggie who? I got more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas.
Of course. Well, perhaps you could give us your testimony then. Please tell us about what you did on the day of the murder.
Phoenix Wright. You was the one who set this up, didn't you? You was gonna regret the day you ruffled the tiger's fur, you hear what I'm saying?
Ooh.
Oh, I didn't read it.
Get a grip, Nick.
The tiger's alibi. Ernie, mer.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in the December last year, spent all my time in my office. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from tender lender every single day. You want to check my alibi, just ask Violetta.
Ah, at last I found my pen. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Now across it. Oh, what is it? Please witness if you can refrain from shouting like that. It scares me. You sound like my wife.
I know the kind of games that guy's about to run in a blue plays. That lowlife ain't no lawyer. He just punches away so stupid details till he wins.
Lowlife, me?
Listen up, smarty. Every time you ask me something that doesn't relate to this case, I'm gonna bill you $50,000. And you's gonna borrow the cash from me.
Ugh. That's one loan contract I refuse to sign.
Don't think it's gonna hurt when you tangle with the tiger.
Ah, love a good spectator sport. Just a minute. That's really not. This witness is, how can I put it, a hungry tiger roaming the urban jungle. Get on its bad side and he'll bite everyone's heads off, yours too. Very well. I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here.
You better be listening. I said I got business to take care of big business. If I don't split now, I ain't gonna catch my bus.
The court will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing of witness testimony. Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. You can do it, Nick.
Come out from under there already, would you? Okay, so I can't press him on anything. I have to take his testimony for what it is. So what do we got? I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year, spent all my time in my office. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from tender lender. You just want to check my alibi, just ask Violetta. Just to make sure I save, just in case something goes wrong. Tied up with business in December last year, spent all my time in my office. I know nothing about no murder. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from tender lender. You just want to check my alibi? Just ask Violetta. What we don't care about? Let's see what I want to know what he was doing during December. Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know?
You see these teeth? Let's see how my secretary is.
Stop. Are you talking about Violet Cadaverina?
She writes everything in my schedule. December mainly in the office. That's what he sees, so that's where I was.
That seems like a rather sketchy schedule.
Mm.
There he goes again. What the tiger did all December isn't the issue. What's important is what he was doing on the day of the murder. Press harder. Mr. Tigre!
What to do?
If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail.
This is a dead end, Wright, and you know it. Remember the rules.
No, it's essential that we establish the witness's alibi accurately.
I agree.
The victim was killed on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day too?
Me, you ain't listening. Of course I was. I never set foot outside. I had meetings all day with a bunch of cats wanting to do business with me. I ain't never seen that young kid before.
I do believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Godot, if you could please.
Mr. Tigre, the court asked you to add that last statement to your testimony.
Nerd.
Let an animal beat you? Be a man, Your Honor, and ask him yourself.
Hold it!
You didn't know Mr. Glen Elg, really?
I don't mess with the guppies when they're a bigger fish to fry. What do you say, boss?
Me?
Who's about to hit you with $200,000?
Ah, well, I was thinking of getting a new car.
You seriously considering it? Wow, the tiger's a really good salesman, huh?
Man, if I want to sell this case, I need to copy him.
How about you hit him with a fat piece of evidence, boss?
I wish it was that easy. The days you're talking about is in the office. I got whales lined up. Wait, where's the thing go? Never saw that kid before. I gotta present the calendar. Because this proves there's a connection, Mr. Tigre. You claim you didn't know Mr. Glen Elg, but it appears that Mr. Elg knew you.
What?
Mr. Elg left this little note on his calendar. Meet with the tiger, and the date, December 3rd. December 3rd? That's the day of the murder. So, Mr. Tigre, I submit that you did indeed know Mr. Glen Elg. Because on the very day of the incident, you met with him.
Not bad. You was actually not bad.
Sorry?
I was just messing with you to see how good you were.
Did you hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad.
That's no one compliment I can do without. Plus he's lying through his teeth. Witness, please remember that you're under oath. Lies will not be tolerated.
Who's calling me a liar? Is that what you're saying?
Ruh-roh, Raggy. So you're saying that your claim is to have never seen the kid before is the truth?
I said I'm dead serious. You better believe that's the truth.
Man. And I'd say that gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. That is, while you testify to the court again, Mr. Tigre.
Yes. Would you mind indulging the court witness?
You never actually met the victim. That's gotta be the lie right there. It's time I nailed this guy.
The victim, Glen Elg. I ain't no liar. I never met Glen Elg. There was some lame guy with that name, though, wanted to borrow some cash. I set up a meeting with the guy at my office, tender lender. I waited around for him, but he never even showed. I ain't never been to the Trabian joint. Who's here? You wouldn't catch me in there.
I see. That all seems perfectly logical. You had arranged to meet with the victim, but he didn't show up. I've heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead. Very well, you may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor.
Did I tell you I got a big deal going down today? They ain't gonna make my bus now. I'm gonna have to take an express train. That bill's going straight to you, right?
The victim, Glen Elg.
I ain't no liar, boy. I ain't ever met no Glen Elg.
And yet, your name was written on the victim's calendar.
Get that horse calendar out of my face. I'm the tiger, not a lame horse, you porcupine. Tigers like me eat horses like that for breakfast.
No. Witnesses aren't permitted to eat evidence. Not that they ever would. Well, there was a case once where a young lad ate.
They calling Phoenix out.
Anyways, if you had never met the victim before, how do you explain this note he left?
Hold it.
That's very strange. According to the manager of the firm where the victim worked, December 3rd was the date he had to repay his loans. He wasn't due to discuss borrowing money, but repaying what he owed.
Oh, yeah, maybe you're right. Whatever it wasn't going down at the beginning of December.
So you did meet Mr. Elk then?
Are you right? You might want to cool your jets a second.
Man, who gave this guy this voice? So your meeting wasn't supposed to be a Trapian then?
Well, I don't want to go to a dump like that. If I want to talk with my clients, I go to an office decked out for the job. I got the best punching bag you've ever seen in there.
Not exactly a professional office you got there. So, you were in the office on the day in question. I waited around for him.
But he never showed.
He didn't show up.
What do you think, Wright? Let's see how does the dead man get from a French restaurant to a loan shark's office.
And you yourself didn't go to Trapian.
What are you trying to pin on me here?
Um,
Why don't you come down to my office? We can chat about something my way, yeah? I got the best punching bag you've ever seen in there.
no need. I'm good, thanks.
Listen up, I ain't got no more to say except this. I ain't ever been to that Trapian joint you hear.
Hold it.
Never. You mean like, never?
Hey, never ever did I ever go there, did I never?
So never did you ever go down there to the northwest?
What?
Never, not even once.
Not even once. I was in my office the day that went down. I didn't put no patient in no kid's coffee. Capiche?
Do you think he really didn't meet Glen Elg?
No, he did. I know what it is. Not likely. Because I'm convinced this guy's behind the whole thing.
So you mean the whole testimony he just gave was a lie?
Of course. So we can't afford to give him time to think ways to plug the leaks in. And I've got to nail him while I still can. Your evidence that proves you guilty, buddy. It's quite obvious. It's the matches that we found in your office. Mr. Tigre, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches?
Matches? What you talking about?
We found them in your office at Tenderlander. They're from that restaurant. If you've really never been to Trapian before. What was the book of the restaurant's matches doing on your desk?
You's been snooping around my stuff now too, wise guy. What you do, my ball and chain? Ain't no broad controlling me.
Order! Well, witness, I think it's time you started telling us the truth, don't you?
Oh, sorry, terribly. I'm terribly sorry. Forgive me.
I ain't no pussycat. I don't go back down on what I said. But okay, I was at that joint that day.
What?
But listen good, alright. I might have been there, but I still never met that kid.
Bernie.
Well. Looks like an order just came in from another testimony.
Another one? Can we just get this guy out of here? I'm this close to proving it was him. He did it. He did meet Glen Elg that day. And he did put poison in his coffee. He must have. At Trapian. Who's ready for another earful of At Trapian.
I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured if the blaze wasn't hot already, it was going to be, so I split. So I heard the cop sirens on my way out, and I went straight back to my office.
Hold it.
I see. You didn't actually meet with him in the end, did you? Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, do you want? If you wait around here any longer, I ain't never gonna make a normal express. No more stupid questions.
No problem. Anytime Wright presses you on something irrelevant, I'll see he pays a penalty. Mr. Godoth, that's my job. Your Honor's to slam that little. Your job is to slam that little hammer of yours and call a guilty verdict. So do it.
Yes, sir. I mean, it's not that small, but, you know.
The special express ain't cheap, right? Just so you know, since you paying.
Oh man, doesn't the rule of law mean anything around here? Okay, so I can't press him on everything. Morning, man.
I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured it was the place that was hot already. It was going to be, so I split. I heard the cop sirens on my way out, and I went straight back to my office. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. I mean, what did you see? There was like nothing there. And in fact, what did you see? Because if that's the entrance on the right, he couldn't have seen the guy because he was sitting at that table because of the walls and stuff like that. So he couldn't have seen him from what he's claiming. The guy was laid out over the table again. Again, he couldn't see it. I figured it was hot, so I was gonna split. I heard the cop sirens on my way out, and I went straight back to my office. I'm gonna go with my gut on this one. Yeah, something of a loan. Collector pro, aren't you, Mr. Tigre?
No one's escaped the tiger's clutches.
Well, I'm something of a lie detecting pro. Yeah, no one escapes the Phoenix's clutches. I think it's time we got something straight.
What's this, Wright? A new line of irrelevant questioning?
These are the floor plans of the crime scene. You say you were standing at the entrance. Oh, that's the entrance. I thought that rectangle on the right was the entrance. You say you were standing at the entrance, Mr. Tigre. From there, your field of vision would have covered in an area something like this.
Indeed, the witness would have had a clear view of the victim's seat.
Isn't it what I just said? I saw the back of the kid's head.
Unfortunately for you, that is not possible. If the court would think back, you'll remember that between each of the tables is a tall partition.
Why? That's true.
Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customers walking in ends here. So, from the entrance of the Trabian, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat. But you did see the victim that day because you met with him.
Wrong. Have you forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday? The victim was alone at his table.
Now the defense just proved that the point to be moot. The victim witnessed by Mr. Kudo was not Glen Elg, but a fake.
What?
In order to have Mr. Kudo falsely testify, the real killer posed as the victim he had just killed and acted out a charade.
That will do. This trial has gone on long enough without the obvious questioning being answered. Who exactly was this real killer who impersonated the victim? You say the killer murdered Glen Elg, and then impersonated his victim in a performance for Victor Kudo. In that case, Mr. Wright, reveal the identity of the criminal of the court. Who killed Glen Elg?
Obviously, the killer is Furio Tigre. No one else could have done it.
What? Crazy, you think Satan would just kill somebody? Why would he do that?
That's cute. You think you can pin this on the tiger. But so I dare you to say it again. Come on, you got the goods.
You can't threaten me, Mr. Tigre. I'm up here, you're down there. It's the defense. Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright?
Sounds to me like it must be you, or a man who's got goods. I'll give you that.
Mr. Wright, please don't leave me to handle this alone. Perhaps I can end this embarrassment. Mr. Godot, let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't see just the victim. Oh, no.
The serving girl brought him a shavashino, but he put something in it. There's no question about it. She very conspicuously put some white powder in there.
The victim, he saw the real victim or not. That doesn't matter. The fact remains he saw the accused put the poison in the coffee. Yes, it was the waitress who poisoned the coffee.
Very impressive, Mr. Godot. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack.
Found your pen at last, right?
It was in my pocket. And anyways, Mr. Kudo witnessed two people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glenn Elg, and the waitress, from behind.
Yes, your point, Mr. Wright.
I think the conclusion is obvious. If this Glenn Elg really was the killer, in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show.
What? You mean the waitress was an imposter as well?
The defendant, Miss Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident. And someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her.
Who on earth was it? Who was this waitress that Mr. Kudo witnessed? Who is this woman? Why does it look like she'll burn down my house?
Her name is Viola Cardaverini. She's an employee of Tenderlender.
You's making a big mistake. You know who Violet's grandfather is? You better be going home in an armored truck tonight if you know what I mean.
Stop shaking, Nick. Where was I? Yes, the defendant, Miss Bird, had stated the following. Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. She was sort of creepy, and she had kind of a cackling laugh. There are just too many contradictions in this case.
Oh god, I can see this guy popping off, so I gotta brace myself for when I finally get him.
The second man at the victim's table, who nobody but Miss Bird seems to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when that eardrum was ruptured. And the radio show he was supposedly listening to half an hour after it was over. There's only one logical explanation that clears up all the contradictions. The whole incident takes place twice. Once for real, and once for show. And Mr. Furio Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime, is you.
Witness, what have you got to say?
That's cute.
Oh, you didn't explode. Sorry?
You's alright. I could do with a guy like you around.
What? What do you mean?
Okay, I'm in on this game, and I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get me to my meeting now, but I'm gonna give you one last thing to think about before I go.
Something to think about.
You got it all wrapped up nice, huh, Brian? But you missed out on one real important thing.
That can't be.
I was in the joint that day, and I met that kid. But I couldn't have poisoned him, you see.
What? You really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigre? What a troublemaker.
Troublemaker?
Murny. Looks like we're going to need another one for the road. One more steaming cup of hot testimony. Indeed. Witness, you'll explain yourself to the court. I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Très Bien between yourself and the victim?
So they're saying that he disguised himself as Glenn. So does that mean when he disguised himself as Glenn, was he red? Or did he, like, you know,
put on some body paint. Ties to the victim.
Yeah, I loaned old Cash about $100,000. That day we was due to have a little chat. The kid had hit his paycheck date, see?
Payback day.
So anyways, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yeah, I won $500,000. He got lucky. You know, real lucky.
Alright, I'm getting tired of doing this voice. This guy needs to go.
If that waitress ain't done what she done, everything would've been over.
Now I see that the principal amount you loaned to Mr. Elk was $50,000.
Yeah, well, you've got to take that into account. Interest builds up fast, you know?
That's faster than fast. $100,000 is twice as principal.
The repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question.
Yeah, he was one lucky kid. He got the $500,000 just in time. So I ain't no reason to kill the kid. And if I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case.
His motive? He has to have one. What is it?
Ties to the victim.
Hold it!
Do you have any way of paying the loan back?
The fool was a gambler. He said he couldn't have given it up until he landed a big win. So I agreed to help.
Help him? You? How generous, Satan!
I kept hitting him with these ideas for ways he could get a big win. But the guy kept losing.
God, this voice. This voice might actually hurt me. Yeah.
When through compromise, you help me, I help you. What's the difference?
I don't believe this. Nothing some good old water can do.
Nick, would anyone really ever loan money to someone they thought was unreliable? Like, for example, if it were you, I'd only loan you $5 max.
Thanks a lot, Maya.
That day.
So, how much were you expecting him to pay you back on that day?
What do you think? The whole package, $100,000, including interest.
That's a real heavyweight punch.
Once a client misses a repayment, you call the whole loan in. You want to make it in my world, that's all you gotta know.
How many times had Mr. Elk been late with the repayments?
Once.
And how much was he supposed to pay back every month?
$50.
Sounds like Mr. Elk was in a real sticky spot. Yeah, $50 a month, he'd never pay that huge loan off.
So, anyways, let me tell you about this.
How much did he even leave in his debt?
You want it in round figures? About $100,000.
That's the whole amount.
We're talking about a guy who had 58 cents in his wallet.
What? You telling me he wasn't even gonna pay for the coffee?
He certainly seems to have been a brave man, this Elk.
The guy was smooth, I tell you, real smooth. You'll have your money in less than 5 minutes, that's what he says to me. The guy then calls me the tender tiger. He was skating on thin ice with me.
Was that because he...
The guy won the lottery was his last chance at a big win.
You can confirm that this ticket was in question.
That's it?
The Millionaire Radio Show starts at 1:30 p.m. and runs for 10 minutes. That fixes the time you two met with some accuracy.
And the whole scene was acted out again 30 minutes later. So that Mr. Kudo would see it.
I can still see the kid's face now. I ain't ever gonna forget it. Man looked like he was straight out of Dragon Ball Z. I love that anime, you know? I watch it for the fights. And the story, who watches Dragon Ball for the story? I mean, that's kind of cringe if you ask me.
Was there anyone else in the restaurant at the time?
I don't remember.
If there was no one there, I'll wear that ridiculous tiger shirt for a month. Mr. Armstrong, Maggie and I, Maggie if I'm right, Viola Cavalier, we're all there at the same time.
Well, the victim had intended to repay you from his lottery winnings from the beginning.
Seems that way to me.
But you wouldn't normally expect to win the lottery, would you? The dying belief that your next roll will end the worst losing streak you ever had. That's what defines a true gambler. It makes it sound so cool.
Don't be tempted, Nick. You haven't got the willpower for it.
All I know is the kid took a shot and he got lucky in the end.
That's why I don't gamble. If I gamble, I'm Whew. Well, waitress, you mean?
The girl with the glazes into the finished chair, who else could I mean? If she hadn't gone the way, things would have been bada bing, bada boom, over and done with.
Maybe I should push on this. Ooh, hold on, I need to take a second. Yeah, if I became a gambler, I'd be a gambling addict. I guarantee it. Ask how things would have been. What do you mean things would have been over and done with?
Are yous all there or what? I'm talking about the cash, the moolah. I was there to get my $100,000 back, that's all. I'm a businessman. You know, Satan's a businessman. It was all coming together before that waitress got in the way.
As far as I can tell from the witness's testimony, other than recouping his loans, Mr. Tigre had no motive for killing the victim. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect what you just said. The tiger's motive, huh?
I was after the 100,000 and didn't have no other reason to kill the guy.
Well, I think otherwise. Now you're saying you had no other motives that day.
Yeah, so what?
Why didn't you take the lottery ticket when you left?
Why'd you think? Because of the four eyes over there?
Because of Maggie.
How about you ask Four Eyes about the $500,000 ticket? She wanted it so bad, she poisoned Elg's coffee.
A likely theory your word hasn't held water lately, Tigre.
Let's not forget this witness actually at the scene of the crime.
I don't exactly agree with some of the deals I sent down. I could have been there when the cab showed up, so I split.
I see. Your Honor, the witness's last few statements are worth a good few 2 cups of coffee.
Well, Mr. Wright, are you happy with the testimony, or would you like to amend it? Have it amended. I'm not going to get anywhere with the testimony as it stands, Your Honor. The defense would like the testimony amended. Very well. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect your recent statement.
Think that what she did my business with that kid was over.
The tiger's trying to pin the crime on Maggie. If I ask him about what he saw, it's only going to damage our case. What do you mean things would have been over and done with?
Are you all there or what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my $100,000 back. That's all. I'm a businessman. It was all coming together before that waitress got in the way.
As far as I can tell from the witness's testimony, other than recouping his loans, Mr. Tigre had no motive for killing the victim. Well, Mr. Wright, are you happy with the testimony? Or would you have it amended? Wait. What? I better leave it at that and try to figure something out. Thank you, Your Honor. There's no need to amend the testimony. Very well, continue with the cross-examination.
So the tiger was meeting Glenn Elg to get his money back. If Mr. Elg had just given him the lottery ticket, that would have been the end of it.
Yeah, so what's the tiger's motive? This is the big one. If I don't manage to undermine his testimony, it's all over for us. Why would he have had to poison Mr. Elg? Why'd he loan him the money in the first place when he knew he couldn't pay him? Well, he was making a deal with the CD, so maybe he just wanted the CD for free. He's not talking about the money anymore. Maybe I do need that statement back. Hold on a second, bringing it back. Have it amended. There we go. But what if you were actually after my hot mixtape? So you just intended to get back the $100,000 from Mr. Elg? You're correct?
I loaned the guy the cash, so that's my right.
Sorry. Unfortunately for Mr. Elg, I don't believe the $100,000 is what you were really after.
Merny. What are you getting at, Wright? What else would the money lender be after other than money?
Oh, the money lender was after money, but money in a totally different league. The kind of money that a single disc like this could fetch. What is that? A computer virus, Your Honor. A virus called MC Bomber. A computer virus? What does one of those do? A computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the inside of a computer. A computer? What does one of those do? I guess the beard isn't the only part of his honor that is from the Stone Age. I'll explain it to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this is important. A virus like MC Bomber would be worth several $1 million on the black market. Several millions? Hey, okay, can I have that? Lending money with no hope of ever repaying would normally be bad for business. But in this case, the very fact that Glenn Elg had no way to repay the money is crucial. What? Glenn Elg was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. That skill was the collateral Mr. Elg put up in order to borrow the money.
Objection! You're trying to suggest the witness's motive was to get hold of that program.
Exactly.
The witness may have poor fashion sense, but he isn't by no means an idiot, Wright. And a man like him could get his hands on $1 million without resorting to murder.
Of course he could, provided that he had the time. But what if he had needed the money right then? When the pressure's on, the luxury of choice tends to disappear. It seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us? Why did Mr. Tigre need money? To the tune of the $1 million. In December of last year, you found yourself in need of a huge amount of money.
Grr.
About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter in which a young man or young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital where she underwent surgery.
How much of this do you know?
These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, her operation cost was $1 million. And yet, when the payment was due last month, you somehow managed to pay it in full. $1 million. A preposterous sum. Someone should sue these HMOs. No one would pay a bill like that. If the medical association got wind of it, the hospital would end up as dead as a morgue. But Mr. Tigre had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it. Order! You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright. Indeed it did. Simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cavadini. A Stromboli.
Did you say Cavadarini?
Boruto Cadavarini, mob boss in charge of the underworld activities in the city, and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadavarini. Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire the $1 million Boruto Cadavarini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glenn Elg's life to pay your debt. On the day of the murder, Mr. Tigre's sole intention was to get his hands on the CD. Glenn Elg had no way of paying back the $100,000 Mr. Tigre knew. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. Tigre would prefer to never have happened, but he can't, and neither can I.
The lottery win.
Exactly. At the 11th hour, Mr. Elg won $500,000 on the lottery, which left Mr. Tigre with no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least, no legitimate way. That hand is not red. So he resorted to illegitimate means.
That's crazy.
He murdered Glenn Elg and then made his next move, to frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. Tiger posed as Glenn Elg, while Viola Cadavarini played the role of Miss Bird. And then they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. The witness being the one who we all heard testify yesterday, Mr. Victor Kudo.
Like I said, Wright, that's crazy. No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef would have been kept in the dark about it.
But Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godot? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money. Too. $500,000, in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tiger's plan. Order! Silence, or I will clear the courtroom.
You put me in a good show, Spiky.
Huh?
If you want to stay alive in the loan shark business, you gotta be careful. You saying I dressed up like that kid, created a witness, and framed someone? If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave a trail as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that.
I agree.
You do?
As far as your appearance, you are very clever. Be careful. That's why you took more precaution. One more trick to make sure Miss Bird had no way out. What? Another one, Mr. Wright. Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, Wright? What was this trick you say Mr. Tiger performed to frame the accused? What was this trick you say Mr. Tigre performed to frame the accused? Well, he planted the evidence, I'd imagine. My momentum. No. I feel like it'd have to be the apron. What was this trick you say Mr. Tigre performed to frame the accused? To frame the accused. The accused is who I'm defending, right? What on earth is that? What an insult to think. Anyone could be fooled by such a childish imitation. Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tigre, you didn't just pose as the victim on the day in question. A month ago in this very court, you posed as me. What? That's the truth. What? Well, the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright. Although, now that I'm looking at him, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt about it. It was you, standing in here, this very court, a mere month ago. The Phoenix Wright who put up the most disreputable, shabby defense I have ever seen.
Can you prove it? Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove the attorney who represented the accused here a month ago was this man. Are you prepared to take the stand and testify that it was him? Hey. Forget about it, yeah? I wouldn't do something like that, not me. You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh?
Have you no pride, sir?
This isn't a matter of pride. In case you didn't know, right here in court, we deal with people's lives.
Mr. Godot is right. Your Honor, speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced. The attorney in question was the witness standing before me now. However, I preside over this court as the judge with the vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it. No. If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Tigre are dubious for sure. but not conclusive.
But we've come so far.
You say he impersonated Glen Elg, you say he impersonated you, but none of that adds up to the murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee.
Ooh.
Yeah. Sucks to be you, Wright. Don't mess with that tiger or you gonna get mauled. You's got that.
All we managed to do here was chase him around a bit. I was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt.
Murny, murny, murny. Looks like I won't be needing a refill. If I just had one more piece of evidence. One more piece of evidence, then maybe I could get Maggie off the hook. This witness cross-examination is over. You're free to go, Mr. Tigre. But what about the bottle? Hold it! Your Honor, sir.
Gumshoes for the weight.
Detective. Detective Gumshoe.
Sorry I took so long, pal. I staked everything on this. My badge, the works. So here it is. My heart's counting on this too.
What is it, Detective?
Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final, decisive piece of evidence.
What? Impossible. Oh, we got a recess. January 8th, 2:48 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 1.
Sorry it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results from the lab.
The results?
About the prints, pal, from the medicine bottle.
Oh, so do you know who the prints belong to now?
Do you think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know.
So tell us. They're the tigers, right? I knew it.
Hey, you bet. Clear as crystal all over the bottle. They're Furio Tiger's paw prints, all right?
That's great. We've got them now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You've hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoes got here. He's laid everything on the line for this, Nick.
I know, look. I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make any difference whose prints are on that bottle now.
Huh? What? Why not?
Well, we needed to produce at this stage in the trial. It's irrefutable evidence that the tiger put poison in Glen Oak's coffee. He's already admitted that he went to the victim. The fact that his prints are on this bottle, it really doesn't make any difference now.
I knew it. Great. No matter how hard I try, I'm never of any use.
Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. Yeah, you got in a car accident in the last game just to save the day.
This was our last chance to help Maggie. I've been working on some useless piece of evidence the whole time. It's alright. I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal.
Detective Gumshoe, Maggie, you've been working on something for me?
Sorry I let you down, Maggie. I know you didn't do it. And I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get you out of your... Okay.
Detective Gumshoe, wait!
He's gone.
Isn't there anything we can do now, Nick?
I wish there was. Gumshoe's worked so hard to get that evidence. If only there was some way I could use it. The victim's ear medicine covered in Furio Tiger's fingerprints. Small bottle put into the pocket. No, I haven't lost. January 8th, 3:04 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 4. I think we're right at the end here. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I granted you a recess so you can prepare this decisive evidence you've discovered. Yeah. About that, sir. Murny. Keep us all in suspense, Trite. Show us. Naturally, we can assume it's evidence that will actually stand in court, can't we? Think, Phoenix. I'll let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste.
How much more of my time you's gonna waste? I ain't been to no court before. But you lawyers sure know how to blow things out of proportion.
No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk us through it, Mr. Wright. Well, I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. I'm really backed into a corner here. But maybe if he thinks he's got me beat, let his guard down a bit. Don't keep us waiting. Mr. Wright, here's his final decisive piece of evidence to the court. This is the defense's final piece of evidence. Isn't that the victims? Your Honor, naturally the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tigre.
What?
But, Mr. Wright, what conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information? Everyone in here knows what this bottle contains, except for one man. One person in this courtroom should theoretically be in the dark.
My prints are on that pansy-looking bottle. Is that what you was saying? Well, what the hell in it? What the hell's in it anyways?
A phony trial, phony lawyer, and phony clues. Everything about this case has been phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. Mr. Tigre, this is the decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains potassium cyanide. This bottle contains potassium cyanide. Potassium cyanide? The poison used to murder Mr. Hug, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. Tigre's, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that?
You make a good clown. You know that?
Well, I'm over here. Whoa! What?
You ain't ever gonna get this to stick. You just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna fool the tiger?
A bluff?
I can see straight through you, Phoenix, right? That ain't the bottle with the cyanide in it. That's in my pocket.
No, this is the bottle we found traces of the poison in.
Don't mess with the tiger or you was gonna get ripped to shreds. The cyanide bottle was brown and it was made of glass. That cheap piece of trash don't look nothing like it.
And he just confessed his guilt. Got him. At last.
You what? Why is everyone so quiet? Shit, that bottle.
Is this the bottle you're referring to?
Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle the cyanide was in. But you think I'll find my prints on that bottle? Don't let that cozy-looking suit fool you people. That lawyer's just playing games. Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor, tell that guy where to go.
You still haven't figured it out. Don't you realize what you just said?
What? I said? What did I just say?
You were summoned to this courtroom for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with the murder, you shouldn't have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in. Well, just now, you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison.
You don't know who you messing with. I'm the tiger. I control millions of dollars on the black market. You think I'm gonna let some jumped up suit get the better of me?
Sure, the last piece of evidence was phony. Well, that's just what you deserve. The phony trial with a phony lawyer. It was all played out by you, the biggest phony of them all. Nah, it wasn't that fun. Oh. He's dead. Quick, someone turn on the lights. Oh my god, he actually turned off the lights. What's going on? Why am I blind? He looks like a blackout. Well done, Trite. I saved my 17th cup of coffee just for you. Savor it. While you watch the police restrain your prey. Mr. Wright, you caught a tiger by his toe. What if this one hollers? He won't be let go. Now then, how are things going with Mr. Tigre and Mr. Godot? He is being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Glenn Elk, Your Honor. Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. Yes, she was. And in the absence of a genuine evidence. But the tiger made one mistake. Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue. Furio Tigre is truly a frightening criminal. The truly frightening one is that the defense attorney over there. Cowdot. Well, I am now in a position to deliver my verdict. This court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird, not guilty. Yeah! Victory for the people! That is all. This court is adjourned. January 8th, 4:10 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 1.
Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago, but now I feel like I can forgive him.
Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie. That was the tiger.
Look, Nick, in the doorway.
It's just Gumshoes. I just imagine he's just sadly standing there. Detective Gumshoe?
Oh, guess I'll be heading out now.
Wait.
Detective Gumshoe?
Oh, yeah. Congratulations, Maggie.
Thanks.
I knew you were innocent all along.
Why didn't you say that in your testimony then?
Huh? Oh, well, I was. Well, guess I'll be heading off then. See you around.
Head up, Detective. He just ran off.
Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. It's thanks to him that we got the medication bottle. That wasn't even of any use. But it's only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. Detective Gumshoe was just running around in circles.
My guy. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him.
Can't you put in a good word for him, Nick?
Yeah, Maya is right. I should help Gumshoes out. It's clear he needs it. Maggie. You know, Detective Gumshoe's been real worried about you through all of this.
I wanted to believe that, sir. But on the first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up.
He didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the facts.
He doubted me, that's why. He thought I might have done it.
But Maggie, what if I had a box of Gumshoe's wieners fit for you? I've got to prove to her that Gumshoes really cares about her. I know, I'll give her a little present to celebrate her freedom. Here's some wieners. They're kind of cold. Here you are. A present to celebrate your freedom.
That's
a present from Detective Gumshoes, made with a ton of love.
He said you lost weight and he was worried about you. Detective Gumshoe? I actually really like weenies. You know? Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know?
Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it?
Is it okay if I eat this now?
She cries as she eats Gumshoe's wieners.
So, how is it, Maggie? It's really good.
So the case of the phony versus genuine comes to an end. The false allegations surrounding Maggie have all been cleared up. And who knows? Maybe a whole new chapter of her life is about to start. Episode 3, Recipe for Turnabout. The end.